All right, so let me say something really quick. Testing, testing, testing. Andrew, hopefully you hear this.
Should I put
John,
headphones on too?
you can if you have a pair.
I do.
Okay, perfect. Well, there we go.
If we could, I mean,
You
it's
should be able to. I only see one port, but we can
it's
figure it out.
wireless. It's wireless. You have Bluetooth? Would Bluetooth pick up or no?
His computer might have it. This is my computer, so.
Yeah. Let's see.
Andrew, can you hear me? Testing, testing, testing.
Want to try it?
Yeah, when he comes back in.
All right.
I just want to see if he can even hear me in the first place, because I am unsure. Could you say something?
Hello, Tyson.
How are you today?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
That's great to hear. Are you excited to cast some Pokemon today?
So hyped. We're good?
He was able to hear both of us?
Yeah, he said you gave us thumbs up.
It actually sounds like really, really good.
Is it? Yo, MVP, can you hook this up?
What?
They're
Can you hook this
Bluetooth.
up?
Oh,
Bluetooth?
Do you have Bluetooth on your computer?
I don't know. I do have Bluetooth on the computer.
It would just be feedback for him, though.
So
It wouldn't mess with anything,
the
right?
way I have the feedback set up, it goes specifically through here.
Okay.
All through here. So
What is this?
it is a Focusrite 2i2 USB audio
It's for XLR mics. So if you have a USB mic,
or instruments. Like if
yeah,
All right, so no good.
yeah.
Okay. All good.
yeah, you weren't. You Bluetooth would have always been through the computer.
All right.
Yeah. Audio sounds good.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not to brag or anything, but I think it sounds better than the last one.
Oh no, for sure. I need quality real. What did you bring today? There's no shot. Lycanroc?
Okay, wait.
Banded?
No.
Are you the Endeavor stuff?
Turn off the,
You're a cunt.
Oh, is this TV on? Is it plugged in?
It looks plugged in.
Oh, let's get it. Andrew. Alright, copy that.
I have sent you the limbless underscore.
Got it.
But they are gonna give us their sheets, I believe, so we'll have that all in front of us.
Beautiful. Bob McClay. Oh,
And you're gonna be the switch in the port, right?
Talking to me?
No,
I am
Andrew.
to be on.
Okay.
What in the world is this team, bro?
It's kind of Andrew's team makes sense. I played Andrew enough. That team is weird.
that's,
Wait a second.
that's what I'm saying.
Huh?
I just realized I'm not going to be able to see my own game.
Alright, everybody,
How?
let's stop real quick.
This is plugged in.
Wait, you don't have the TV?
This is plugged into the
Oh
computer.
right. That's where we need the extender. Fuck.
But we're not gonna start yet. Just wanna touch base on a couple things before we start. First off, where's Joe at? Wanna thank Joe. Joe.
Do you really want to run over and get it real quick?
Thank Joe.
I could if you
For letting us use the space.
You kind of need it to play the game. Yeah, do it.
You have trash. See the trash cans around. First and foremost. Also, give a shout out to our commentators, John and Tyson.
Let's go.
We have Vince over here, our judge for today.
Polaroid.
So we are going to be doing 5 rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to top 8 cut. So before we start, when pairings are up, as you can see on the tables, you go limitless. If you're pairing number 3, you go to table 3, so on and so forth. If you're pairing number 4. The only thing that'll be a little different is every round we're going to be picking somebody to go on stream. So depending on that, it might change, but if it does change, we'll show you the table we go to, and then if you're getting small. That'll be fluid.
this chair.
All right, we should be live, and welcome to the New Jersey Rumble. We're going to be here at PK9, a board game store. First of all, huge shout out to them for being able to host the event today and kind of be here and let us use this space. Super, nice venue. It's super cozy in here. Feels at home, like, honestly. It feels like I'm sitting in my living room right now.
Yeah, honestly,
I'm
it's
ready to
super
watch
comfortable.
Pokemon.
Yeah, chilling. What better way to spend your Saturday, honestly?
Yeah, I think like there has been so many locals very recently, and just being able to participate in another one as a commentator is just super, super exciting. And first of all, before we forget, we can introduce ourselves.
Yeah.
I'm Charisma or Tyson, and I'm here with,
I'm John Duran, or Duran's TV.
and we're going to be your commentators for today. The only two. We don't have the budget for a million people, but I'm very excited today. How about yourself?
Honestly, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This is my first time doing commentating, especially with Charisma, but we're having a good time so far,
Yeah.
and I'm excited for the rest of the day.
Yeah, like there's been so many locals, like I was saying before, and just seeing how the metagame develops and being able to kind of take a back step as a player yourself, just being able to take that back step and really look at the game from a different perspective, and be able to look at it from that third person point of view. Maybe I'll steal a team or two from today's tournament and see who gets results, but I'm really excited to just see how these players really want to play it out, and kind of see how they navigate, because locals are really different. We can kind of talk about that as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Tons of people are going to be trying to steal teams from this event, kind of see what they can kind of mix and match going into Hartford regionals and NAIC next month. So it's going to be really exciting to see what kind of strategies people can put out and how they're going to, pivot.
Yeah, like
today.
being able to have these locals as like kind of a testing ground is something we didn't have in Sword and Shield. We had the online tournaments, but the atmosphere of locals and having that in-person feel is such a different atmosphere, and I really think it is an essential part of a lot of people's prep and game plans when going into regionals, to have that in-person experience, to have these kinds of spaces, to be able to really test out what their teams want to do and to really focus on their mental state.
Yeah, for sure. If I was the one playing in the locals today, like, I'm really just trying to go and see, what my comfort is, what I feel good with, different switches I can make, things I can get away with, things I can't. So this way I can kind of see how I can adjust moving forward. But it's gonna be really interesting to see, like, our first match here. Just looking at the team sheets, are gonna look really fun. So
Yeah.
kind of excited to see that.
Yeah, we can talk about the team sheets a little bit. We have a little bit of time here before our players actually get on stream. We're having a little bit of technical setup. Again, we are in a board game store, so it's like there's only so much space that we have, but we made it work. But here on our team sheets, there's so much to talk about. We can.
Oh my
which one do you want to
goodness.
talk about first?
Let's go with Jacob's team first.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I think this is really cool. We have, I think I see 3 Terra Flyings.
Yeah,
And
there's
the-
a lot of Terra flying on this team, and it's kind of crazy because we've seen so many different variants of Dondozo this season, to where you have obviously the Dondozo Tatsugiri, but then the 4 other Pokemon are kind of up in the air, and it really comes down to how you as a player really want to approach specific matchups and really how you want to approach the game. There's the Glamora teams, where example you can have the Toxic Debris, which can really add up with the Toxic Spikes and really kind of damage your opponent. But then there's teams like this that kind of opt for that more offensive role, to where they just want to dish out damage and use Dondozo as something maybe as like a late game sweeper, to kind of take advantage of the chip they can set up with things like the Chiyu and the Fluttermane on this team.
Yeah, for sure. And there's tons of speed control on this Dondozo variant team, just by eye testing it. So it looks like it's going to be really interesting. And then the opponent's team is even pretty cool. I think I see a Stonejourner on this team.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is like not only are the Pokemon choices, the Dondozo team has like a lot of good picks, like a lot of standard picks.
Yeah, kind of standard.
But the
picks.
movesets, I think, is really where the team will shine, and
Yep.
hopefully where Jacob will really get to show how he can pilot the team and the changes. And I think that's the best part of these locals and tournaments in general, like where players really get to shine, I feel like, especially in open sheet, is being able to flex your moves and being able to flex things like those Terra types, like you said, those 3 Terra flyings, being able to flex things like the Terra flying and really see how Jacob wants to operate his Dondozo team that really makes it his compared to something that you consider quote-unquote standard. But talking about the Stonjourner,
Man, this is looking really cool. I'm excited for it. And, Dondozo versus Stonejourner, like the matchup kind of seems weird, but like that ability, that power spot.
That power spot really, really adds up. I've
Yeah.
played with Andrew before. I know Andrew as a friend. And he's been rocking Stonjourner pretty much the whole entire season.
Ooh.
He's gotten 3 day 2 back-to-backs
Ooh.
off of Stonejourner.
Ooh.
That man has gotten him a decent amount of championship points. But Stonejourner is not to be messed with. That power spot boost can really add up. And even with something like Dondozo's, in combination with the Tatsugiri, with that commander boost that Tatsugiri gives Dondozo, the power spot really hurts though, because
It really
even
does.
though Dondozo is, Omni boosted, that 2v1 scenario that you put yourself in when you play Dondozo is still really detrimental, and I'm really curious to see how Jacob will outplay that.
Yeah, for sure. This is gonna be really cool to see. Honestly, the rest of the teams are kind of similar. Like I see like a Fluttermane Chi-Yu on both teams, I believe. So that's gonna be interesting to see like how they speed creep each other. As far as like the speed tiers. But this is gonna be a really cool matchup, I think, just by looking at it on paper. It's gonna be really cool to see how they kind of figure out those speed tiers going into game 1, game 2, and potential game 3. So excited to see how those speed tiers kind of rack up, and if Tailwind will be needed by I see a Murkrow.
Yeah.
So they can pop that Tailwind, and then they don't have to worry about that speed tier.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing is I think a lot of Fluttermanes, for example, are so varying in their spreads and how people want to build them, because not only do they matter as a team, but you as a player, if you're more confident going into certain matchups, if you do want to live a Tera Water Baby Fin Jet Punch, for example, you can do that, but you will have like 0 special attack and things like that. So the ability to flex again, and that's where Open Sheet really shines, is where you're able to build your spreads, because the Pokemon could be the same and the moves could be the same, but where you build your spreads and really, really changes on how you want to play the team and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with like going from open team sheet to closed team sheet with the global challenge. So people are kind of like, trying to see if their teams can work in open team sheet after building for the global challenge. So it's kind of interesting to see like that, how that adds up into team building going into these types of events. But yeah, really cool. Like, I know that Ray Rizzo just put out a video for Storm Drain, Tatsugiri, Dondozo. So seeing that come out and how that's different. So I would like to see like a Storm Drain Tatsugiri do well at an open team sheet tournament. I think that'd
absolutely.
be super cool.
I think it is very interesting, and there is an argument as well for even teams that have done well in open sheet very recently. The very first global challenge, Gabriel Agati actually won that global challenge with pretty much, I'm pretty sure, his same EUIC team. And that just goes to show more of a skill like that, just Agati has in general, just being a GOAT player in general. Being able to
just having that comfort in his team.
Exactly. You don't need best of one gimmick. Not saying Storm Drain Tatsugiri is, but you don't need things like that, or Choice Scarf Arcanine or something. Like you don't need them. They will grant you edges. You will be able to win like a couple games in like the 1500, maybe even the 1600s with that. But it really does show. I believe the Global Challenge really is a good showing of skill to where you can really flex how you as a player approach the game.
Yeah, for sure. I also think it brings back like that fun like ladder vibe from like Sword and Shield era, where you just hop on ladder and you have no idea what's about to happen unless you watch the Cybertron video and you know that like, oh, that's a weakness policy Zekrom.
Yeah.
Like, so like it's kind of cool to kind of figure out the different strategies people can pop out. I think I saw in the first global challenge like an all EV team got like 1700s. Like I was like, whoa, I have to play with that. Yeah. That looks super fun. So I think that's pretty cool. I like to see the cool teams that come out. I know that in the last one, a lot of people didn't release their teams because they have to, in Japan and Korea, they have to use those to kind of qualify for Worlds. Yep. So they have a different system than we do. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, I'm really, really excited for this one. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, speaking of Eevee, hopefully we get to see another Omni Boost at Dondozo. But it does seem like our players are getting set up here. If there is any audio issues, by the way, when we do switch over, please let us know. please let us know if there's any audio issues or anything like that, and we should be able to change them as we go. But we are going to be connecting here with our 2 players and getting set up into our game 1. I'm going to change the names as well and try to get this set up. I was fine.
All right, cool. Honestly, though, I think we crushed that.
You're fine. Huh? Yeah. Jacob, what's your last name? Nelson. I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
MEL what? R. Okay, we got it.
Are you ready to go back on mic? You ready to go back on mic?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, I can turn down the... Okay, this should be good though. Again, let us know if there's any audio issues. We are working through it. Again, we only have so much space, but we are going to be getting into game 1 here, I believe, between Andrew and Jacob.
First
Very
game of
excited.
the day. You
Yeah.
ready? Ah, so exciting. First
Very,
game of the
very
day.
excited. I am very, very, very curious to how these teams are going to play. Again, just looking at them from a face value, seeing how this Dondozo team is built with, again, those 3 Terra Flyings, just wanting to be able to fire off those strong Earthquakes and really going for potent damage and not having to switch in Tatsugiri, a little too early. But being able to just go for those Earthquakes next to something like a Terra Flying Chiyo, for example, or a Bundle is really, really interesting.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting to see how Andrew how he wants to play this Dondozo matchup. I see a few ways, but I don't want to give it away here. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, it's very interesting here to see how this. The thing about Stonjourner, right, is that you're able to position in a way where you can just leave it on the field and you can just spam moves.
Yep.
Because of just how potent that ability is.
Yep.
It's the same way you can just leave a Ruinmon on the field and you can just kind of spam moves and take advantage of those ruinous abilities, or in this case, the Stonjourner power spot.
Actually, that's a good point that you just brought up. About the Ruinmons. We see one team has 2 Ruinmons, the other team has 1. That's kind of interesting to see. Like, most teams usually opt for like 1 Ruinmon.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lots of scenarios where you can have multiple Ruinmons, but there are even teams where we could go as far as say there are no Ruinmons at all. And I think it really comes down, again, to how you as a player want to play. I think a lot of the Ruinmons, like Ting Lu, for example, really play to that defensive play style and kind of capitalize on that. But in this game 1, we're going to see how these 2 Chiyus play out. And maybe, like you said, the speed ties, but there are things like the Murkrow on Jacob's side that are able to offer things like Tailwind.
Yep, 100%. And then we also have that, I believe he has a Booster Energy bundle as well that also provides like some speed. Here we go. Oh, Chiyu and Murkrow and Stonjourner and Dragonite are the leads.
So with these leads, I think off the bat, we just see pure offense, right? So we have things like the Dragonite. These are open team sheets. So things like that Dragonite could just fire off an extreme speed, and being able to look at the team sheet and go that there's really no ghost type except Fluttermane, you can just kind of extreme speed everything. With that power spot boost, it's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
for
very
sure.
curious of what Jacob wants to do here and maybe fire off something like a Tailwind, try to get that speed control and just try to hit back as hard as you can with shield.
Yeah, I mean, but speed control into the priority. I mean,
Yeah.
you obviously prefer the priority, so it's gonna be really interesting to see how Jacob adapts to this.
Exactly, and I think after this E-Speed, it really comes down to which target you want to down, because something like that Chi Protect that just
Yep.
came out there, and E-Speed, if it does go into that slot, that Merker will be able to get off something like a foul play or something like a Tailwind. And while it won't matter in the case of the extreme speed, just being able to guarantee what you have in the back is able to outspeed things like the Stun Joiner, which is surprisingly fast. Being able to outspeed things like that if you have something like a bulky Chi spread is super interesting.
Oh, it
That
brings it
rock
down to
slide does
Sash.
so much damage.
Wow, it brings it down to Sash. Okay, so
Yeah, and this is the thing with the frail Dondozo teams, right? Is that they have, if you don't build like the Glamora stuff, your team just has so much frailness on the team, and these Pokemon aren't really able to support themselves unless you have something like the Dondozo for your bulk, because that's where the majority of the team comes in.
for sure. Yeah, it looks like okay, we see the Chi-Yu switch. What's coming in? It looks like it's gonna get. This is like a free kind of extreme speed. Oh, okay,
It's the Flutter Mane,
into the
if it is
Flutter
the
Mane.
extreme speed into the slot,
Oh,
which
into
it
the
is,
okay.
calling it.
Nice. That was a good play by Jacob's end. Into the Icy Wind. Okay, some chip. Is that Sash on the Sojourner? It is. So it breaks
Yeah.
Sash.
So being able to break Sash there is actually super big.
Oh,
I think
he
that heavy
calls
slam,
it. He
calling
called
it, just being able to E-Speed saying, okay, you're going to switch out, I'm going to call the spot. Like, what else is Stone Jordan doing? Firing off
Right.
another Rock Slide? He knows, Andrew knows that now that the Merker was down to Sash, now that I broke it with that Rock Slide, I can fire off an extreme speed anytime I want. What is your Merker really doing?
Yeah, he's like, all right, well, I might as well just double that slot. You just protected. It's a pretty
Exactly.
safe double up. So, yeah, it looks like he's going for that again. Same play.
Yeah, and with 3 of the Pokemon now revealed from Jacob, it's very interesting to see that there is no Dondozo. When I look at a team like Andrews, I expect there to be a lot of offense. So I'm very interested in maybe Jacob's game plan here to kind of figure out what he wants to do with his offense, and maybe he was trying to match the offense. I could see that as well. But this Stone Joiner is so overwhelming. Just being able to fire off
yeah.
rock slides and extreme speed is so impressive.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how Jacob decides he wants to handle this extreme speed Dragonite going into like a game 2. Because, or how he handles it going out. So he's down to his last Pokemon here. So we'll see what that is. We'll reveal that coming out.
Yeah, and information is always important in these games. Even seeing what these potential 4 are, even if Jacob
and he
does
did
decide
bring
to
the
switch out, and
Dondozo.
it is the Dondozo, maybe opting for something like that Terraflying Earthquake combo that we were talking about before a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, now that Dragonite's a normal type, it can get hit by that Earthquake. So that's kind of interesting. It took away the flying type from Dragonite. The immunity to Earthquake's no longer there.
Exactly, and with the thing though, this Donjourner has that opportunity to use Wide Guard, so if it does decide to go for something like that, the Dondozo will pretty much not be able to do anything. So it's kind of on Jacob here to kind of decide what he wants to do. There is a world where Jacob does win this though.
Terror is
If-
coming out.
If Andrew does not go for something like that Earth, or if Andrew does not go for something like that Wide Guard, he won't be able to block this Earthquake that is assumably coming out with a Terra Flying like that.
That's what it's looking like. Definitely seems like that Earthquake is inevitable right now. Will it do enough damage though? Without the Tatsugiri boost, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, that does so much damage. Yeah, extreme speed with that power spot boost just does so much. And
my
I think you're
goodness.
going to need something like a crit from the Dondozo to potentially pick up the KO on the Dragonite.
There's
Not
the
seeing a
Earthquake.
Wide Guard.
Yeah,
Yeah, that does no
that
damage.
did
to the
no
Dragonite,
damage
for
to
sure.
Dragonite. Okay. So we'll see what's coming out now, right? So at least he'll get to see at least he'll get to see like a third Pokemon.
Yeah.
To kind of figure out how he wants to play game 2.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's Chien Pao.
And this is the thing, right? Is you have something like the Stone Journal with that power spot boost, you finally get rid of it, and then the Chien-Pao switches in, and it's the same situation all over again.
Yep, basically the same thing. So yeah, it's really cool to see like this Stone Journer combo into the Chien Pao.
Wow.
That
Yeah.
backup kind of same strategy.
Yeah,
it's
we
a
are going to see
two-shot.
the double up there
Yeah, it's
from
two-shot.
Andrew there just to get that KO, and we are going to see a pretty decisive game one from Andrew there. I'm
Yeah.
very interested to see, though, how Jacob really wants to adapt to this game and maybe think about bringing something like that Tatsugiri and Dondozo, realizing how much value it really has to the team. We see it has order up here, being able to go for something like an order up and kind of overwhelm in a slower pace, being able to beat out Andrew and kind of wall those extreme speeds at early, because once it is locked in, it's locked in. So if you are able to get into a position where you can get rid of the Stone Joiner, get your Dondozo in, and just able to assert the same amount of offense into Jacob in the late game, I think is really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like a good, like, you know, going into it, how would I handle that Stonejourner Dragonite lead if I'm Jacob? So it's gonna be really interesting to see, like, do you lead the Chi-Yu Flutter Mane? Like that's a common lead, right? Like, do you lead that? And if you're Andrew, do you call that lead and figure out, like, maybe I'm not gonna go with the same strategy going into game 2, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a lot of room for both of these players to change, even though Andrew won. My favorite thing about Pokemon is that the winner can change too. There is
Exactly.
so many variables in this game in a pick 4, have 6. And like, the thing is that does Andrew need to change? We saw him walk in very quickly. I'm very interested to see what he decided. But like Jacob, for example, has so many options on the Dondozo team. You don't have to switch in Dondozo. He might not even bring it if we do see something like that Fluttermane Chi-Yu lead, because it is a ghost type. Andrew has a lot more variables now to pick from, where he has to, do I wide guard the Dazzling Gleam? Do I just protect so I don't die? Like, there's so many variables.
All right, here we go. Fluttermane Dozo.
And this is one of the more standard leads that we kind of see with the Dondozo and that Fluttermane just asserting so much pressure. Do you
Yep.
really want to heavy slam into the Fluttermane that could switch out? It's a call that Andrew really has to make here.
Yeah. It's a really interesting situation for Andrew. It's also, honestly, I think this was a very good switch up from Jacob's side, honestly, to go into this kind of lead. And, you know, this way he can kind of see, like, all right, let's see how this does into that Stonejourner and Dragonite combination that you have. And he can pretty much assume that Chien Pao's in the back, ready to come in. So see how he adapts to knowing that Chien Pao's probably coming in next.
Absolutely, I agree. We see Andrew here kind of deciding what he wants to do. It's a little tough, because do you really want to target him with a slot that could just go for a protect? And
Yep.
we see something like that, where the Fluttermane decides to stay and the Dondozo goes for a protect, just trying to read, hey, you're probably going to double into my slot, expecting a Tatsugiri switch in.
And there's no terror from either side, honestly. Oh, and I did
Wow.
so much damage, and then no wide guard came out. Oh,
Yeah.
wow! He just disrespected Andrew. It was like, all right, you're not gonna go for wide guard. You didn't do
Yeah.
it once last game, but you see the Fluttermane go down.
And it's not even that much of a disrespect, right? Because the idea is that if you do go for a Dazzling Gleam and they go for a wide guard, that's fine, because that means they're not heavy slamming you.
Exactly.
So it's a kind of a decision that Jacob has to make there. Hey, do I really want to trade my Fluttermane for the Stonejourner? And it seems like there that trade really paid off for Jacob.
yeah, honestly, that was a great turn 1. Honestly, if I'm both players, I'm pretty okay with that turn 1. Honestly.
Because the thing is, your Dragonite hasn't terrored yet. You haven't burnt a normal terror, right? So you're not grounded yet. So if this Dondozo does decide to go for something like an Earthquake, it's not going to be able to hit that Dragonite. And we are going to see something probably like a wide guard from Andrew's side. I would expect that, because the Dragonite, right, it can potentially get hit if it decides to go for Terra Normal and wants to go for a strong E-Speed, because you don't know how bulky this Chi-Yu is, and if it does live an E-Speed without the normal Terra boost, it can be kind of detrimental.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's like, is Tatsugiri switching in right now? Like, is that what we think is gonna happen? I don't know. Like, but sometimes a lot of players want to switch in Tatsugiri here. You know,
Exactly.
you missed. There we go. You see the protect come out. So
Jacob not wasting his Terra just yet. We do see a wide guard. I'm very curious to see if Jacob called this turn here and goes for something like an Aqua Tail. We do see an Extreme Speed into the Chi-Yu.
Dondozo, what are you doing, buddy? Order up.
It's going to be an order up into that Dragonite, just saying,
All right.
okay, if the Stonejourner decides to go for something like a Protect instead of the wide guard, being able to target down and get that single target attack, just going for the safe, consistent play, really getting rid of the threat. And now that Dragonite's gone, no priority E-Speed.
Yeah, that's a big KO right there for Jacob's side, honestly. Now it's going to be interesting to see, like, this Stonejourner is living on that Focus Sash right now.
And it's very interesting here. We are actually going to see an adaptation. Instead of what Andrew had in the back before, we actually see the Amoonguss, which we didn't get to see game 1.
Yeah.
Kind of predicting, I think, that Jacob wanted to go for the Dondozo mode this game, which he hasn't yet. We don't know if Tatsugiri's in the back. But I think Amoonguss is a smart bring here from Andrew, kind of saying, if you do want to bring it, I'm going to clear smog you. And Jacob kind of has to respect that in open team sheet. But I think Jacob is in such a dominant position right now. Having the Stonjourner at that Sash, getting rid of Dragonite, not being able to get the order up boost because, funny enough, since the Tatsugiri is not in its mouth, it won't get that +1.
Exactly. I also like that he's Terroring his Amoonguss right now. It's Terra Water, so it's going to resist that Chi-Yu that's on the field right now.
Exactly. Something like an Overheat or a Flamethrower on this Chi-Yu, for example, with Life Orb, normally we'll be able to get a KO. We are going to see it go for that.
Still get a decent
that
chunk.
does a lot of
I did a
damage
decent chunk.
to a Water-type Pokemon.
Yeah.
That is also...
Ooh.
And that just KOs back. Chi-Yu showing it has no defenses compared to something like that.
Is there a flinch? Oh, it flinched, bro.
Oh, that's so
Oh, my
unfortunate.
goodness. Oh, it hurts.
Yeah. And we do see a safety goggles reveal there from the Dondozo. Maybe Andrew didn't see the team sheet.
No, I think he scored the Chi-Yu slot.
Yeah.
And it just happened to go in there. All right, Dondozo. When there's Dondozo, there's a way.
Yeah, and we do see the Tatsugiri come in there. So that Dondozo will be able to get its boost, but it really comes down to what moves do you want to pick. Because while an Order Up could come off from this Amoonguss here, an Earthquake is equally likely, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty safe, even with the Earthquake, to go for Clear Smog into the Dondozo. But I don't think an Earthquake picks up Amoonguss from this range anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And a Protect here just to kind of scout out what Andrew wants to do, because there is the interaction. If you do decide to go for a Wide Guard, if you protect the turn after, it is actually counted as if you protected the last turn, so it is that 50% chance.
Yep, that is correct. So, yeah, so it'll be really interesting. Stonejourner is probably on its last legs right now, but I think that it can go in either player's favor right now, this game.
Yeah, exactly. But this +2 Dondozo, depending on how it's built, has the potential to outspeed something like the Stonejourner. So there is a world where the Dondozo is able to go for a safe attack either into the Amoonguss or the Stonejourner, knowing it's not able to protect, knowing it's probably just going to Wide Guard again. Clicking moves into either slot is probably the safest play here. And we are going to see a Terrestrialization finally from Jacob's side to counteract the Water Dondozo. Or the Water, and it's going to be that ground.
Did he go for Earthquake right now?
I think so. If you go for Terra Ground, I think you probably want to fire an Earthquake to take advantage of that.
Okay, Wide Guard.
Wide Guard, spam again.
Okay.
And it is going to be that Earthquake, unfortunately.
All right, yeah, so...
And
safe.
this is now looking like an uphill battle a little bit.
Yeah. Now this was a very crucial turn in this game, I think.
Yeah.
So you had to call this one right. There's the Clear Smog.
And the thing about that turn as well is because the Dondozo isn't something like that the Leftovers item, it has no passive recovery.
Right.
And it doesn't have something like Rest with Chesto Berry, for example. It's all attacking moves and Protect. So it really has to kind of use these last turns to power up and use something like a Order Up maybe into this Stonejourner, which we do see play out here, to go for those attack boosts. Now that the Wide Guard's gone, you can spam Earthquake reliably.
Yeah, honestly, it's not the worst thing, but let's see what Andrew has in the back, because if he has what I think he has, he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that Chien-Pao is actually going to be able to hit for super effective moves now with that Ice type into the ground Terra Dondozo. Potentially, with the +2 gone, it could just pick up now.
Yeah, Ice Spinner plus Spore seems very likely here, just to put that Tatsugiri to sleep. Let me see the team sheet. Is there goggles on the Dozo, right?
Yeah, right. And I think it's actually very interesting, right, because you see a lot of players kind of play to that win con against Dondozo where they really want to get the KO against the Dondozo and being able to get something like the Tatsugiri into a Spore. But what we've seen a lot of times, which this Tatsugiri has not opted for, but something like that Sleep Talk, so being able to capitalize off those turns and use the Sleep to their advantage.
Yeah, Sleep Talk was crucial. The only thing that hurts is if it's like choiced into Sleep Talk and then it wakes up and it's like stuck using Sleep Talk. So
we are going to see if Ice Spinner picks up here.
All right, that
does.
was KO.
That defense
All
shot,
right,
that
yeah.
ruinous ability really
we're probably going to see the Spore come out now, and it's not looking good for our hero, Jacob.
Yeah, depending on how EV this Tatsugiri is, if it is able to lift something like an Ice Spinner, which I don't think it is, it's not the Choice Scarf item, so it's kind of looking very rough.
Yeah, and I think the item on this Chen Pao is Black Glasses, so it's going to do like double damage there. And then there's a double up because it has to take a sleep turn this turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow.
Just
It's just
picking up the KO. And that's going to be a 2-0 for Andrew here on round 1.
Honestly, very strong performance from Andrew round 1.
Yeah. Just showing how offensively present that what is his name? Stunjourner, the Rock. I already almost forgot. The Stunjourner just being able to assert pressure, not necessarily with the Rock Slide, which it did, but things like the Power Spot, just having such a board presence in that game 1, being able to fire off those extreme speeds, just supporting its partner so well.
Oh, huge. And honestly, it's really cool to see Stunjourner like dominate the way it did first 2 games. Going into that, into that match, it's cool to see different Pokemon kind of take over.
Yeah,
Instead of the
exactly.
same ruined Pokemon.
And being able to really capitalize off those damage trades, saying that, hey, I'm not going to let you get Dondozo in safely. You're Terra Ground. You really have nothing for this Chien-Pao in the back. Just Andrew playing to that out is super well played. I do really also want to point out how Jacob played as well. What seems like a negative matchup on paper, being able to play out to your outs and getting as much damage as he did on the board, really well played from Jacob as well.
For sure. I think that his adjustment to the game 2 is the best adjustment he could have made going into that game 2, especially the way that game 1 played out. Going for that Flutterbane to stick massive damage onto that Dragonite was definitely crucial for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And I think being able to position yourself where everything is dying to extreme speed, being able to still play that game out as like being on the other end of that, it can be frustrating seeing all of your, your meticulous game plans just be destroyed by Terra Band, Power Spot, extreme speed. But Jacob being able to navigate that as best as he could, it was really well played from him as well. And I'm really excited to see where both these players go from the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see a Gen 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, right.
Really kind of take over still. Like, it's still in a pretty high usage rate.
Yeah,
here in
Dragonite's
Gen
been
9.
on the rise.
Yeah. Really high usage rate in Gen 9. And it's Generation 1?
Exactly.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, right. I am not a Gen 1 stan, unfortunately. I do like some of the normal stuff. I like Pikachu. I like Charizard. I'm a little bit of a fanboy in that way. But a lot of the Gen 1 designs just don't hit the same.
No, you don't like not the Gen 1? Oh, I'm a Gen. That's old school. I love Gen 1, so
exactly.
I love that.
I actually really like a lot of the designs from Gen 9, for example. Like, a lot of them, even if they're not comparatively viable, things like Tickaton. Like, who doesn't love a fairy Pokemon, the giant steel hammer? That's so cool.
Bro, Steel and Fairy is like just one of the best typings ever made for VGC. Like,
oh, dude, I miss
strong.
Acian. I miss him.
Oh,
I miss my doggo.
Oh, he's so good. He's so broken.
Yeah, and they nerfed them this time around. So
They did.
We do get the home support.
Yeah, they were like, all right, you're too good, so we have to nerf you a little bit.
Yeah. What I'm really scared about is Regieleki.
Oh, yeah.
Is that thing will hit everything super hard. Like, imagine playing against Bundle, Alecki, Fluttermane, and Chi-Yu. What do you do?
Wait. Imagine playing against Lecky, Chi-Yu, and Shadow Rider.
Oh, Shadow Rider. Don't get me started. I say as
Rider.
a joke sometimes, like, what if they gave Fluttermane Astral Barrage?
Bro.
What a world. Or if it was in the
Bro.
Dynamax format, Max Starfall, Max Phantasm, just everything in the book.
Oh, it'd be so good.
And it has Mystical Fire too, so it'd be able to go for like max flares.
Right.
Set up its own photosynthesis.
Oh, my
It'd
goodness.
be insane. But we are going to take a quick break here just to give us a little bit of downtime in between these rounds and wait for round 2 to start. But hopefully you enjoyed the commentary. Let us know if there's any audio issues as well. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Again, we are here with the New Jersey PK9 Rumble. And I believe we have 18 people here today. So
Yeah, so it's really
very
nice.
exciting to see where we go from this. But we are going to go on break now. We'll be back in a little bit. All right, we are back.
We're back.
Your favorite commentators back at it again. We're going to be here with Keith and Blake in our round 2, and we are going to be getting into the set very soon. Now, and looking at these teams, they're very, very exciting.
I'm so hyped for this matchup. This is going to be a lot of fun.
We had the teams last game where they were kind of, a little standard in terms of Pokemon. Like the Dondozo was kind of standard. These teams are, you would not guess. They're like, at least for Blake, a lot of these Pokemon are, I can't say more than 5% usage.
Blake
There's
was
no
in the
way.
lab last night.
Yeah, this is
he was
this is-
cooking.
this
Cooking.
is a power plant of moves, and I'm quite literally stunned when I look at this team sheet. And even for Keith, there's a lot more standard picks, but just again the move choice and where players are really able to flex, really shines on both these teams. I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. For me, like just looking at these team sheets, I'm really interested to see like the Volcarona from Keith's end, and I'm really interested to see like the Quaquaval on Blake's end. I gotta see it once.
Yeah, for sure. I think like these teams are so built. These teams are very quote unquote strangely built. So I think it really shines on what we were talking about a little bit earlier, where it really comes down to the player and how they're now able to navigate these matchups and how well they know their team to really exemplify how they want to do in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be really interesting to see like, do I calc for Volcarona or do I calc for Salamence? And then I see a Belly Bolt. Like,
Yeah,
no
really.
one
Like, do you
calc
really know
that.
your close combat calc from Quaquaval? Can you say that with a straight face? I don't. I
Definitely not.
and like even things like the Belly Bolt, right? Like you look at that, like I know like you get charge, right? But I had a conversation with a friend the other day. They didn't know what charge did. Like,
That's whoa.
and for the viewers at home that don't know what charge does, it doubles your electric move.
Yep.
Like it doubles the power, which is insanely strong. In the right context, right? So, but Belly Bolt does hit for very large amounts of damage when it does decide to get that Electromorphous off, which does give it that charge status, and it has something like that magnet to boost up its electric moves with the Parabolic Charge, with the Thunder. We see the Pelipper on Blake's side here.
Yeah, for sure. And then seeing like the Ting-Lu kind of immune to that Belly Bolt. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can kind of like manipulate terrestrialization to their advantage.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
like
and
forcing
it's,
that Terra.
Yeah, and it's so crazy too because even without forcing the Terra, like you have Muddy Water, so there is a world where this Belly Bolt could be calced to live a Ting-Lu Stomping Tantrum. You never know, and it could like 100% hit back with a Water move, and while it won't be boosted, it still does a lot of damage in rain.
All right, here we go. We're about to get started. And it's Salamence in the Belly Bolt lead.
Yeah, we get to see the Belly Bolt and a little bit more of a standard lead from Keith's side here. Keith is going to be leading with that Ting-Lu and that Fluttermane, just trying to put out damage. And this is kind of what we haven't really talked about it before, but just those Ruin interactions.
Yep.
It seems kind of counterintuitive, right, to lead Ting-Lu Fluttermane, but just because of how much damage that this Fluttermane does with something like that Choice Specs, which Keith does decide to opt for here, it does so much damage that the Ting-Lu like negation isn't that impactful. Like, if you're hitting into a dragon type like Salamence and doesn't go for something like the Terrestrialization, it's still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, honestly, it might even KO the Salamence unless it terrestrializes here.
Exactly.
So, that'd be really interesting to see.
And it's very curious as well to see what Blake kind of wants to do with his team. Mence and Belly Bolt are very interesting because they're kind of different speeds here. We see the Mence here actually as something like that Choice Scarf item, which is very well going to outspeed the Belly Bolt, which is we normally see as a
Oh,
very
we gotta
slow
switch
Pokemon.
into the Tauros. Oh, this is a fun one. Because you haven't seen really Tauros since Series 1, right? Tauros was big in Series 1?
Yeah, Tauros, and even then it wasn't even that big because Tauros is, oh my.
Reed.
I don't even think that was a read, just being able to hit the Fluttermane back. If the Fluttermane decides to go for something like a Moonblast and Immense, most likely calc to lift it with the Ting-Lu. And if it does go into the Belly Bolt, you're risking boosting up that Electromorphosis and
a good
being
point,
able to
yeah.
parabolic charge and kind of heal yourself back up. We're going for the Volt Switch.
Right into that Pelipper.
Now this is
setting up the
interesting
rain.
from Blake's side.
Ruination, so putting Salamence at half, pretty solid. But now the Salamence is locked, right?
Yeah. So it is going to be locked into that Iron Head, so it really has no other choice. Maybe it has a chance to pick up this Tauros, but we saw how much it did, and it was not much at all. It was a sliver, if that.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see if that'll pick up the KO there. And this kind of seems like a free Tailwind for Pelipper here, right?
Yeah, exactly. But the real question is, how much is Tailwind really going to be getting you here? You're already faster than the Tinglu. You're faster than the Tauros.
Yeah.
I think Blake might be a little more inclined to go for something like a Hurricane or even like a Surf. Even hitting into something like the Mence, just getting spread damage onto the field and just trying to do as much
sure. I
damage.
didn't even realize the Pelipper had Surf. That's
Yeah,
really
it's
cool to
another
see.
very interesting move.
Yeah, it's a cool tech to have.
Kind of getting tired of it. Like, I don't want to miss Hydro Pump today. I'm just going to hit Surf.
Yeah, honestly, I think Surf might be the better move and more
But we are going to
consistent.
see that Tailwind there.
Yep.
Maybe something in the back. Maybe knowing the Belly Bolt might be able to outspeed the Tinglu with something like that Tailwind and just going for that instead.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So it's kind of like an interesting matchup here as far as like typing wise. Like we have two flying types and there's the Tinglu. You can't really use your ground type move, so you're kind of forced into that Ruination
Yeah.
throw chop.
And it's very interesting because we don't see a lot of Tinglus opt for that throat chop. We actually see them opt for something like that Fissure for that second move. So in any other scenario, Blake would have pretty much immunity to two moves, that being Fissure,
Yep.
Stomping Tantrum. But now that throat chop is in the field, Keith is able to go for consistent throat chop damage instead of missing something like a Ruination, for example.
Yeah.
But we are going to see the Aqua Jet come out here from the Tauros doing almost no damage. Ironhead going out of the Tinglu,
Doing
also
almost-
doing no damage. And a Surf finally playing out there.
Surf did more damage to Salamence than the... Alright, so that picks up the Tauros. And what we had in the back? Fluttermane. I think he led Fluttermane, right? Oh, he
Yeah, we do see the
flinched.
flinch, and that's why you go for the Iron Head, because Mance is sitting on the field. You really don't want to switch in and take unnecessary damage on something. So being able to just, if you get the flinch, you get the flinch. We are going to see Bundle here. That's going to be all 4 Pokemon revealed from Keith. I think it was very, very interesting to only bring
Wow.
one physical Pokemon with your Tinglu.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be really interesting. I know that Tailwind's up, Choice Scarf, Salamence is up. This Bundle probably doesn't outspeed the Salamence here, but it definitely would outspeed the Pelipper, I would believe.
Yeah, absolutely. With that booster energy, it should be able to outspeed the Pelipper, even in Tailwind, depending on how this Pelipper is built. And something like a Freeze Dry could definitely just pick up the Pelipper. Being 4 times weak to it is
Yeah.
not very nice to it, and
And
even with the Tinglu on the board.
It could even pick up the Salamence. It's also 4 times weak unless it terastallizes.
Yeah,
into
I
that
didn't even
steel
think
type.
about that, but just being able to threaten Freeze Dry or even an Ice Wind into both of these, just doing so much damage. We are going to see a withdraw from the Pelipper here, going into something like that Belly Bolt, probably just to absorb that Freeze Dry. It's actually the King Gambit to resist that Steel move, or
Yeah.
resist the Ice move, excuse me.
Honestly, that's a really good swap on Blake's end, I would say. Oh, we're gonna see the Tinglu terastallize into that water fountain here.
Yeah,
in
the water
rain,
fountain.
So it's just fitting.
Water everywhere. And I think that's just another thing we can kind of touch on as well, is how water's been everywhere in this format. If not in the form of rain, in the form of Bundle, in the form of Water Terra Moongus, Water Terra Tinglu.
Water Terra Goldango.
Like, exactly. There's just water is such a good defensive type right now that it's kind of hard to pass it with Terra compared to something like Grass. But we are going to see the Throat Chop pick up the KO on the Salamence, forcing Blake here to switch into something like that Belly Bolt or that Pelipper again, maybe.
Yep. I've also been seeing like some Fluttermanes opting for that Water Terra.
Yeah. Just because if
Alright.
you have the
This is
tools
what I
on
was
the
saying
team.
earlier, how you can bait the Tinglu into the Terra Water, and then you have Belly Bolt. kinda
Yeah,
come in.
exactly. And now you're able to go for something like a Parabolic Charge. And next to this King Gambit, that actually is the Assault Vest, it won't be able to go for something like the Protect, but being able to go for a Magnet Boosted Parabolic Charge, maybe something like a Sucker Punch, just to get the extra chip on like a Tinglu or the Bundle I could see coming out from the Gambit.
Yeah, for sure. And then the Bundle just protected, so Protect's kind of on cooldown right now. So either have to swap it out, or you got to go for something here.
Yeah. And it's very scary as well because you don't want to hit into this Belly Bolt. Otherwise, you're going to just power it up more. And we are going to see a terastallization here from Blake. And it's going to be that Grass Terra. So if Keith decided to go for something like a Hydro Pump into the Belly Bolt, it's going to be not very effective.
Or if you decide to go for like that Stomping Tantrum into that Belly Bolt, it's
Exactly.
going to resist. All
Freeze
right.
Drives going into the Gambit. No freeze. Parabolic Charge. That does so much damage. And we actually see...
Assurance!
Oh, and the Assurance
Double
coming
up.
out. Picking
Wow.
up the Bundle there. That's actually really huge.
and then Ruination comes out into the King Gambit.
Yeah. But I think what's very important there is speed tier wise is we now know the Belly Bolt is faster than the Ting Lu with Tailwind, but will it be faster without it is the question.
And now we see the Fluttermane come back in. And it is going to be, like you said earlier, counterintuitive with the Ting Lu on the field next to the Fluttermane with that Assault Vest King Gambit.
Yeah, because now something like in range of this, if the Ting Lu wasn't on the board, something like a Moonblast has the potential to pick up the King Gambit from that range, I would think, with the specs. But now that the Ting Lu's on the board, that's not really an option. And the
Yeah.
King Gambit can go for something like a Sucker Punch.
Yep, I honestly don't think it, from this range with Ting Lu on the board, I don't think without Terastallization it'll pick up. And then Belly Bolt's still full out. He hasn't even touched the Belly Bolt yet.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's super scary too because you see that ability, it gets super scary. And that Sucker Punch just does so much damage. Yeah, see,
Ooh, yeah.
even with the specs, because that Ting Lu is on the board, you're not able to pick up the KO and King Gambit. And even though it did go for the Sucker Punch, being able to get that KO earlier and kind of just deny that Sucker Punch on a potential farther turn is kind of rough.
Oof. Now he just boosted up the Belly Bolt.
Yeah. And I actually don't know my Belly Bolt interaction too well. You could correct me if I'm wrong, or anyone in chat could correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that sticks around until it switches out.
I believe it does.
I think it just sits there and it has that +2, or maybe it's its next move. I think the way charge works is after you use an electric move, the charge wears off. So you might probably have to hit it again. But in this position, I don't think it matters as much. You're able to go, even with Pelipper on the field, it has Protect. You could go for Protect, Parabolic Charge, next turn, surf your own frog thing, your Belly Bolt, and boost your own thing.
Yeah.
Moonblast going off
So
into
we see the
Pelipper
Protect.
there.
And we're probably going to see the Parabolic Charge go into the Fluttermane
Exactly.
and the Ting Lu. And does this pick up the KO? And it does. All right. It takes
Yeah,
out
it
both.
does. That just does so much. And even, like, the problem with it is Belly Bolt with the Grass Terror, like you said before, is able to just sit on the field and kind of just be an annoyance. And yes, you're hitting your partner, and Blake has to factor in excuse me for stumbling, but Blake has to factor that Parabolic Charge in whenever he's clicking the move. And
Right.
everything on his team, something like the AV King Gambit or something like the Protect Pelipper, he has to play around that and kind of understand that this is a spread move and this hits everything on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Like going into this game too, what I want to see from Keith's end is like, how do I establish my form of speed control? When Tailwind went up, he kind of really couldn't hit. He was losing the speed war with the Scarf, Salamence, the Tailwind. He's at a speed disadvantage. So going into that game too, I want to see how we adjust to that interaction, then see what kind of answers we can have for that Belly Bolt. 'Cause that Belly Bolt seemed pretty strong into this matchup.
Yeah, exactly,
in that
with that
game
Grass
one.
Terra. I think what I would like to see maybe from Keith's side is something like that Volcarona, because it is a little bit of a speed tier mon, right? Like, you can have the Quiver Dances. If you get it in the right position, it's a little difficult to bring in Rain, because even though it is that Water Terra, it's a Terra you have to commit. You still can get Hurricane, but if you could get off Quiver Dances, I think it could be super good to kind of wall out that Belly Bolt and threaten something like a Heat Wave Burn.
Yeah, I mean, and he also has Tusk on his team, but Tusk kind of feels tough into this water matchup.
Yeah,
you know?
especially the special attackers, right?
Yeah.
You see the Muddy Water from the from the Belly Bolt. You see the Pelipper has Surf, so he can't miss. Hurricane and Rain. You see an Amoonguss. You see a Salamence.
Yeah.
You know it has Terra Flying. Like, there's
There-
just too many variables where the Tusk.
Yeah, it
I
does have
feel
the clear
doesn't work.
amulet item, so Salamence like wouldn't lower its attack, but
Not being able to hit it is really rough.
yeah, it'd be really rough. Especially if it Terra Steel. I mean, if it Terra Steel, it'd be fine, but it has the Ice Spinner, so it can hit it for 4
Yeah.
times effective onto the Salamence, debating Terra. But it'd be really interesting, especially like the speed creep, you know, and not having Tailwind of yourself to kind of match up with Pelipper's Tailwind.
Yeah, exactly. No Tailwind here does kind of suck, but I think if you do take advantage of the natural speed of something like the Bundle and the Fluttermane together, I would like to see a little bit more offense from Keith to kind of not allow Blake to get in that position they did last game where he was able to sit there with Belly Bolt. If you can get yourself in a position where you just equally have just as much offense as something like this Belly Bolt Salamence lead and we just the
Yep.
Fluttermane Bundle.
Yeah.
Just asserting so much pressure into the Choice Scarf Mon.
Yeah, for sure. And this is also a really good lead for Keith because now, even though that Salamance's Scarf, it's still not going to outspeed that Booster Energy bundle. So he has command over the speed control at the moment. So interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, exactly. And without something like Tingle on the front of the board, a Freeze Dry or even an Icy Wind, to be honest, could definitely knock out this Salamence. Maybe
Yeah.
I don't have faith in the good old Dragon Boy, but Icy Wind from Bundle, it does a lot to a 4-time weak mon.
Yeah, for sure. It also kind of either forces Blake to either switch here or Terra that Salamence.
Exactly. So if Keith does have something like that Tusk that you're talking about in the back, he could potentially play off that Force Terra where it's a Steel Terra, and you can headlong rush it safely.
Yeah, and then if he does force the Steel Terra, you don't have to worry about the Terra Grass Belly Bolt.
Exactly. But we are going to see a Tauros switching here into the Mence and the Belly Bolt, which is a little bit of an interesting switch because we do see the Salamence has a mixed spread here. So it is Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Iron Head, and Rock Slide. So you're going to be stopping the...
Oh, we've seen the Gambit come out.
Oh, wow.
Very good switch, honestly, for Keith. And wait, someone is Terastallizing. Is that the Salamence?
Oh, it is.
The Salamence is Terastallizing. Terra Steel. So he was able to bait out that Terra like we talked
Yeah,
about.
exactly. I don't know how I feel about that from Blake. That's a really, really early Terra, and with something like the Tauros sitting on the field, Keith kind of leading an aggressive lead, but then saying, you know what? I'm going to let you, Terra, do what you need to do, but I'm going to switch in,
Yep.
play safe. He got his Tauros in for free and did
Basically.
not drop the Defiant on the King Gambit.
Now it's kind of like a free close combat into that Gambit.
Yeah, and even the Mence too. You could close combat. You could read that one of them is going to switch out into something like the Belly Bolt maybe, but this is a really commanding position from Keith here.
Yeah, definitely a very good, adjustment to that game too, from that game one, knowing that he needed to bait out somebody else to Terra instead of that Belly Bolt.
Yeah, exactly. But now the funny thing is, now that you have Fluttermane and you forced it to Terra, because there's two Steel types on the field, Fluttermane isn't as useful as it was on lead.
Yeah, that's very true, but I think Tauros is in a really good spot
Yeah,
right now, especially since that Belly Bolt isn't on the field and he got it out. Oh, that did a lot of damage.
that does so much. But I think Blake's game plan now becomes get rid of this Tauros before it close combats my entire team.
That is very true. I think I would have to agree with you there. Now that King Gambit also just got a Defiant proc from that Icy Wind, did he target down that King Gambit? Oh, Mirror!
Yeah.
He forced that up with the Mirror!
Yeah, and this is very interesting here because that was such a good interaction from Keith there, knowing the Defiant boost. Because even if the Tauros did switch in, if the Belly Bolt for some reason was faster than the Fluttermane, if the King Gambit did come in, the Mirror Orb would have came in on that turn before. So either way, Keith gets this. Oh, wow, that doesn't even kill.
It's because of the
That -1 from the
Intimidate,
Tauros, yeah. That really coming into play there. And Bundle showing that the defense stat is no joke.
Yeah, it's pretty thick. Especially it took that +1 Sucker Punch.
Well, it wasn't +1 yet. Because the Tauros switched in. And then
Right. So wasn't it +1?
because Fluttermane's faster, it switches out first. So the
Got it,
Tauros
got
comes
it,
out
got
on the
it.
field and intimidates the Belly Bolt. And then the Belly Bolt switches out
Got
to the
it, got
King
it, got
Gambit.
it.
But
Yeah.
even then, I would have thought personally that double up would have killed as well. I guess
Yeah.
maybe not with the -1 on Mence, but
Yes, it still did a lot of damage. Oh, here we go with the... Now, this is kind of like an obvious protect from the Pelipper.
yeah. You kind of have to, right?
Because close combat is probably going to KO Salamence.
Yeah. And to be honest, like this is such a dominating position from Keith now. You have the Mirror Orb proc. Your bundle is still in the field. You've KO'd one of your opponent's strongest options, that being the King Gambit that has potential Sucker Punch. This close combat just picks up the KO.
Yeah.
And this is really, really rough now.
Yeah, that Icy Wind speed control and that Choice Scarf Salamence was just a little too much for Blake to handle in this game, I think.
That early terrestrialization from Blake, I think, really set him behind.
Yeah.
That Steel Terror, committing it a little too early, not thinking too far ahead in the game, I think. Seeing the Fluttermane kind of getting scared, not
Yep.
remembering that maybe Tauros is in the back and close combat kind of rolls through the team now.
Yeah, I mean, Blake was probably feeling really good. He had a 1-0 lead. And Keith made a really strong adjustment, I think. Believing that Blake would stick with the same game plan going into that game too.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see here exactly how bulky this Belly Bolt is. We already have seen the terrestrialization, so there's going to be no Grass Terror to bail out Blake this time. the Wave Crash being +2 now is
Yeah.
going to hit in the rain off of Keith's Tauros here.
Yeah, it's gonna do a lot of damage. Honestly, it might even just pick up the KO.
I think
in
it
the
just
range.
KOs.
Yeah.
Like Freeze Dry definitely just KOs, and then there's no way Wave Crash just doesn't kill.
Yeah, and he doesn't even get to reveal his last Pokemon. Yeah, that
Yeah.
just did too much. He was at +1 in the rain.
+2 in rain with the same type of attack bonus that the Tauros has.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's like a baby Palafin, not baby Palafin, but it's like a baby hero Palafin, if that makes sense. But we are going to see Keith actually pretty decisively take that game too, and kind of show that, hey, I still have a horse in this race. I will be able to outplay here, and if I can get to Terra something, then I have a winning shot, or I have a shot to win this.
Yeah, for sure. So if I'm Keith, right, I think I want to stick with the same type of strategy. We didn't get to see his 4th Pokemon, but what do we think, Blake? Are we gonna see that Quaquaval come out as like an adjustment from Blake's end?
I
for
don't
Game 3?
know. I think like there are some picks that I think both players could be doing a little bit more optimally. Like it's very awkward. Like yes, Pelipper's there for Tailwind, but every time you bring Pelipper, you're now setting up rain for your opponent. That boosts the pump from the Pelipper, or not the Pelipper, excuse me, the bundle. It boosts the Wave Crash. It's so weird, and again, this is what we were talking about before. Wow, these are such two strange teams that there's just so many small interactions between them that just you wouldn't see in a normal balance rebalance meter.
Yeah, for sure. I think a good adjustment to this game would be like leading with that King Gambit. I think.
Yeah.
Bringing that out off the rip would be something I'd probably want to see from Blake's end. And maybe some redirection. He does have some redirection on his team where he can kind of redirect that that herb from Tauros.
Yeah.
So you can kind of.
I'm very
that.
surprised to not see Amoonguss
Right.
on Blake's team. Amoonguss is such a staple team, or staple mono on a lot of teams for good reason. If you don't have a game plan into something like Keith's team, and you do see something like that, you could always pretty comfortably bring Amoonguss and say, hey, if I don't have a game plan, I'm just going to put you to sleep.
Yep, and then I can also heal my guys back up.
Exactly. Pollen Puff we've seen on the rise for good reason. It's always been a staple, but just having it on the Amoonguss moveset to just heal your partner Pokemon. We are going to see the Pelipper and the Salamence a switch up here. This is, again, a really dominant lead for Keith.
Yeah, for sure. Like, honestly, this is a big mind game. Do I stay in, or do I, switch out?
Yeah, Keith has a few options here, kind of deciding, okay, do I want to switch out again and go for the same play, or am I going to call that Blake doesn't want to Terra this time and go for a Dazzling Gleam?
Yeah, I think honestly, if he calls it right here, this could snowball real fast.
Yeah, this turn one, just like last game, is pretty much game deciding, and it really establishes the speed tiers here, right? Because if the bundle does go for a Freeze Dry into something like a Protect, that could be very bad, and the Ments could go for something like an Iron Head, or a Draco Meteor, or a Hurricane. There's so many options that Keith and Blake here have to kind of decide to figure out how the speed is going to play out for the rest of this game here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, do I go all in on that Salamence again, go into that Steel Terra? But we saw that kind of play into Keith's favor last game.
Yeah.
So that'd be really interesting to see for sure. We see the switch.
We are going to see a switch instead of a Steel Terra. And it's going to be that Belly Bolt.
Oh, we
And
see
we're
a
going to see a
Terra?
Terrazzleization from the Pelipper.
The Pelipper!
So this is actually very interesting because if the Flutter Mane did decide to switch out, which I don't believe it did now that we saw the Terra, this might be just a double up with a Dazzling Gleam and a Freeze Dry. Freeze Dry obviously not picking up since it's not 4 times. What? Oh, a Moon Blast instead! That does so much!
And he gets a special attack drop.
Oh
Oh
my!
man, that did so much. Oh, he went for the Hurricane into the bundle.
But that's so bad for Blake, I think.
Yeah, both are like living on sashes right now.
Yeah, the invisible sash coming out from Blake's side of the field here. The Pelipper and the Belly Bolt living on one is so
man.
crazy.
Yeah, and we see what's in the back now. I told you this was gonna snowball fast.
Yeah.
Depending on how this turn played out. So yeah.
But I wouldn't count Blake out yet because, again, depending on how these speed turns play out, we do know the Flutter Mane could just go for a safe.
It's locked in the Moonblast, so he can't do the spread damage.
Yeah, which is lucky for Blake in this case, but being able to go for just a Moonblast and assuming Volcarona is faster than Belly Bolt, and it's at such a low HP, you could even go for something like that Fire move and just being able to damage and just...
Yeah, Keith...
It's such a dominating position.
Yeah, Keith's looking like he's in the driver's seat for this one. I feel like the lead was kind of like the end of this one for sure.
Yeah. We are going to see a protect from Blake here to kind of salvage this Pelipper to not let Terra go to complete waste and maybe get something to switch in. But we are going to see a Quiver Dance. Yeah, this solidifies Keith's position, I think. Realizing that each of the Pokemon are already at 1 HP each, it's like, what else are you going to do? You're not stopping me.
We're going to see the last and final Pokemon from Blake's end with that Volt Switch.
You know what this might be? This might be the Salamence.
Think it's the Salamence?
Yeah, because it has Iron Head, right? So
it does.
If
It also
the
has
Flutter
Hurricane
Mane,
too, right?
Exactly. But because it is that Choice Scarf item, it has the potential of outspeeding this Flutter Mane.
Yeah, for sure.
So with that information in mind, you could go for an Iron Head, and we could see the normal play that we've seen all game is where Keith just decides to switch out the Flutter Mane for Tauros, which is always the safe play, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, without the Terra, does Iron Head even pick up the KO?
Yeah.
Depending on how this Flutter Mane is built.
Exactly. And the thing is, as well, is that with that +1 from the Quiver Dance, the +1 speed that the Volcarona has, I don't even think Pelipper outspeeds the Volcarona anymore, so it's not going to be able to go for a safe Hurricane.
It may not even outspeed naturally.
Exactly.
So, yeah. This is going to be looking real. We're going to be climbing out of a hole here.
Yeah.
Like,
there is still a way, right? If there's Pokemon on the field, there's always a way for both players to make their way back in the game.
Yeah, we've seen crazy things happen.
Exactly. And we are going to see a Water Tear from Keith here to match the Terrazization from the Flying type Pelipper.
And Hurricane.
A Hurricane actually calling that Flutter Mane switches out, getting the KO on Tauros.
We did say there might be a way.
Yeah. And that's definitely a way. Getting Keith down to his last 2 Pokemon. But the Volcarona knowing it's faster.
Oh, so interesting to see the Salamence is still faster than the Volcarona, even at +1 with that Choice Scarf.
Exactly, showing maybe the Volcarona is not max speed, and it's probably something like a Bulky, which makes sense, which is kind of what I was saying before.
Yep.
With Quiver Dance, you're not max speed. Usually, you maybe have a little bit of speed to outspeed something with Quiver Dance, but you're usually bulky.
I don't want to say this might be the way to get out of this, but we could get some confused from that Hurricane.
Yeah, but the thing is,
that might
like
be the way out.
the Mence is locked in a Hurricane though, so you don't have a guaranteed KO on the Flutter
He
Mane.
did bring the Amoonguss.
Yeah, this is very, very good for Blake though.
In the rain too.
Yeah. There's the Fire move from Volcarona, so this is really well positioned from Blake here. The Amoonguss is able to put things to sleep, but the Volcarona is safety goggles, so it's still able to fire off things like those flamethrowers, even though it's in the rain. +1 flamethrower is still going to hurt, considering that Blake is already burned his Terra.
Yep, for sure, for sure. I think like from Blake's end, he's probably gonna swap out that Salamence right now, into that Belly Bolt for sure.
Exactly, just sack it off. But the thing is do you really even care? I kind of would have rather you stay on the field, because if you do, like, this is a very obvious Spore into the Flutter Mane and just kind of sacrificing your Belly Bolt.
Yep.
But the thing is, do you really want to lock in Iron Head?
No, probably not. Just because, like, then how are you gonna get rid of this Volcarona?
Yeah.
You know?
Like, you have to make an option here, and I think honestly Blake's best bet might be that Rock Slide, which is that 4th move, and it might come down to flinches. But with that Quiver Dance coming from the Volcarona, we'll see if it outspeeds the Salamence here.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see, like, the speed creep here.
I think it does. There's no way it doesn't, right?
Yeah, probably outspeed. But can it really hit the Salamence for that much damage though?
No, but Flamethrower burns can be annoying. I think your best bet as Blake here is going for something like the Rock Slide, right? If you go for Hurricane, then out of range you got a 70% accurate move, and you're not able to hit the Volcarona because of the Quiver Dance Spit F boost. But if you go for Rock Slide, you're hitting both, you're avoiding any rage powers that might come out, and you're still hitting both for decent damage.
Yeah, just like in any sport though, the best thing is game 3s.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta love a game 3. I love that it's coming down to the wire here. It makes it so much more fun. And I just really hope it doesn't come down to flinches.
Yeah, Keith instead going into the Amoonguss, getting rid of it, realizing that it's a threat in a way where it does finish the pop up. That's looking like a 3-hit KO or potentially even a 4-hit.
Yeah, it might be a 4-hit, and it could potentially miss.
Yeah. And there's so many, there's so much room for RNG. We do see the rain go off here. So Amoonguss, he's probably going to die to something like that flamethrower.
Is the rain still up?
No, the rain
rain's
is
out.
gone now.
Rain is gone now.
Amoonguss definitely dies. But we did get to see that the Volcarona is faster than the Salamence
Yes.
with that +2 speed. So Flamethrower is definitely going off before the Amoonguss. There's no chance for a Rock Slide flinch off in this Volcarona here, but there is a chance into the Fluttermane because it's faster.
Yeah, it's going to outspeed that Fluttermane, but if it just flat out misses the Fluttermane...
Again, if there's a will, there's a way, right? If Blake is able...
Okay,
oh,
we
the
see.
double protect from Blake!
Wow. Gotta play to your outs.
Yeah,
Gotta play to your
exactly.
outs.
And we're going to see a Rock Slide come out here. Landing
both.
again, both. That does so much damage.
That's definitely a 4-hit.
Fluttermane waking up, Dazzling Gleam, no flinch. How much does this do to Salamence?
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
that just picks up. And unfortunately, I do think that is going to be game for Blake there. Maybe
What a
maybe
game
if
three.
it lived.
What
But
a really
yeah, what a
exciting
game three. I think that would have been crazy. If Fluttermane woke up and then flinched, that would have been insane.
Yeah, that would have been.
But that turn one wake up, can't really do anything about it.
You just went for the rage powder.
We do a little trolling here. Flame are going to definitely pick up that Amoonguss.
Oh, all
That's
right,
going to
well,
be a game in a
that
very,
is
very
GG.
well played set.
That was a great set. Honestly, great round 2.
But very well played from Keith there. Congratulations to both of our players for getting past round as well. And good job. Again, congratulations to Keith.
Honestly, shout out to Blake too for showing us a really good performance from that belly bolt.
Yeah, right. Again, with a team like this, I'm always excited to see how the players perform. We kind of talked about it a little bit before, but I see these Pokemon. I don't know what I'm doing with it. So being able to see both of these players pilot with Pokemon like the Tauros, like the Volcarona, like the Belly Bolt, to decent success and take a game off of each other and then bring it to that game 3 for us.
Yeah, that was really exciting. It's really cool to see like off-meta picks. Like Salamence is kind of like an off-meta pick, I would say right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So seeing that being brought in all of the games is just
Yeah.
like that in
being
itself.
weak to Fluttermane and Bundle is very surprising to see on this team. And we kind of saw how Keith was able to play to that out, realizing, wait, Bundle Fluttermane just kind of rolls to this team, even
Yeah.
with Terrestrialization. They're so strong to where the damage doesn't matter. Like, I don't care if you resist me. I'm going to hit you for damage.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way Blake needed to play that last game is going into like that Pelipper Amoonguss and then rage powdering, making sure he sends that tailwind so that he can kind of be in control of that speed control there.
I think I really would have liked to see the Kingambit come out again because it had that
Yes.
Water Terror. It had the potential to resist that, or not resist, but at least take that close combat a lot more comfortably. And being able to have something like the Pelipper, the Amoonguss, and the Kingambit all in combination would have been really, really strong.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Kingambit as well. I think I mentioned that before the match even started, that's something I would have liked to have seen going into that, especially knowing that Salamence was coming out. Yeah, that Tauros was coming out, but yeah, like that would have given it a boost back because of the Mirror Herb. But you still get that +2 boost on the Gambit.
Yep, the
So-
+2. Or you get +1 because
Plus
it's the
one.
-1
The-
drop
the
intimidate,
Tauros
yada,
gets
yada,
+2.
yada. The
Yeah.
Tauros gets the +2.
Yeah, Tauros gets +2, but yeah, that's what we probably would have liked to have seen. But yeah, great. They both played very, very
Yes,
well.
very well for what the teams were. I do not think I would have been able to pilot to the same level of success. But good luck to both of these players in the next round. We're going to be hitting another break real quick, and we will see you guys soon. All right, and we are back with the New Jersey Rumble here at PK9, and we're going to be heading into round 3 with Connor and Kevin.
Woo! These teams, man.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good
We keep
one.
getting crazy stuff. And
Oh, man.
these guys are both 2-0 heading into this round 3 here, and we have two very, very interesting teams. Two more Gyarados than I expected to see today, and we also have Chiyu on both teams. Just a lot of similarities, to be honest, with the Chiyu, Fluttermane, and Gyarados. Like, those three I've kind of seen together recently, and they play very well together. They complement each other
Yeah,
very well.
it's kind of like that, that fire, water, grass core kind of,
Exactly.
And then we got an Arboliva.
Yeah, there's an Arboliva with a sand mode on Kevin's team here, who is the current, I guess you could say, current reigning champion of these New Jersey Rumble events.
Oh, shoot, we have the defending champ.
Yeah, we'll see if he makes it out of round 3, though, here against Connor, and we already see Connor kind of locking in the Pokemon, but I really want to talk about his team. It's very, very interesting. I think a lot of the options on here are things you kind of see on other teams, but you never see those options together, if that makes sense. So you have like the Talonflame, Garchomp, you have the Gyarados, you have the Fluttermane, you have the Kingambit, but all those go to their own respective teams. Usually with the Chomp and the Talonflame, you see something like a Qianpao, for example, but this team opts for Kingambit and Gyarados.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to point out is that Garchomp kind of feels pretty good in the sand.
Yeah.
Like going into a sand matchup, like Garchomp's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of loving this. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see how they decide they want to play this matchup. Especially with like Talonflame being able to give that speed control over the
100%.
Lycanroc. So yeah, that'd be really cool to see how Kevin wants to play into that.
Yeah, and it's very interesting as well is because there is the interaction with the Arboliva. We could talk about it now that it is on in our screen in front of us. The Arboliva does have normally that Seed Sower ability where it gets the grassy terrain, which I would say normally when you're into an Arboliva and you're a Garchomp, there's a little bit of concern because you don't want to Earthquake because Earthquake is reduced with that grassy terrain. But this Arboliva is actually Harvest. So it will be able to recycle that Citrus Berry that it has on it, which could be a little awkward, but that doesn't mean Garchomp is able to go for free.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm interested to see the interaction with the moveset on the Arboliva. It's got a helping hand.
Helping Hand, if you don't know what Arboliva does, you're going to find out. And we are going to see
it's pretty standard lead.
normal Tyranitar. Lycanroc, sorry, that Pokemon never shows up either, to be honest. I think there was one in Portland top 8, but...
Yeah, but it's pretty standard, like, sand team, the Lycanroc, Tyranitar lead, into, like, Gyarados into Fluttermane. So Fluttermane's kind of chilling right now on the field with that Intimidate on there, so I think it's pretty okay. And then to switch out the Gyarados seems kind of obvious.
Yeah, right. Being able to get Intimidate right there off the bat into both these physical attackers is super big for Connor, I think. But the thing about that is even at -1 is Fluttermane is still taking a lot of damage from his double up Rock Slide.
Yeah, and he can also go for those double flinch, essentially.
Exactly. And while the Fluttermane assumably outspeeds something like the Tyranitar, even the one Rock Slide going off for Fluttermane is going to hurt, and it's Chip that's going to add up for Kevin.
There we go, and we see the Rock Slide.
That does so much already, even
Clean,
something
no
like the
flinch.
Gyarados.
That's pretty solid damage, honestly. And we see that. Oh, we picked up the
Good
KO.
double up from Connor there, going off into the Lycanroc, not giving it the chance to go for something like that Endeavor that the Lycanrocs with the Sash usually opt for. Rock Slide though, that does so much damage though, right? You've traded your Lycanroc for essentially 50% of both the Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that's a fair trade, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair trade. Citrus is proc on the Gyarados, so got some of its health back, but with that Sand Chip, it's still below half. So, yeah, we're gonna see the third Pokemon come out from Kevin's side here.
But what's very important to note is that Gyarados actually outspeeds the Tyranitar, so being able to go for something like
this
a
is
Waterfall
interesting. Which
Flinch into
Fluttermane's
Tyranitar.
faster now?
Exactly. And it's very interesting as well because something like the Tyranitar has Assault Vest, so it's not going to be able to go for Protect. So something like a Dazzling Gleam into a Waterfall is very, very safe in this Tyranitar if the Dazzling Gleam from this opposing Fluttermane is not fast.
Yeah, interesting to note that this Gyarados is actually carrying Thunder Wave, so that could actually play into effect if you're not sure about the Fluttermane speed tiers to just paralyze it.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to worry about that moving forward. So that's an interesting thing to note as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're kind of debating on whether they should go for it or not.
I think Connor's making the correct play here to just continue the pressure and kind of keep up the damage that he's already been putting on the board. We are going to see a Terrestrialization here if this is something like a Shadow Ball or just trying to get as much damage as possible on this opposing Fluttermane.
Yeah, for sure. We're about to find out which one's faster, or hopefully it's not a speed tie. And okay.
Oh, it's actually the opposing Fluttermane. And we do find out Kevin is going to go first on this turn here, and that's going to get a double KO.
Yeah. That's a big double KO, I would say.
Yeah, you're getting rid of two very important Pokemon, that being the Intimidator of Gyarados and the main attacker on Connor's side of the field here, that being the
Yeah,
Fluttermane.
and Tyranitar really didn't take too much damage, so if I'm Kevin, I'm feeling really okay with that turn.
Yeah, you no longer have something like the Fluttermane or the Gyarados to throw in super effective damage into this Tyranitar. And now that the Fluttermane is terrestrialized, you can't even capitalize off of it if it goes for something like that grass. And these two fire types that Connor has to switch in now are very uphill.
Yeah, so seeing that there's two fire types coming in now, Tyranitar feels real good about that.
Yeah.
I would say right here. But he does. I think Connor still has terrestrialization.
Yeah, Connor does have terrestrialization still, but it's very difficult, right? Because you are forced to terrestrialize one of these in the scenario where Tyranitar just goes for another Rock Slide into both of these slots here. And a Dazzling Gleam is going to be doing a lot of damage to that Talonflame if it does decide to terrestrialize something that isn't fire.
Yeah, I mean, he gets up Tailwind, but from the move choices, it's really not going to be doing anything to that Tyranitar.
Exactly.
With that Flamethrower, Pull, Snarl,
like even a Flamethrower, right, is Connor kind of has to hope now for a Flamethrower burn or just a super effective hit, or not super effective hit, excuse me, a critical hit into something like the Fluttermane. We are just going to see a Protect opting to play it safe, and a Brave Bird with that priority going off into Fluttermane that actually does a lot of damage, and with the Sand Chip might be able to pick up.
Yeah, but it didn't pick up the KO off the rip. Now we just broke the Gale Wings with the Brave Bird, so no more priority.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, is that the Gale Wings, I believe, would have been broken anyways with that Sand Chip, seeing how the Talonflame is not... Yeah, the Talonflame is Goggles, so actually one up broke, excuse me again. The Rock Slide going off into the Talonflame.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 times super effective. It's going to KO. So now this Chi-Yu is all by its lonesome.
Oh, it doesn't even kill.
I know. Now Fluttermane's still out there. We just saw that Fluttermane's the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much driver's seat unless he goes for like quadruple protects.
Exactly. And like it's so rough just because Connor here has just no really option here. It doesn't even have the option of something like a Healing, for example, to maybe get a burn or a miss into like it lives the Dazzling Gleam, but the fact that you have to hope for a Rock Slide miss now,
that did like
and
10
that does
damage to that Tyranitar.
Yeah, and Kevin just going for the safe play, not even risking the Rock Slide miss, just going for the assurance, knowing that Chi-Yu has 0 defenses. It's probably going to KO.
Yeah, honestly, pretty strong, game from Kevin, game 1. Being really interesting to see Connor's, strategy going into that game too. I probably would want to see like that King Gambit. I mean, I would like to see King Gambit, maybe the Garchomp. We do see the Terra type on the King Gambit, which would have pretty nice synergy with that Garchomp.
Yeah.
So that'd be really interesting to see going into this game too, for sure.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see no Garchomp and no King Gambit when there's something like the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, because with a terrestrialization, that King Gambit is able to do really well with that Assault Vest into both of those Pokemon, offering Sucker Punches, offering Iron Heads, and then even into the Sand mode, you're able to hit it. Yes, Low Kick is a little scary, but that's what terrestrialization for, and that's what you have Garchomp for.
Right, and then you also have that Gyarados there for the Intimidate, so you don't have to really be too scared of it, or the Rock Slide doing that much damage.
And they can't intimidate, like, yes, it's a ground immunity, the Gyarados that is, to the Garchomp, but them bringing Gyarados into you is very complicated because you really don't want to intimidate your King Gambit.
Exactly. So that's something that I'd probably want to see going into this game 2 for sure from Connor's end.
Yeah.
Kevin now can feel free to switch up his strategy, keep the same one,
I think the same one worked out, right? Being able to spam Rock Slide and then just clean up with Fluttermane is such a strong game plan, and it's one that allows you to have a lot more flexibility in thinking because your brain power isn't dedicated to thinking about what Pokemon are going to interact with which. You know you're going to get Sand off. you know you're going to hit your, well, you don't know, but you know you're going to click Rock Slide. You know you have the chance to flinch. There's a lot less thinking that the Sand player has to do, and they're able to focus a lot more on their end game and their game plan as a whole. As we see the timer tick down in this team preview. I do actually like the Gyarados on lead from Connor, maybe not with something like the Flutter Mane, but having the Gyarados there as something with that Thunder Wave speed control that you mentioned before, and being an Intimidator both into those Sand Mons is very, very important in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And we kind of see them figuring out their strategy going into game 2. But yeah, honestly, having that, getting that Tailwind up off the rip, not having to worry about that speed tie possibly, or just, that Flutter Mane being faster, being trained faster. So maybe getting that speed control off right away might be the game plan going into game 2. But yeah, they're about to lock in their team.
It's so rough bringing Talonflame into Sand, right? Because you have to Terrasilize it. Otherwise, it just dies to a Rock Slide. And your game plan, unfortunately, can't be dodge Rock Slide.
Right. So you kind of want to get that Tailwind up. And even, Talonflame going down, though, wouldn't be the worst thing because you get a free switch.
Yeah.
So let's see. They locked it in. Let's see what the leads are.
And it's interesting, too, because the thing I think a lot of people overlook is how fast Lycanroc is.
Yeah,
he's a fast boy, even without the Sand. So
yeah, it's very fast
it's
boy.
pretty much a free Tailwind for just the Lycanroc.
I like this lead from
Yes,
Connor.
I really, really like this as well. Being able to threaten something like an Earthquake and go for a Thunder Wave to gain speed control into something like that Lycanroc slot, or maybe even a double up if the Lycanroc does go for something like a Terrasilization. This is super, super good for Connor, and he has a lot more flexibility now.
Yeah, I have to agree. Because if, you have the Intimidate, so both are at -1. So do I keep them in? Do I keep them out? And then maybe I get what's coming in on the Thunder Wave, catch the Thunder Wave, so that way you gain that speed control no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. I think Connor here has the ability to even go for something like Helping Hand on the Gyarados and say, hey, I'm just going to hit you for super effective damage with
The
both.
Earthquake, yeah.
You can't Terrasilize both, so.
Right. You gotta pick one. Alright, we'll see what's about to happen.
But I think Kevin realizing that, most likely, and kind of deciding that he is going to switch to Lycanroc here, save it for later.
And here comes
The Arboliva, it's going to come out. I think the
here.
Arboliva is probably there last game as well, even though we didn't get to see it, just because it has the ability to switch into moves like that. It has the ability to switch in to the Waterfall, to the Earthquake, and now there's 2 grass types, and because Connor locked in Earthquake, this is now looking like not such a positive trade.
It's not bad. I would say it's still not bad just because it still has -1 on the Tyranitar.
That actually does a lot of more damage than I thought it would have done.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent chip. It is Life Orb Garchomp. And he lands the Thunder Wave. Not a bad turn, honestly, for both ends, I think.
Yeah, exactly. The Thunder Wave just slowing down the pace of the game, kind of deciding the Rock Slide is going to fire off through the paralysis.
Pretty decent damage
but
for
yeah.
-1.
I think what's super big as well is that the Gyarados actually is not going to get that Citrus Berry. Because of just the Sand Chip and the -1, it's not going to be able to knock off that Tyranitar. Or the Tyranitar is not going to be strong enough to hit into the Gyarados and get that Citrus Berry for Connor. So now it's at that weird HP where it could get KO'd by something like an Energy Ball from this Arboliva.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting. I mean, if I'm Connor here, do I stay in? Or do I switch out to get something that can do a little more damage to these 2 grass types?
Exactly, and we do see that the Gyarados here is that flying Terrasalization, so even if you do go for Terra Flying, you're still weak to Rock Slide.
Yeah.
Like, there's no good position, I think, and I think what Gyarados really wants to do now is probably just spam Thunder Wave or spam Helping Hand, which we are going to see Connor go for here. And we're going to see it go for something like a Dragon Claw, just trying to see how much damage it can do to Arboliva, because do you know your Arboliva calcs? I sure don't.
No. This is a Life Orb Garchomp with
Exactly.
Helping Hand. I want to say it gets the KO. Okay, yeah. All right.
It scared me a little bit, though,
Yeah.
because, again, I don't know Arboliva's
I don't know
defense.
either. I don't know either.
So if it was able to live that for some strange
Like
reason,
Life Orb, Helping Hand, that would have been.
but we are
Okay.
going to see the Garchomp continue to take no damage, and this Gyarados is going to be able to spend another turn on the field. But that Citrus Berry is super, super important because it should be able to maybe live another Rock Slide. Not off that chip, but being able to be on the field and spam Helping Hand is super, super good.
Now, honestly, Garchomp might be in range of that Lycanroc, though. Just from all that chip, and now that Lycanroc's going to be faster, unintimidated. So this is looking still pretty decent for Kevin, honestly.
Yeah, Kevin has the opportunity to switch in Lycanroc here, but what I wouldn't be surprised to see is something like that Flutter Mane to maybe force a Steel Terrestrialization on Connor's side of the field, because if that Garchomp doesn't want to die and keep up the pressure that it's been able to been applying, it has to, and that's exactly what we see that Flutter Mane.
That Terra would be huge, because then Lycanroc can kind of clean it up a little.
Exactly. And what I really want to see here from Connor is maybe go for a little bit more speed control instead of going into the Tyranitar's time, trying to get control of that speed, making sure the Flutter Mane is not able to outspeed you next turn, and just playing it as safe as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to note is that Sand might be up soon. Probably like 1 or 2 turns left with Sand. So that'd be interesting to see if that can get reset or, you know, kind of pivot that Tyranitar out. It's also at -1.
Yeah. And that could be potentially good as well, right? You're able to reset that Intimidate, drop it on the Tyranitar, but how vital is the speed control in this game, right? How vital is the Sand for the Lycanroc? You already know it's outspeeding the Gyarados. It's not outspeeding the Chomp for sure, but that's what Flutter Mane's there for.
Right, but there might be another Flutter Mane in the back for Connor's end, and you definitely want to be able to outspeed that if you're Lycanroc.
Exactly. We are going to see a helping hand here. A Dazzling Gleam.
All right, Gyarados is down.
Oh boy. This might be very interesting. I'm very curious if Kevin maybe called that and went for something like a low kick.
Yeah, or is it
We see a Terra Blast just picking up the KO. I think
Tyranitar does have assurance.
Yeah.
So the
it has assurance.
might
It has something like that low kick as well, I believe. And we are just going to see the assurance. Oh man.
Yep.
Yeah, that HP is just going to allow you to pick it up with the Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. So yeah, now we have that double KO. You lose Flutter Mane, but you lose
I think
Gyarados.
that trade's worth it.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially now that Tyranitar can't reset the weather, and it's still -1.
Exactly. So now all it's really doing is spamming Rock Slide against these last two. But now that we've seen the Terrestrialization come out, that Chi is going to be weak to that Rock Slide.
Very weak for that Rock Slide. Probably, I want to say it's a one-shot, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It really depends on the Chi. We saw it live last game, so it really depends on how this Chi was built. It maybe been a roll.
I think it was intimidated in the last game, so I think they were both at -1.
Yeah, you're right. So I think that the Lycanroc might be able to pick up the KO here on the Chi. Definitely not the Flutter Mane though, but it's kind of an uphill battle now.
Yeah, for sure. And wait, does this Lycanroc have Endeavor?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so if you do bring it down to Sash and there is Sand Up, but the thing is you can't Endeavor the Flutter Mane, so you're just spamming Rock Slide
Yeah,
anyways.
it's just spamming Rock Slide.
And we saw last game that Dazzling Gleam did about 50%. This might do more, obviously, with the Chi on the field. So if Kevin is caught on a turn where there is no sand, I can see Lycanroc just go down, and the Chi lives! Oh, and the Tyranitar lives! That's so big!
Oh, and
Snarl picking up the KO on both
Wow.
though. Game 2 going to Connor.
Wow, okay, so best thing in sports. Game 3.
Game 3. And very well played from Connor, being able to kind of keep that Gyarados in the field like we talked about before, realizing that Garchomp can go down here, that's fine, as long as you focus all your resources into getting rid of that Flutter Mane. You know your Flutter Mane and your Chi clean up the rest.
Yeah, Connor preserved the Flutter Mane Chi very well in that game. Didn't have to pivot, got the speed control, Thunder Wave on the Tyranitar, and never had a chance to switch out to reestablish that Intimidate.
And it's exactly like we were talking about before, where the Garchomp, if you lead it like he did there, you're able to force the Grass Tear super early, and Kevin has to make that early game decision. Do I want to Terra Grass to live this turn, or do I need to take the Earthquake so I have Terrestrialization later?
Absolutely, and Garchomp is like, sand, that is for me, that's my friend. So we're chilling in the sand.
100%. And like, it's so rough, right? Because Garchomp's already not that common of a Pokemon. Like, it has usage, but it's not the biggest thing. And same thing with Sand, it's not the biggest thing.
No,
so
it's
again,
not
this
the
is just
biggest.
one of those matchups where it's like, oh, this is the perfect storm.
Right, and we have seen Garchomp do pretty well. I think Joe UX9 got second place at a regional recently with Garchomp.
Yeah.
And very similar build too. I think the Gambit was pretty similar build as well. I think it was AV and the same Terra type. So we have seen this before, but into that Sand matchup, Garchomp is pretty chilling. Yeah, we see Connor kind of locking in. He knows what he wants to do here. So it's going to be interesting. Do we see the Lycanroc Tyranitar lead going into this game 3?
I think so. I think it's not the wrong lead. I think just how Kevin plays it out when he wants to Terastallize, if he really wants to switch out Lycanroc turn 1, just turns like that, being able to play to that. Because I think what happened game 1 is Kevin switching the Arboliva for the Lycanroc. Yes, you resisted potential double up, but now what?
Does Earthquake even KO the Tyranitar?
I don't think it does. And there is a world, right, where if you keep in Lycanroc, you just could flinch the Garchomp.
Exactly.
So I think Kevin going for something like the Sand and kind of deciding how he wants to play, he's really going to be decisive. And that's what it comes down to in a lot of these games I think we've talked and commentated over today, is a lot of these games and sets and even these game 3s have come down to these turn 1s.
Yeah, it's really comes down to, like, can I outlead my opponent? Can I put them in a position where they're trapped, they have to switch out, I get free damage on the switching, you know? So.
And I think Open Team Sheet really allows that to shine, and we are actually going to see a switch up here. We're going to see the
the mirror match.
Oh man, so game 3, this is not the time to be figuring out your speed tiers.
Oh my goodness, and we really don't know the speed tier.
Yeah.
I think we saw that Flutter Mane from Kevin's and outspeed the Flutter Mane from Connor's end in the first game, but we don't know about the Chiyus.
Yeah, the Chiyus are a bit of a different story, and the thing is, the Ruinous abilities negate each other, but they still apply to the Flutter Manes next to them. So there's going to be a lot of damage that comes out this turn.
Yeah, this is a big turn. This might be game deciding turn.
Yeah.
Like, just like in that last set, that game 3, seems like they both had similar mindset going into how they wanted to play game 3, and we're about to see who EV trained there is better.
Exactly. And I think I really would have liked to see something like that Sand from Kevin's side of the field. Just, it would have had more pressure into the Chiyu Flutter Mane.
Oh yeah. Oh, we see a switch.
Chiyu switch
into Tyranitar.
That's a very interesting switch. I think realizing that you could take advantage of Connor's Chiyu because it does apply to everything on the board.
Yep.
So knowing that Chiyu is still affecting Connor's partner Pokemon, Kevin could take advantage of that, and you don't have to sacrifice your Chiyu just yet.
Yeah, and plus with the Sand up, Tyranitar is going to be pretty decent special defense here in the Sand.
But we are going to see a Terastallization from both sides. I believe both these trainers went for the Terastallization Fairy on both of their Flutter Manes. So even with Sand in the field and Assault Vest, we saw how much it did last game.
Yeah, this is going to do a
Dazzling Gleam is
big
gonna do
chunk.
So much.
Big
Plus
chunk.
a Snarl or something like.
Moonblast comes out.
This might be into the Flutter Mane. Oh my god.
Oh,
And it kills!
no.
That's so big! The Chiyu on
Wow.
Connor's side of the field really being, biting his own,
Yep.
biting the hand that feeds you kind of
Honestly,
thing.
that was a really great turn from Kevin, just because he knew that from game 1 that his Flutter Mane was faster. He could take advantage of the Beads of Ruin. He probably knew that Chiyu wasn't killing the Flutter Mane anyway, and he ended up saving his Chiyu, and basically just got a free KO here.
And a free KO, not only that, but a free switch-in. That
Yeah.
Tyranitar did not have to eat that Terastallization
Yeah,
Fairy
and
Dazzling Gleam.
Connor lost his Terastallization, so it's
All
looking
in
dire
one
for our
turn.
hero.
Exactly. And now we have something like that Gyarados Garchomp in the back that we saw that game 1. It's really, really rough, though, because you have a full HP Flutter Mane almost and a full HP Tyranitar. Guess what? Kevin could just switch in the
Yeah,
Chiyu again.
I think, I don't even know what I would do. I mean, you probably go for Thunder Wave onto that Flutter Mane and double protect maybe. That's your out. But
Yeah.
it's looking real tough here.
I think the Snarls maybe start to add up. For Connor here, the -1 is going to, play into account obviously, but
Moonblast might just pick up the Chiyu.
Exactly. I could very well see just a Rock Slide and Moonblast from Kevin's side.
Yeah.
If not into the Chiyu, keeping it on the field to take advantage of it, knowing it's not doing anything back to you. You could just Moonblast Rock Slide.
Right.
What is he gonna do?
And you could probably assume from the way that Kevin's playing this game that Lycanroc's in the back chilling.
Yeah. We are gonna see a Moonblast there. Yeah, that, again, just taking advantage of the Chiyu.
But he gets the Citrus proc, so I don't think the double up I don't think Rock Slide actually picks up from this range.
I don't think it picks up either, but just being able to do that much damage
It's
to
so
Gyarados
much damage,
is
yeah.
insane. Flamethrower, maybe going for
Burn?
something like a burn onto that Tyranitar. We're not going to see it in a waterfall. And the Flutter Mane actually doing a lot of damage, nearly picking up the KO.
Oh, that did
It does
so
much.
to
That's
Chiyu.
2 turns of Sand Shift. That's just going to pick
Ooh,
up
that
both
did
those
so much
Pokemon.
damage to Chiyu. Oh. What a turn 1, man. Wow.
Yeah,
That was game deciding turn 1.
that's really rough because now both these Pokemon are able to just
Yeah.
click buttons at this point, and Connor really has no switch in knowing what we have.
Yeah, and he has all
back.
4 of his Pokemon on Kevin's side. It's looking real dire here. Writing's
think-
kind of on the wall.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's the thing this all the time. And Ultimate just able to click Moonblast. Like, what else does it have to do, right?
Yeah. Like, you pick up Buttermane here, but Tyranitar picks up the Chi-Yu.
At this point, it doesn't even matter, I don't think,
Yeah.
because you could just go for a safe move. You don't even have to go for Rock Slide. You just go for the consistent play into this Chi-Yu, because Terrestrialization was gone turn 1 from Connor's
Yep.
side of the board.
And the low kick picks up the Chi-Yu. So don't even worry about the miss. Go for the guarantee
Yeah, but the thing
KO.
Connor has, though, if Connor has anything, it's Life Orb
Oh.
Guard Chomp. And Life Orb Guard Chomp, the thing about that is that it's able to fire off those super strong Earthquakes, and now that Kevin has no Grass Terrestrialization any longer, those Earthquakes will start to hurt.
He does have the Lycanroc, though. Oh, man. It has a Focus Sash.
Yeah, but depending on the speeds and stuff like that, like you could, for some reason, if Kevin is not max speed Lycanroc,
Yeah, I mean, what do you go for? Double Protect here?
I think if I'm Connor, I protect to get rid of the sand,
Yeah.
right? So you have a chance at all, in case it's like adamant Lycanroc, but it's looking very, very uphill.
Even if it's adamant, then he can just Endeavor.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, I'm actually very interested at why they Lycanroc click close combat there, because with that Focus Sash, you break it when it hits the rough skin.
That's true, yeah.
So you could get Earthquake to die
Yes,
and lose your
That's a
option.
very good point, yeah. That could have put him, that could have spun the whole
That could have
that
played
could've
out
spun the whole
very
match.
differently for Kevin.
Wow, that could have spun the whole match.
But Connor protects there to stall the sand turn. I wonder if he's going to go for the double. I don't think so. I think you just click Earthquake, right? There's no reason to
Yeah.
risk it. Oh, we might see a Tyranitar switch here, to be honest, as well, to maybe reset that sand. But is it worth it?
Does Lycanroc have protect or no? Lycanroc
Yes,
does
it
have
does.
protect.
So,
It could potentially protect and switch and just reset that sand, guarantee the win.
yeah. Yeah, but going for going for close combat, like just clicking damage is...
Oh, it's a free
This
KO.
Chiu's
on
not
the
going to like
Chiu.
Earthquake, I'll tell you that. Oh,
He
close...
did
Wait, he close combats.
break Sash.
He's breaking Sash.
Oh no.
Wait, this could be very bad.
Oh no.
This might be a double KO.
It is.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
And no terrestrialization means this is a
No.
single target Earthquake.
Yes. Wow.
Connor being able to pull it out of the gutter. I won't jinx it just yet.
But this just
But
spun
that's-
around. This whole match is spun on one
That
turn.
close combat was, I feel like, very unnecessary.
Yeah.
I think if you switch,
Very
I think if you
questionable.
switch the Tyranitar, even if you let the Earthquake go off, I think you go for something like a Rock Slide. Even if it misses or has minuscule
Still have
damage,
Sash, right?
you
Yeah.
can Sash Endeavor the next turn so that you pick up the KO.
Yep,
And
always.
Earthquake is still spread, so Tyranitar would have been able to live.
Yeah. Very.
Wait, but wait,
Wait.
no.
I don't
Connor,
want to
come
say
on.
too much.
No, Connor going for the correct play.
Yeah, he's going for the
Maybe a
Earthquake.
little afraid that Earthquake doesn't pick up, but this is single target.
Yeah.
And that's going to be game 3
Life
going
Orb.
to Connor there.
Wow, what a game 3. That just spun around in a matter of. Wow.
That's crazy.
What a game that was. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, you pointed out that rough skin would have broke the sash and then boom, double KO
Yeah.
right there. Wow. I think the safe play was like protect the Lycanroc, swap out fodder the Chi-Yu,
Like
bring
you didn't even.
Sand back in.
I don't even think you had to protect, right? Because if you
did
break
it,
the
but
Sash,
it's definitely the safe return though.
like
Just to
okay, so
guarantee
but
it.
if you protect, right? If you protect the Lycanroc, switch your Chiu obviously dies. You get a Tyranitar for the sand. Fine. But the Lycanroc is now full, and it dies to double Earthquake anyways, and your Rock Slide isn't doing much, and you're dying if you close combat anyways.
Right, but
if you
but
don't protect,
the spread Earthquake, does that KO
well, that's the thing. So if you go for that turn, right, and you don't protect, and you go for something like the Endeavor, you could double up with the Assurance,
It's GG.
and it's game over.
Right.
So I'm very, very interested to know why that played out the way it did.
Yeah.
That game was in the bag.
It kind of did feel like a throw.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, they both played really well. I think like all
Absolutely.
three games. Like first of all, that turn one from Kevin, just going all in on that Flutter Mane, picking up the KO, used his Shiu against him. Oh, and then it got flipped. What a set! Wow.
And the crazy thing is too, right? Is because Connor went for the same like turn, obviously, like the Flutter Mane Shiu. Even though we didn't get to see the Flutter Mane play out, I think Connor was okay with that and realizing, okay, yeah, I lost my Terastallization, but if I can really position this Garchomp into a position where I can Earthquake, and I know the Tyranitar cannot Grass Terra, I can freely press Earthquake and do so much damage.
Yeah, once he was able to get rid of that Flutter Mane, Garchomp was looking really good in the end game for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But it was so well played from both players.
Yeah, wow, that was mind-boggling. That end game played out. Woo!
Yeah,
Man,
and it goes
I'm
to
like
show
excited.
as well, like the Sand team, right? Like that team in particular has so many variables and different ways you could play it. Yes, the Arboliva like kind of came in, it didn't do anything. We didn't get to see it click a move, but like having Chew, Flutter Mane, having Lycanroc T-Tar, your opponent has to respect all those options.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think a good adjustment from Kevin's end could have been bringing in his own Gyarados to
Exactly.
intimidate this Garchomp.
Yeah, and have immunity to that Earthquake, which I think would have been really, really big, without having to terastallize your Tyranitar.
Yeah,
So, but very well played to both of these opponents. We're gonna go
they
on
played
another
really well.
break.
And shout out to Connor for playing that out because it looked like it was really
It
dire
looked like
for
it was
him.
game over.
Yeah, it looked like it was game over, and he found a way.
Yeah.
So
Always, I forget where this quote is from, but someone told me it was like, always count on your opponent throwing.
yes,
Never, like just quit the game, forfeit. Always count on your opponent just throwing the game or going for the least optimal play.
you
to
never know
find your
what could
way.
happen.
Exactly. But we are going to go on break now. Thank you for watching. Congratulations to Connor again, and good luck to both players and all of our players here today at the New Jersey Rumble. And we are back here at the New Jersey Rumble Arcane 9 Championship. All the words you want to throw at it. We're here to figure out a winner. But before we get to our top cut, we have 2 more rounds of Swiss. That being round 4, round 5, round 4, which we're in now. And we're going to be having Stefan Mott and Richard Wan here on stream today.
Really cool teams. Like, we see the Snow team from Richard's side. Then we see the Mousehold and Goldango. I feel like Mousehold and Goldango is getting more popular together as a combination. So that's really cool to see paired up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Stefan bringing the Golden Go and the Mousehold. Being friends with him, like I've known him to kind of bring this kind of team. Like Mousehold is very, very strong, I think, in the current meta. Another good example is Paul Ruiz bringing it to EUIC to very, very good success with the Mouseape instead, however. But showing that Mousehold is to be respected for the same reason that the Ruinmons are. You can kind of think of them in the same way, where Friend Guard provides that utility where it is reducing the damage of things on the board. Even though it's not everything, being able to provide it to your partner is such a valuable tool in a lot of scenarios. And especially going into this one where we see the bundle and the Abomasnow node to go for those blizzards where you could just spam spread damage, which could be super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And that Garchomp definitely doesn't appreciate a blizzard.
Yeah.
Prior to terrestrialization. And just a note, like, I think Paul Ruiz also had Goldango with the Mousehold Ape
Exactly.
on his team. And I think he also got second place at San Paulo with, like, a no-ruin team, very similar to Stefan Mott's team, barring the Qian Pao.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's a lot of room for counterplay, right? Because the Golden Go and the Mousehold are going to be very, very, very vital in this matchup, I think. Just being able to spam exactly that Golden Go Mousehold lead, just being able to spam, make it rain. If you can get rid of this Chi-Yu that's in front of him right now, if you can get off like something like a Terra Water, like Nasty Plot, even something like a Chi-Yu still doesn't really want to take.
Yeah, this Chi-Yu noted, though, is Assault Vest variant.
Yeah, which means it might make it rain a little bit better.
Yep.
But you know, if it does get in front of something like that Super Fang from the Mousehold, it's not really able to keep up because that Super Fang is guaranteeing you that half HP, which we've seen before in older formats with things like the Tapus. With Nature's Madness, we all loved our 95% accurate moves.
Yeah, for sure. And you can also kind of like look at the Chi-Yu as Assault Vest. It's kind of like a free target, no protect there. Or you can just do the Follow Me Nasty Plot with Goldango. That also seems pretty free in this situation.
Exactly. And what I'm really curious here to see what terrestrialization this might be is most likely is that water onto something like the Goldango, just so it's not eating a heat wave. I'm really curious at how Richard here wants to capitalize off that. Maybe something like a freeze dry into it, just a good double up to, you know, guarantee damage, which we are going to see come out here onto the Goldango.
Wow.
It does so much damage.
And he gets the freeze. Oh, man.
That's not really
that's
how you
so
wanna begin the
unfortunate.
game
That's
as
a
well.
very unfortunate turn 1 right there.
Like you call the turn, right?
Yeah.
You call the Water Terror, you go for the freeze. Not only does it do a lot of damage, but the Goldango unfortunately stays frozen. It lives the turn though, and with that leftovers, there is a chance that it can unthaw and go for protect and try to make its way back into this game. The Super Fang going off into the Chi-Yu there, showing how much or how little HP that the Chi-Yu really has here.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Like, I mean, it was cool that he called the read right. Not going for that Follow Me kind of hurt.
Yeah, I think it would have been less impactful if it wasn't frozen, because yes, you take a lot of damage, but then you can redirect the turns after.
Right,
And
exactly,
then
and then you get your Nasty Plot.
Exactly.
Or, you know, you can set up a little bit. Now we see the Abomasnow switch in, and then a terrestrialization from the bundle coming out into that Terra Ice.
Exactly, and this might just be a blizzard from Richard's side here.
Yeah.
Knowing the Goldango is so low, it kind of has to protect. If it does unthaw, which we unfortunately can't really predict, and it does not unthaw. Very unfortunate for this Goldango. This Terra Ice Blizzard might just pick up the KO.
It might be a double KO. Okay, I guess not.
No, I didn't think it was gonna kill the Mousehold. Mousehold, you know,
Yeah,
for a little
and
mouse
bundle-
as it is, it actually has a decent amount of bulk.
Yeah, and bundle if it doesn't have any investment.
Exactly. Another Super Fang just keeping up consistent damage. That's actually
Yeah.
going to be pretty good, though.
Yeah, pretty good chunk
You're
into
able
that
to
Abomasnow.
break the focus sash on the Abomasnow, which I think is the most important part of that there.
Yeah, but if you're Richard's side, you're feeling pretty good because now you have double Ice type, but no Goldango.
Yeah. But this is actually interesting here, another interaction, right? So again, just the unique interactions that we get to see today, that being the Qian Pao now actually gets the snow buff. So if Richard has a physical attacker in the back, like the Gyarados, like the Baxcalibur, those both could come in, and the Qian Pao, has the snow boost. Not that it matters that much, just a nice interaction to see.
Yeah, for sure. And that Abomasnow's already chunked. It could be like a free Sacred Sword into that slot or a Sacred Sword into that bundle slot. So they're playing that kind of mind game on which one I want to target.
Yeah, the thing is about these snow teams as well, right? Even though you're Terra Ice and you do get the defense buffs, the thing is that you can easily capitalize with a Chien-Pao and Maushold here. Even though Chien-Pao is super frail, you have the Maushold Follow Me, and you have the opportunity to go for Sacred Sword. Now that Richard has committed their Ice Terror to their bundle, yes, you do a lot of damage, but you're still weak to Sacred Sword. And Sacred Sword, we are going to see just pick up the KO there on the Abomasnow, even with the Snow Boost.
Yeah, for sure. And now it gives Richard a free switch back into the bundle if he wants to.
Yeah. But going into bundles isn't the best thing, right? Because even though you've committed it, guess what? Because the Maushold protected and that's alive now, you could just redirect a Hydro Pump that could potentially kill the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, but you can kind of just go Blizzard and then take out that Maushold and chip the Chien-Pao, and then Baxcalibur is kind of free.
Yeah.
And with the snow buff, I don't know if Sacred Sword takes the KO.
Yeah, I don't think
on that
Sacred Sword takes
Baxcalibur.
it normally as the Baxcalibur
so-
player. I think it's kind of rough to break the specs. But we do see the Maushold and the Chien-Pao still being able to stay on the field. I'm really curious what this Maushold wants to go for. If this turn does go correctly, there is a world where something like a Super Fang could play off into the Baxcalibur and kind of just do half damage again, just consistent damage that we were able to see go off.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the bundle player right now, I feel pretty good about this position.
Yeah.
That freeze and then the frozen that didn't thaw out was just very hard to kind of climb out of.
And it really comes down to what's in the back here for Stefan. Like, if you don't, and the Maushold goes for Double Protect, kind of trying to preserve that friend guard. Unfortunately, it's not going to go off, and a Blizzard is going to connect.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see who he prioritized over Baxcalibur or the bundle.
Yeah,
to
I really
chip
think
out.
it depends on what's in the back is what you kind of prioritize. But the Sacred Sword is going to come out here into the bundle.
Yeah, it doesn't
That
pick up
Hail
the
Boost
KO.
showing really how clutch it is, and Glaive Rush just might pick
Yeah.
up. Yeah,
It's probably
a
Flutter Mane.
critical hit to seal the deal. for
Yeah,
the
you want to
kill.
assume that Flutter Mane's in the back
Yeah.
if you're Stefan.
And I think that might have mattered as well because of the snow, right?
Yeah.
But because of the crit.
Yeah, definitely.
might
did.
have just
Oh, it's
killed.
Talonflame.
Talonflame here, I don't think is going to have enough bulk
Yeah.
or enough damage to really output here against Richard's team here. So a little unfortunate game one here for Pengi, and
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how you can adapt because that's kind of the frustrating part as well. Like if you're in a game like that and you miss a crucial move, like on Richard's side, right? If you miss something like a Blizzard or you don't get flinch with Rock Slide,
Yeah,
or
we see
saw
the
Sand
forfeit.
Game, there's just like what do you do, right? Because your game plan is kind of there, but how do you stop RNG?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, honestly. I think the lead was correct.
Yeah.
I think the lead was correct. I think the game plan was correct. It's just unfortunate we got the freeze.
Yeah, especially after seeing how much Sacred Sword did to all the targets, even in snow.
Yeah.
I think just like if you can manage your Chien-Pao to get in that position, you're 100% fine. You can whittle things down with Super Fang, and then Chien-Pao is just Sacred Swords everything to death.
Yeah. I think like you just do the same thing and go for like Follow Me and Nasty Plot, and kind of go from there and play that kind of mind game. I think that'd be the play I would go to.
Yeah, and I think Richard doesn't really have any room for the change. Like, yes, you can switch up with Pokemon Calm, but it's a snow team, right? So
Yeah.
the three main mons you're bringing are always going to be your snow core. 50% of the time you're bringing 3 of those mons.
Yeah.
And sure, you could spice it up with something like the Fluttermane or something like the Gyarados, but I really think like that Chi Yuan lead was very, very strong to capitalize off something like the Maushold Fluttermane that could be coming out from Pengi's side.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just looking at these Terra types here. A lot of times you'll see like a defensive Terra on the Garchomp, but this is more like offensive Garchomp. So no defensive Terra to kind of whittle away at that Blizzard. So
Yeah, but I don't think you ever bring Garchomp in this matchup.
No.
Even if you were Terra Steel, I think it's still really rough because what do you really hit? How are you hitting the ice types? The Rock Slide?
Rock Slide.
Like, do you really want to be doing that?
And it has Swords Dance.
Yeah.
It has
But,
Swords
like-
Dance. And you also have the Tailwind with the Talonflame, so you can take advantage of the speed with that. Oh, we do see the Talonflame Maushold lead.
I like this lead as well because as we see here, this Talonflame actually has Overheat.
Yep.
So being able to KO 3 of the ice types if they decide to go mono ice does a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. And then you can also chunk that Baxcalibur with Super Fang from the Maushold, so that way, because Baxcalibur is naturally kind of bulky. This way you can kind of dwindle it down a little bit with that Super Fang, and also set up your speed control to outspeed that bundle.
Exactly.
Off the rip.
And we are going to kind of figure out what happens here. We are just going to see a follow me to redirect something like that Hydro Pump that could be going into Talonflame. And we do see the pump. It's actually going to miss the Maushold. A little bit of payback RNG.
Overheat comes out.
Overheat's going to come out. Does
into the
this
bundle,
KO?
and it
It
KOs.
does.
Okay, that's definitely calced. He definitely calced for that, so that's a really good calc to have in your back pocket going into this game too, for sure.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
that's a super big turn as well because not only if you're redirected, you actually live the Glaive Rush with
Wow.
the pump. You wouldn't have lived that.
Wow. That was a big turn one for Pangy going into this game too.
Yeah, I think that's actually such a really good turn one. At the same time, it could also be kind of bad because
You get a free
maybe
switch.
maybe your game plan was to sacrifice the Maushold, but now that Friend Guard is here, you can just you're kind of at a passive state, right? This Baxcalibur and this Gyarados are just threatening so much.
Well, you do still keep the Gale Wings intact, so you can still go for that Tailwind here and
Absolutely.
then chunk with that Super Fang. So I think it's still a pretty favorable spot for Pangy for sure.
Yeah, that's actually right? If you're able to get something like the Baxcalibur to half HP, you could do so much damage. Or maybe even the Gyarados. It doesn't look like the Gyarados here. Well, the Gyarados is Citrus Berry, right?
Yeah.
So if you do Super Fang it, it will get that Citrus Berry proc.
We see Protect come
See
out from the
Protect.
mouse. And Protect from
from the Bax.
Baxcalibur.
Like that as well. This might just be a Tailwind. Or a
Oh,
Will-O-Wisp.
Into
Yeah,
that
just negating how
Gyarados.
much damage Gyarados can do. I like this as well, right? Just seeing what your opponent really wants to do
Oh, Thunder
and kind of
Wave.
gauging it out. Yes, you Thunder Wave the Talonflame, but I think Stefan realizes I can just Tailwind at any time, right? So
Yeah.
the thing about that turn is if you protect the Maushold and Talonflame goes down, okay, I get a free switch in.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Stefan's kind of waiting for. I either get a Super Fang and a Tailwind off, or you kill me and I get a free switch in. I think he's fine with either of those.
Yeah, for sure. And then also, this is kind of like a free Tailwind turn now, where he took no damage besides, I guess, the kind of, you can get parried here, which is a little scary.
Yeah.
But barring that, he's due for some good RNG right now, so.
Yeah, exactly.
After that first game.
And I think the way that worked out for Richard there was also really well played, realizing that maybe Stefan does want that free switch in. So instead of going for Waterfall, I'm just going to, Thunder Wave you and go for RNG when I have to.
All right, Baxcalibur does go after the Maushold. Picks up that KO with the Ice Shard, and we do see the Tailwind come out.
Yeah. That's very...
Oh,
and the
taunt.
Taunt. Very interesting.
Yeah, I guess he was assuming that Talonflame might go for an attack this turn.
Yeah,
to
and be
prevent
able to
the Tailwind.
capitalize it.
Yeah, and take advantage of it. Doing that, getting a little greedy, and not being able to get it the following turn.
Yeah.
But Pangy saw right through that. I was like, all right, I got to go for
Yeah.
a Tailwind now, set that up, so that way I don't get taunted right away.
Exactly. And I think what maybe Richard is expecting is maybe like a taunt from Talonflame into the Baxcalibur, seeing as how that Protect could be a little annoying for something like this Fluttermane in the back for Stefan here. It could be a little annoying if that Baxcalibur decides to go for a Protect. So the Talonflame being able to taunt that slot potentially, now no longer having that option, is pretty good for Richard.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I think it's still pretty good for Pangy just because now he has a free switch to Fluttermane. And Fluttermane can do big damage to both
Yeah.
from this spot, especially on the Tailwind. It's feeling real good. So you're probably going to see a Terra from both sides here, I would imagine.
Yeah, exactly. This is the turn where a lot of damage is going to come out, I think. And I think if Stefan has something like Golden Go or even like the Garchomp, like you said, in the back for some reason, I think these are the final turns of the game where you really are just doing damage now. Both players have gotten to the positions where they're able to, and now you just spam damage.
Yeah, the way that Pangy's playing this, I would imagine it's Goldango from this spot. Goldango just seems like it'd be better suited in this position from here. moving forward, especially under Tailwind.
And we are going to see the Terra ground
Ground.
from the Baxcalibur here, which is not too common.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Aaron Zhang get like top 8 at a regional with,
Oh,
wow, it
That
lived.
did not kill. Are we going to see the double up, though?
We are.
And Overheat connects as well.
Wow. Big turn.
Yeah.
What a big turn for Pengy. Because now Richard has essentially wasted his terror on the backs. Lost it due to the double up. So, yeah, what a great turn for Pengy.
Very well. And we do see a waterfall into the Talon Flame.
That's a crit.
That's a crit.
Yeah, because it's burned.
Exactly. But I
Wow.
think that's fine.
Yeah,
Because
it's
if
a
this
free
is
switch,
Golden
yeah.
Go, this is a free switch. And then on top of that, that means there's no Thunderwave in your Fluttermane.
Right. And we see that Richard's last Pokemon is the Fluttermane.
Exactly. And they're both choice spec as well, I believe.
Yeah, so, it's Chen Pao.
Yeah.
So now we have Chen Pao.
This also works though, right? Because you're
Yeah.
still able to Ice Spinner and do so much damage, and that sash just kind of guarantees you the game.
Yeah, and you can kind of freely double up the Fluttermane just because you know
Exactly.
it can't protect.
Mhm.
So the writing looks like it's on the wall here, especially with that burnt Gyarados. There's not much you
Yeah.
could do.
Very well played from Stefan there. Playing to, as much as you can. Missing the pump turn 1, I don't think matters too much because the Mousehole didn't really do anything that game, did it? It
No,
went for a
just-
feint.
Yeah, I just did foul only most of the time anyway, so yeah, it didn't really matter. And plus, he was due for some good RNG after that, that freeze,
Exactly.
that freeze in the game 1.
And we see Moonblast going to that Fluttermane, picking up the
Yeah,
KO, that
makes
double up,
sense.
like you said.
Yep.
Just guaranteeing it, knowing its specs, knowing you have the Tailwind, being able to guarantee that KO, and next turn just doing damage. That's what this game comes down to. Doing
Yeah,
damage.
that Gyarados isn't really doing anything, and Chen Pao's pretty frail to begin with, and that waterfall just did nothing
Yeah.
with that burn.
And I say doing damage as well for both sides because that's kind of how the snow teams operate as well. Is they just do damage, right? You could just spam Blizzard, and oh my god, Ice Spinner does so much damage. Even with the
Wow.
Citrus Berry, I don't think it's going to be enough to lift this Moonblast.
No, definitely not. So we are gonna see a game 3.
Which is very exciting because both these games have been pretty fast as well.
Yeah.
Again, with RNG permitting, I think both players have an equal chance of winning this game. I think maybe I would like to see a little bit of better positioning from the Baxcalibur on Richard's side there. The Terra ground was good, but I think if you go for a Protect and kind of maybe go for something like a Thunder Wave, because you know the Tailwind's up, you have to play to your paralysis. You have to play with the speeds. You have to mess up. You have to hope there's a paralysis somewhere in there, I think, so your Baxcalibur can weave an attack. But as long as Baxcalibur protects and then there's that turn where you can attack after, you're at a disadvantage, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And you definitely, if you're on a snow team, you definitely want to be able to set up the snow, and we didn't see the Obama snow in game 2.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to use that to your advantage and potentially set up an Aurora Veil, so that way you can take those attacks a little bit better. That way you know that you can kind of live some of those, maybe potentially live some of those double ups.
Yeah. I think what is very important in this matchup as well is damage mitigation and damage in general. We see the Mousehole and Penny
Yep.
side here with the Friend Guard, but we also haven't even talked about the Aurora Veil on the Obama Snow,
Right.
which it does have access to, and if game 1 it was able to get it off, for example, that could have swayed things, if there was no freeze, that could have swayed things in a different direction, I think. And even in this game 3 here, I think something like the Aurora Veil is good damage mitigation. Aurora Veil providing both of the screens, both reflect and light screen, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. And that's definitely going to help, and it'll also help if he did decide to bring Chi-Yu. It'll also mitigate the Beads of Ruin from his side at the end,
Exactly.
so he can still be okay, and as far as from a special defense standpoint.
Yeah, and I think Chi-Yu, it's a weird mix, right? Because I don't think Baxcalibur really did that much that game. You know that the Mousehole is faster than you. You know that it's probably going to Super Fang you and then double up with something else like the Fluttermane in the back, or like the Qianpao if it decides to go for the Terra ground. Something like the Obama Snow, I think, is very, very vital in this game. I think Aurora Veil is going to be super, super important. If Richard is able to get it off, I think Pengy could switch it up again and bring Golden Go. I think Golden Go, if you can kind of call that the Obama Snow is coming instead of the Chi-Yu again, and you're able to get yourself in a position in the same way that you had Fluttermane, if you could spam Make It Rain, you should be in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, Goldengo and Fluttermane under Tailwind seem really good in this matchup.
Yeah. for sure. And I'm really curious to what the leads are going to be here. And it's going to be the Talonflame Mousehold again, the same lead. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. We are going to see the bundle Gyarados from Richard's
Right, if
side
it ain't
here.
broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I said it wrong, but you guys get my point.
Yep. All right, so this is gonna be interesting. Like, do we go for that? I follow me overheat because we
Yeah.
know that picks up. So that'd be really interesting to see because you definitely want to get rid of that bundle as soon as possible if you're
Yeah,
heavy.
exactly. But this is such an interesting turn because of this Gyarados, right? Because it is that support Gyarados. It can Thunder Wave the Talonflame. It can taunt the Mousehold. It can just Waterfall the Talonflame. There's so many options that the Gyarados has into this team, and it really comes down to, does Stefan Click follow me?
Yep, that really does come down to that. And we're gonna see a Protect here from the bundle, and we see the Follow Me.
I think this is correct, right? You
Yeah.
always have to respect the Hydro Pump. Like, and a taunt into the Gyarados.
Really good play from Pangy on that turn, making sure that he can't get taunted or Thunder Waved. Just kind of crippling that Gyarados now. Basically, it's not doing what it wants to do here.
And this is kind of the ways that we kind of could have talked about earlier when we were talking about mitigating RNG and how do you really play around it. Taunt is one of those ways, right?
Yep.
You can't get paralyzed if they can't use it.
Exactly. So now this Gyarados, like, are you just gonna click Waterfall or are you gonna swap out? Oh, we see the bundle switch.
This is very interesting because most likely Richard knows that an overheat is coming into the slot. So whatever
it's
switches in the
Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu with that AV.
This
is gonna take
is
this
a
pretty well.
very, very good switch on Richard's end.
Absolutely. And another follow me just to eat a
Yep.
Hydro Pump in case it comes out. We're going to see how Willis go into the Chi-Yu slot.
No, I think he missed
Oh,
the Gyarados.
that was missed in the Gyarados.
Yeah, he missed the Gyarados. Oh, man.
That's unfortunate as well. And that waterfall would have been potentially a 3-hit or even a 4-hit KO.
Yeah.
With the waterfall.
It only did half there. So it would have just been doing absolutely nothing at that point.
Yeah. That burn really, really missing, like, really impacts the game, I think.
Yeah, because now you go for it again here, but now you're going to get stuck with damage by the Chi-Yu,
Yeah.
which is really unfortunate because the Chi-Yu is probably going to pick up the KO on the Mousehold, and if it goes into the Talonflame, it breaks the Gale Wings.
Absolutely. We see a Heat Wave go off there, and the Mousehold dies.
Yeah.
Depending on how this Chi-Yu is built, I'm not sure if a burned waterfall into something like, wow, and the Talonflame lives. That's actually really big because
That's huge.
you can tail it now.
Yeah, that's
and you have a
huge.
way back into this.
Yeah, that's huge. Honestly, that's best case scenario now because now he's got the burn on the Gyarados. There's nothing that's going to outspeed the Talonflame on the board because he's swapped out. Yeah, and the Goldengo's looking real good here. Probably going to see a Terra Water come out.
Yeah, I could see that as well, just so it doesn't die to a fire move. But we also, like, there's always the possibility, right? You're AV, so you have the flexibility. You're not locked into something like Specs Heat Wave.
Yep.
You have the opportunity to go for something like the Snarl, something like the Overheat. You have flexibility, and it covers for whatever
Yeah.
it covers for most options.
And Snarl can cover for that nasty plot.
Exactly. Because it isn't the cover cloak, it's that lefties instead. So
Yep.
while it does have more bulk in the long run, I think like Covert Cloak is good in this scenario, but I think in the long run, most Chi-Yu don't run Snarl, so it's probably better to run leftovers anyways.
Yeah, we do see the nasty plot come out from the Goldengo, and we do see the Snarl.
That just does so much, though, the Goldengo.
Yeah, that's a
like,
nice
even
chunk.
a Snarl, that's just too much damage. And that's what makes me think, even if the Gyarados was burned, that maybe it had a chance to kill with the Heat Wave Waterfall,
Yeah.
like if it doubled in the mouse. It really depends on the spreads here from our trainers. But it really comes down to what's going to be in the bag here for Stefan to make a comeback.
Yeah, for sure. And we are plus one now, I believe, on the Goldengo. But we do have Tailwind up, so you have to feel somewhat good about having Tailwind up.
Yeah, like this AV Chi-Yu is surprisingly a problem now because Fluttermane, now that you don't have the Terastallization, Fluttermane can't go for the Terra Fairy Moonblast. And it kind of has to hope to maybe get like a lucky crit or something.
He actually can't go for the Terra Fairy Moonblast because Goldengo Terastallized.
Yeah,
the water.
exactly. He can't go for it at all. But the Fluttermane, like maybe if it gets like a crit or something, plus like a make it rain. I'm not really sure what you do here because the Chi is just gonna sit here and spam Snarl.
Yeah, you just gotta hope for Snarl misses. And we see the
And that does go into
Moonblast.
Gyarados.
Ooh, that doesn't KO.
Citrus Berry's gonna get procced.
Oh wow!
Really
even
depends
with even
on-
with Beads of Ruin, that Gyarados is bulky. That's a specs.
Another nasty plot.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Way that Snarl's kind of chipping that away. That did
Snarl
so
does
much.
so much.
That's so much chip onto both Goldango and Fluttermane.
I think the leftovers might make this a 3-hit KO as well. We're going to see a waterfall into the
Wow.
Fluttermane.
That surprisingly did a lot of damage, but especially considering it's burnt.
Yeah, right. And there's no Chien-Pao in the field either. This Gyarados might be just super invested in attack or something.
Yeah, or maybe there's just not much like defense
On the
investment
Fluttermane, that too. But yeah, that's the other thing is Richard hasn't used Terastallization yet.
Yeah, I just realized that after looking at the screen. There's no Terastallation from Richardson. He still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, so yeah. So Pengy's playing from behind right now.
I think, though, if you can capitalize off these final 2 turns of Tailwind, I believe, you can really put yourself in a position to be fine.
Yeah, but this Chi-Yu is untouched right now.
We see the Moonblast go off from the Chi-Yu. Oh, it doesn't even do 50%. Make It Rain going off. How much does this do, the Chi-Yu? Almost picks up the KO. I believe Richard went for an overheat, so if overheat misses or something like that, there could be a way back into this.
Yeah, you do have to bank on a miss here. And
Oh, it actually misses! The commentator curse.
literally the commentator curse. Man, that's big. But honestly, the way the RNG has been the last couple of games,
It's been so back and forth.
yeah, it's been oof.
Yeah, but that's crazy now because you have one final turn of Tailwind, one final turn that this Goldango is able to outspeed something like the Bundle or the Abomasnow.
yeah, and it's probably in range of the freeze dry at this point.
Yeah, that's the other thing is it is probably in as long as the Chi-Yu is on the board. But the thing is I believe Goldango is at it got -2. I think it's at +1 right now.
Yeah, or yeah, it's
+1
at
or +2.
Yeah, I think it's +1 because of the Snarl.
Yeah, but the thing about switching into Abomasnow here now is this is a free like Moonblast Make It Rain, and you solo the Bundle then, but Bundle hits like I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah.
This is very winnable for both sides.
Yeah, this is very interesting. It would matter if he
Yeah,
gets the
Moonblast
Aurora
or
Veil.
Abomasnow. I'm
Yeah.
assuming this is a Make It Rain.
It has to be. Yeah, you cannot let Aurora Veil go up, and it's a double KO. It's
That's
enough.
a double KO. That's big. But the
That's-
thing now is that the Bundle in the back presumably right comes in. You either click Blizzard, or you click Freeze Dry.
So now I think Make It Rain's at +1.
I don't know, but the thing is the Goldango can just protect, right?
Yeah, it could
But
be that.
because no Chi-Yu, I'm not sure if Freeze Dry will kill.
Yeah, but then you get to pick up the KO on the Fluttermane though.
Yeah. Like, it really comes down to what Richard wants to click here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
But that lefty's on Goldango really showing, like, its
Yeah.
longevity on the board.
yeah, it's definitely gonna be crucial here if we gets it out of range of a freeze dry with those
Oh, yeah,
leftovers.
that terrestrialization.
Oh no, that might be enough to. This bundle's not strong to begin with.
That is definitely enough if that's clicked, right? Like, you have the
Yeah.
Blizzard.
That definitely picks up the Fluttermane.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna pick up the Goldango. Goldango will still be around. Also, if he does do that, he's weak to Make It Rain.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to give it away to the.
It really depends on if this kills Goldango here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one.
This is honestly a nail biter. It's so
Yeah.
quiet, but it
Oof.
really comes down to this. So it's such a polarizing game from both ends.
Oh, this is scary.
Okay, it is the Blizzard. We are going to see Blizzard not pick up the KO on Goldango.
And no freeze. No freeze this time.
No freeze. Ice type weak to the Make It Rain. And it's going to pick up the KO on the Bundle.
And it does pick up the
It's going to be a
KO.
2-1 for Stefan.
Wow. What a set, honestly. Both players played extremely well. Honestly, that was really well played by both ends. Like,
Yeah.
I thought Goldango was really good in this matchup, so that's the way you wanted to play
Yeah.
it.
And that lefty's chip showing up because I think if you were something like that Covert Cloak, while you don't get frozen in that game 1 scenario, I think the leftovers HP recovery that you get back really mattered there because something with that Terra Ice Blizzard coming off the bundle, it did so much damage even to a water terastallization.
Yeah, I think Richard maybe wanted to like think about, does -1 Specs Moonblast KO bundle from there, right? So if it doesn't KO there, maybe you Terra Ice Freeze Dry the Goldango slot just to make sure that you guarantee that
Exactly.
KO. But I guess he could have predicted the Protect. And
Yeah,
go
the
for it.
problem with that play is if you do go for a freeze dry on the Goldango and it protects, then it's just 100% game over.
Yeah, I mean he could have also protected himself just to bait the Protect.
Yeah, true.
You know.
That's also another play. But then also you're like burning snow turns. It's such a weird end game where there's just 3 strong special attackers that all kill each other on the
Yeah.
board. And it really comes down to what feels like a 50-50.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely well played by both ends and really fun set for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to go on break again. Thank you guys for watching round 4. We have one more round of Swiss before
One
we get
more
to our
round
top
and then
cut.
top cut.
Very,
Woo!
very excited to
This
win
is-
these standings.
What a really fun day at Pokemon. Really fun pick so far, and I'm excited to see what's next.
Absolutely. Very excited. All right, and we are back here.
We're back.
Our final round of Swiss here today. It's going to be a win-in between Jim and Nick here.
Yeah, this winning in is gonna looking real spicy. I love both teams. Very creative. One archetype has been rising, which is that Earthworm Dragon Knight little combo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after Kutesh's pretty dominant victory, I think going undefeated against Palance, as they call it, being able to have a team like that enter the metagame, we've seen it pick up a lot of steam, especially in those online limitless tours. A lot of players have been opting to run the same exact 6 with a few small changes, but Earthworm plus ground spam has been kind of a common theme. The opposing team here is not so common, and that being Jim's team with the Chi-Yu Dash Bun. I played one of those in Fort Wayne. Luckily, I didn't lose, but it was a little scary. Like, it has the Wish for Recovery as Yawn. It has Body Press with that Chi-Yu, with that Scarf.
Yep.
There's a lot of weird options that they give, like something like a Azumarill with Parasong in the back. But we are going to see a Gyarados Orthrum.
The Azumarill is
Yeah.
Parasong.
Yeah, we're going to see the Orthrum Gyarados here with a Chi-Yu and a Azumarill. I'm very curious at what's going to happen here, though, because, you know, this Gyarados could just bulldoze whatever the Orthrum takes damage about.
But I mean, you could, in theory, go for that Dark Pulse switch, right?
Yeah, but like it's a little too early in the game. It's quite literally turn 1 of the game. You don't know what's in the back. Do you really want to go for something like that? You could just double in.
Yeah,
Like,
you'd probably double.
If you know it's Terrafire, you can click a fire move plus a water move. But then you're allowing the Gyarados to do something. So there's still options that Jim has to really think about here.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you definitely don't want to let that sub go up. You want to try to deny that sub at all costs, honestly.
I'm changing
Oh.
the names. I changed
We see a switch.
That's the Dash Bun.
Oh, it's probably the lava thing.
I can see a Lava Poo coming out, but I think that was it was any other slot instead. Oh, we are going to see the Ghost Chi-Yu.
Terastallization from both sides on the first turn.
Yeah, has to be respected though, right? Because if you don't terastallize into that fire type, something like that Heat Wave or that Overheat could be hitting into you. Instead, it most likely is that Lava Plume, and that Ghost Terror makes a lot of sense from Jim's side, because if the Orthrum decides to go for something like a Body Press,
yep.
it's now immune to that.
Uh-oh. That Red Dog's about to start stacking up.
And it's actually really funny because this becomes a defense war in a way, because the Dash Bun gets the +2, and the Orthworm also gets +2 from the Iron Defense. So there's a lot of just bulky physical mobs that each side has to worry about.
But something to note, though, is that Bulldoze is going to start lowering the speed of that Chi-Yu, that Scarf Chi-Yu, and that Red Dog. So
Exactly.
now we do see the sub go up.
Speed control is so vital, I think, in this set as well, against something like the Chi-Yu, against the Flutter Mane, especially when there's 2 Flutter Manes on both sides, right? Speed control is always, always important.
Yeah, now we do see... This nickname is hilarious.
Yeah. we see the nickname here, that being... Fissure is going to switch in here. We can all guess what that's going to be. It's going to be that Tinglu that comes in, lowering the special attack of something like
Under sub.
that Scarf Chi-Yu. The Dash Bun is going to be able to body press it though, which is a little bit of a weird switch-in.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of weird switching, but it is the choice band variant. It is under sub, so if you are Nick, like, you kind of feel pretty good. It's at least safe for a turn, and with it, you know, lowering the special attack from that Tinglu or from that choice scarf that's stuck into.
But the thing about the Dash Bun, right, is yes, you're Bandit, but the Dash Bun is also +2, because remember, again, it comes down to how much is this Dash Bun's going to get boosted up, and because it's Scarf, assuming the Chi-Yu is faster than the Gyarados, which most are, even at the neutral, because...
Yeah, but I don't think Lava Plume would break sub.
No, I don't think it breaks sub, but just stacking defenses, you can kind of wall the Tinglu once it clicking back. Because
Yeah.
it is Bandit, it's not Fissure, even
It
though it's
is.
named that.
No Fissure, but it's named Fissure. But yeah, no Fissure. But it is banned.
Wait, did go for Fissure. I don't see it on the team sheet.
Did it go for Fissure?
I could have sworn I just saw Fissure.
Oh,
But we do see a paralysis on the Dash Bun there.
No, Fisher just used
Oh,
Earthquake.
Fisher used Earthquake. Wait, what for Fisher? Something went for Fisher, I feel like.
Oh, it did break the sub. So the Lava Plume did break the sub.
Yeah, interesting.
Wow, that is something big.
I
to
look
know,
away
'cause
for
that's big
1
damage.
second, and I'm so confused what happened that turn. All I see now is the Ting Lu. Somehow the Chiyu lived. I'm so confused.
Yeah, that was
These
a
names
really-
are also like throwing it off. So like I see
Yeah,
Fisher,
like-
and then I.
Yeah, because the Chiyu on the other end is, I have no idea what that even says. And Terezi,
Yeah.
the Red Dog, and then the Fissure Tinglu and the Fish Stick.
Exactly.
So yeah, it is a little bit throwing us off here.
And not too much about the Earthquake, but again, look how much that Dashma took. Like 0 damage from that. And now it's at +6.
Yeah, Dash Bun's chilling. Wow.
That kills.
Wow, that's so much damage. And,
And
he
it
gets the burn.
burns! Oh,
my
no.
goodness, gets the burn.
Yeah, but the thing is Gyarados now is going to be able to go for something like that Waterfall Paralysis and kind of stack that up and just hope to paralyze
I
him.
think I flinch, yeah. Wow, I did nothing.
Does nothing.
Oh,
Oh, and the
body
body
press.
press goes up.
Wow.
Oh my. That does so much.
That burn is just, oof.
It doesn't matter, but like, it sucks. Wow, Dash Bud. I would have
Dash
not
Bud.
expected it.
Yeah, Dash Bun looks like it's putting in work here. It's actually positioned very, very well.
Yeah.
It's like, how do I break that Dash Bun right now?
And to be honest, now that Jim has the Gyarados so low and it can't go for more bulldozes, like it can, but what's it really doing? I think if you switch out your Chiyu and save it for later and you reset that Scarf, it's still a Chiyu. Like it has Heat Wave, it has Overheat into something like that Orthworm, which doesn't have the Tinglu to support it anymore.
Right, and its special defenses aren't the best. So, like, if you can just swap it out, get reset, maybe like a Dark Pulse.
Exactly.
Or something that's going to hit that now that it's Terra Fire.
Yeah.
That Earthworm isn't as scary
And
as it was
even
in the
though
beginning.
Orthworm has high defense, there's no way it's gonna like taking a +6 body press.
Right, and I don't even know if it can even hit the Chi-Yu at Terra Ghost.
And then oh my god, that does
Oh,
so
it does have Heavy Slam, so Heavy Slam could hit it.
Yeah,
but I'm
that
not
Heavy
sure
Slam
it's-
is for Flutter Mane.
Yeah, it's not going to do much damage to the Chi-Yu, though.
Oh, there's no more HP to make a substitute, and Body Press is gonna pick up the KO.
Oh my goodness, what a game one for Jim.
Yeah, I think Jim was able to just sit there and click Lava Plume Body Press.
Yeah, he's like, all right, well, I got the burn. I'm stacking defenses.
Some teams like that. This is such a weird matchup, right? Because for the Orthworm team, every other matchup is fine. Usually, like the balance teams are fine. But when you play into a Dash Bun that hasn't got paralyzed after you Thunder Waved it, and on top of that, it's +6 now. You
Yeah.
cannot break it. The entire team is physical attackers except the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. It still outspeeds even at the -1 speed.
And this is going to break the multi-scale as well.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how much it does. I think it does like 50%.
And it gets the burn. I think it's a Lum, though.
It's Lumberry. It's not going to matter. But I think this Body Press is going to do like 50%.
Yeah, it's... Cause now it's not multi-scale protecting it. It does resist, but it's still +6. Oh, it
That
did
does
nothing.
no damage.
Could get the para, but...
Oh my god, the dog is coming in clutch.
Oh man, that's a really thick dog.
That does almost 50%.
Honestly, that didn't do as much damage as I would have thought.
Yeah, but +6.
Especially-
It's resisted though.
Yeah, it is, but still, it's +6, and the multi-scale was broken.
Yeah,
We did expect a little bit more of a chunk.
exactly. But that Azumarill could just come in now.
Yeah, clean up.
And Azumarill has Parasong.
Yep.
So it doesn't even have to go for Liquidation or Aqua Jet. It could just click Parasong and
Yeah,
end the game.
probably was gonna
We are
do.
going to see an Earthquake just come out. Just if you could crit, like that's your...
Out. Oh, liquidation.
Oh, we do see a Liquidation though.
Oh, that did so much damage.
That did more damage than the Body Press, I think.
Yeah, it definitely did more damage than the body press.
That's what it looked like.
Oh my goodness, Azumarill did so much. It's Mystic Water Azumarill with huge power, so that did a lot. He does get the para, so maybe you crit the Azumarill, get another para. That's your out. It doesn't look like
I
it.
think, yeah, two Liquidations also make sense.
Yeah, and that is GG.
Yeah, it's going to be game one of the gym there, just showing the power of Dashbun, I guess. Put respect on Dashbun's name.
Yeah, like Bread Dog is strong. It really is. It's scary. I know for me, like, I'm so scared when playing it.
I don't know about strong, but clearly Jim here is showing exactly how well it can be, especially into a lot of these teams, because the other idea is the same reason that Orthworm is good and is able to get away with all his physical attackers and have the defense boost is because Balance has so many physical attackers. They have like the Howl Arcanine, they have the King Gambit.
Yep.
And I think that's the same role that Dashbun wants to fill, where it's like, I can just wall all your physical attackers, and we're seeing that in full force here today.
Yeah, for sure. And you can just stack those defense boosts into like something like that King Gambit and then body press it.
Yeah,
Things of that
absolutely.
nature. But honestly, I want to see from Nick's end, I definitely want to see that Flutter Mane. You know, it's booster energy here, but we don't know if it's booster speed, booster special attack. But I think that'd be a good adaptation to this game because that Terraghost Chi-Yu, getting the burns on all of his Pokemon. So we definitely want to see like how do I beat that?
Yeah, there's no really way to play around Lava Plume burns, unfortunately. I forgot that move could even burn. But I think it's such a rough matchup for Nick, right? Because you really want to balance the Orthworm. You really want to balance getting that substitute up so that the body press just doesn't delete your Pokemon. I think if we saw something like the Dragonite, maybe get a few Dragon Dances to kind of match the body presses and be able to match the speed of something like the Flutter Mane and the bundle at the back. It's still complicated though because there is still a bundle and a Flutter Mane staring you down.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely see like Chen Pao has Haze, so you could potentially try to pick off the Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
So that later you can haze away the defense boost from the Dash Bun, so that maybe
Yeah.
that way you can better deal with it. That could be another way to kind of handle the Bread Dog.
Exactly, but it's so rough bringing Chen Pao into something that has body press, into the Flutter Mane,
I
even
know.
into the bundle.
Even the Azumarill.
Yeah, even into the Azumarill, because what are you hitting him with? It's such an it's one of those matchups that we have such strange pairings today, I feel like, where
Yeah.
it seems like it's the perfect matchup for each team.
Yeah,
In the sense that,
it
like,
honestly
there's
does
so
feel
many
that way.
interactions, yeah.
Now that you point it out, it's kind of like, oh, this is such a bad matchup every game going into it. So we see the Azumarill and the Chi-Yu lead.
And not even necessarily bad, but just really awkward or strange because
Yeah.
when do you see a Dash Bun? When do you see an Orthworm? Like,
Arboliva.
exactly. Like, there's
Yeah.
just so many strange interactions. that we
Quaquaval
can see
today. What a day today for Pokemon.
Yeah.
Quaquaval.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it, but we are going to jump into game one here, or game two, excuse me, with the Azumarill and Chi-Yu lead. The same thing, kind of threatening damage immediately. Kind of having to respect the fact that, you know, the Azumarill could switch out again, or it could stay in and, you know, capitalize off the Fire Terra. There's just so many things that Jim has that he can go for.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong lead for Jim, and you know, playing with that mind game. Is he gonna click Lava Plume? Should I Terra? You know, you kind of felt like you were forced Terra last game, so we see the swap here from the Orthworm. So let's see what he swaps into. Into that Dragonite.
It's gonna be the Dragonite here, and we actually don't see a swap from Jim's side either. So this means the Azumarill is gonna stay in and can go for something like that Terra Water
Terra
liquidation.
Water, that's exactly what he's going for here.
Yeah, who needs Palafin when you have an Azumarill?
Right? Huge power. You don't gotta swap it out.
Oh, and a Dark Pulse into the Dragonite.
Oh, Thunder Wave missed.
Whoa! Oh my! What a turn! The Thunder Wave missing.
Why do I feel like it did more power when it wasn't? Terra last
That's
game?
what I was about to say. I thought it did more when it wasn't terastallized.
That is odd. That is very odd indeed. Oh, I guess because of the Intimidate. From the
Yeah,
Gyarados,
you're right.
The Intimidate from Gyarados.
But that's so strange to look at Azumarill, right?
Yeah.
The logic right now that people's going around for Azumarill is that it's a Palafin, but you don't have to switch it out.
Yeah.
Because of that huge power boost. Actually can come up into play sometimes. But, oh man, that Thunder Wave really sucks.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you were hoping that the Dash Bun comes in and you could just paralyze it or something.
Yeah.
But now you just have to click it again.
Yeah, for sure. I think from here, this is like, you definitely want to maybe go for a Dragon Dance here. If you're Nick, try to get some setup going so that way, you know.
Yeah, but even a Dragon Dance doesn't really save you because guess what? Azumarill could go for Aqua Jet next turn. And yes, extreme speed is a problem. I would think Azumarill is a little bit bulky enough to at least eat it. But we are going to see a Thunder Wave go off. I'm wondering what this is. This might just be another liquidation. But into which slot? It's going to
the
be into that
double up.
Dragonite. Unfortunate.
All right, he did double up. But he did get paralyzed on the Azumarill, which is Terra. He still does have his Terra, so it's not the worst case
It's
scenario.
not the end of the world, but losing your Dragonite, which is one of those pieces that we kind of talked about going into this game too, could be very valuable with the Dragon Dance, but not being able to get it behind his substitute is really, really rough.
Yeah, for sure. But we have seen some crazy comebacks today.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
So the writing's not on the wall yet.
And for example, if you are going to start making it back into this game, I think Flutter Mane is the way to go. Because that Azumarill is being weakened by the Chi-Yu, the Chi-Yu is also scarfed, right? So it's locked into that Dark Pulse. If you go for something like Terra Fairy on your Flutter Mane, you're able to fire off free Dazzling Gleams and do lots and lots of damage.
Yep, and then it'll resist the Dark Pulse because it's Terra Fairy.
Exactly.
So it won't do as much damage for sure.
But I believe this Flutter Mane is actually Grass Terra. I was just looking at
it's
that now.
Grass Terra.
I guess to resist the other ground moves that the team wants to fire
Yep.
off against the Earthworm.
And also, he's also immune to opposing Amoonguses.
Exactly. But I do think like something like a Moonblast or like a Waterfall in this Chi-Yu, like if you get rid of this Chi-Yu, you should be fine. You have an Earthworm that can wall the rest of the team.
Yeah, for sure. Moonblast comes out into the Chi-Yu is less than half.
Dark Pulse doesn't even do 50, and a Waterfall coming out into this
That should
Chi-Yu,
pick up the
just
Chi-Yu.
picking up the KO. Getting rid of that strong Scarf attacker.
Is this gonna
Now it
move off?
can't Lava Plume. Now it can't
Nope.
Dark Pulse, and there's the but the Perish Song.
Wow.
So now you have to play the game right. Is you don't want to switch your Flutter Mane out. You just got a
No.
booster with it. And do you really want to switch your Gyarados out because then they call the switch in? And it's
Yeah.
positions like these. Once you get rid of one Pokemon, people think, oh, I'll get rid of both and then I'll Perish Song.
And because Bundle wasn't in when he clicked Power Song, only Azumarill heard the song. So Flutter Mane, Gyarados, and Azumarill are on the timer, and Bundle's in for free.
Yup. And this is crazy because the bundle pretty much says, I'm going to get a KO on your Gyarados regardless. So you're going to switch it out for Perish Song, or you're going to die at a free shot. And the thing about this as well is that you can Perish Song at 3 Pokemon very comfortably because you can't switch out both. Like
Yeah,
in a
and-
scenario where it's a four Pokemon and you Perish Song, then both of them can switch out. But now both of them are stuck, and we are going to see protecting the bundle,
protecting
just
the
playing
bundle.
it safe to the Perish Song win
Yep.
condition.
Oh, the para from
Paralysis, probably something like a Protect.
into the bundle. So it's kind of a free turn for Nick, but he didn't capitalize because the bundle protected. So the para
Yeah.
didn't really matter there.
I think I would have to see something like maybe a taunt on the Azuma, so it isn't able to go for something like a Perish Song or a Protect, and you're able to really narrow down that slot and get rid of it before it's given.
Yeah,
to
I
you.
would also like to see a switch out there, so that way one Pokemon isn't
At least the
hit with
Gyarados,
song.
yeah. If your back is resistant to that freeze dry, it'd be very good. And actually, I believe we saw the Orthworm on lead, right? So
Yep.
being able to switch in something like the Orthworm for the freeze dry potentially could have been a bit of a better scenario because now,
It could have been real bad if Bundle went for that freeze dry onto Gyarados there, and then Flutter Mane stuck into the song.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we're gonna see. I think only Jim terrestrialized this game, correct?
Yeah, Nick has not terrestrialized yet, but it's okay because I think there's still a lot of room to terrestrialize. Like you still don't want to go fire yet on your Orthworm. You still don't want to go grass yet. There's no reason to click the trigger too quickly.
Oh, we do see the dash bun come out, so he did have it.
Dash bun, but no. What is
Oh.
the
No-
Chi-Yu?
no
No, but no
Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu. No.
Oh,
Wow,
is that
and
Sash?
it lives. That's crazy.
Was that an invisible Sash?
I think that was an invisible sash. It might also just be
Wow.
bulk to live that. That's crazy though, regardless.
Wow, an invisible Sash.
But it's so risky. Like this play makes sense, and it's kind of what you have to go for. But just the amount of offense that this bundle is exerting on the rest of this team without Dragonite, just so much. And you're forced to switch Flutter Mane so you don't die.
Yep. And the bread bag still has body press.
Yeah, I think body press, even without +6, is still gonna do a lot to
It's still gonna do a
non-terror
decent chug.
Earthworm.
But I don't think it can hit the Flutter Mane.
Pump into the Earthworm. Oh my!
Ooh, not enough.
Breaking the
Proc-
50. It needs to move. The dash button needs to move before the Earthworm, and it does. It doesn't
Yeah.
KO, but the big thing here is because it went for that Shed Tail,
Yep.
it is no longer going to be able to get it.
Yep, that's a great play by Jim. Just denying that sub.
Yeah.
And now the Gyarados is in a really bad spot. And another body press might pick up the KO.
Yeah, but the thing here is that the dash button no longer has the +6 to really deal with. So Nick is able to go for something like the not Stomach Tantrum,
The heavy
excuse me.
slam.
Not the heavy slam, but you could go for the heavy slam, but something like the bulldoze off the Gyarados could start healing up your Earthworm, and because it's faster, could go for something like the Shed Tail if it's not attacked into. Because assuming a Freeze Dry comes out in a Gyarados or something like that, you can play around with kind of how your opponent wants to play.
Yeah, for sure. Then you're kind of forced to terrasilize the Gyarados, so that way it doesn't die to that freeze dry.
Exactly.
We do see the terrasilation come out, but it's from the
But it's in the
Earthworm.
Earthworm, which is a little weird, right? Because Pump is always coming out, I feel like, into that slot.
Yeah, or even if it doesn't, you're getting freeze dried into the Gyarados slot, so you can't heal up the worm.
Yeah.
And we see the freeze dry into the Gyarados.
I really think Body Press picks up here, even though it's not
I
super
think
effective.
it might pick up also. It's gonna be close. 16.
Oh, it barely lives! Heavy Slam, no!
Oh,
It doesn't even
KO.
kill. These two massive behemoths of
Yeah.
physical defense.
So now you have to rely on Hydro Pump, the scariest move to click.
Well, actually, I don't know, because they could be bulky, obviously to uplift the Moonblast, but it really comes down, like, to how this bundle is built. Like, because a Freeze Dry might pick up. It really, really depends on how it's built.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. I think Helping Hand Gleam KOs, so he needs to KO the Flutter Mane here. We see a protect from the dash button.
Protect. Freeze Dry.
Into the worm.
That makes sense as well. Oh, this is so interesting though, because I think I would have gone with the Flutter Mane. I think you would have preferred
I think you would have gone for the Flutter Mane too, because now Flutter Mane picks up the bundle for sure.
Well, it really depends on what's in the back, right? So if it
Yeah.
is that, well, the Chiyu actually died, right? So, or did it?
Yeah, Chiyu definitely.
I know there's a paralyzed Azumarill in the
Yeah,
back,
that's
which
what's in
should
the
be
back.
able to wrap it up. You know, God forbid any paralysis, but
There it is.
yeah, but like an Aqua Jet should be able to pick up from here.
Yeah.
But it really comes down to Paras. There
Yeah.
is a way for Nick to win this though.
Yeah, double para.
I think you just need to go for damage. Like,
Yeah,
you just gotta.
yeah, you
like,
have
you
to
just
go for
have
it.
to click. Like I don't really like Shadow
Yeah,
Ball there. I
Aqua
think
Jet-
you just have to click
Aqua Jet
Dazzle
probably
Gleam.
cleans this up here. Yeah, Aqua Jet.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, Aqua
But-
Jet cleans up.
Wow, a very decisive 2-0 from Jim there.
Yeah,
well
very
played.
decisive 2-0 for Jim. This was a win and in too, so I think Jim just got his spot into the top 8 with that win.
Exactly, and congratulations to both players for making this far in the tournament. Both played very well. It was
Yeah,
such an
great set.
awkward matchup. Again, just both
Yeah.
those Mons having the ability to get to +2s and to be physically defensive. It was just very, very awkward. And I think the Perish mode really got the shine there and allowed the team to push it over the edge. Realizing that maybe, you know, if I do get into a Bashman Mirror, or maybe if I play an Orthworm, the ability to sit there and click Parasong if my defensive plan doesn't work out it plays similarly, but at the same time, it's another out if you can't break defenses.
Yeah, I mean, Parasong, even if you don't pick up the KO with the Parasong, you're actually just forcing your opponent to switch their Pokemon out at a certain point, which allows you to either protect or switch out your Pokemon, reestablish your position that you want
Yeah.
to give you that winning spot that you need because you made them uncomfortable with the Parasong.
Exactly. You
So-
force your opponent to play your game instead of you playing theirs.
Exactly.
And I think Parasong is really good at setting the pace. We saw all the way back in Orlando when Wolfie won Orlando with that Perish Trap team. I don't think it's going to make a big return anytime soon because there is a lot of offense with the Chiyu and the Flutter Mane. But seeing it on this kind of team makes a lot of sense to me, at least with the Dash Run and the Chiyu. You get that water type, and you have something like Flutter Mane and Bundle. You have offensive, you have defensive, you have the Perish mode, you have Timmy to support you. This one actually opted for Taunt with leftovers. Like, there was a lot of unique choices here that I think we only got to see some of them from Jim.
Yeah, honestly, once you pick up that first KO, clicking Parasong is kind of easy to click because then you're like, all right, cool, I got that KO. I can click Perish. My Pokemon coming in didn't hear the song, so he felt really good that only Azumarill heard it. Swap that out, reestablish position, and then it was pretty strong sailing from there.
Exactly, but I think this was really well played from both of our opponents here. Congratulations to Jim and Nick for making this far, and to Jim for winning their in and in Or win and in and in.
It's okay. Hey, these are really cool teams. We got to see the Worm. We got to see the Bread Dog. We've gotten to see some really cool, innovative teams today. So shout out to all the players that have been really strong and creative with their team building for sure.
Yeah, and congratulations to our top 8, which we will be revealing soon. That'll be coming on stream after another short little break, but I'm very excited for Top Cut.
Yeah, me too. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and yeah, we'll take a short break and we'll be on soon, and it'll be a lot of fun to see what Top Cut looks like.
Perfect. All right, and we're back here at the New Jersey PK9 local. We're going to be getting started with our top 8 here today. We are going to... Do we have the team sheets? I can find them for us, but we're going to be starting our first top 8 here. Very, very excited. We're slowly approaching the end of today's local. How have you felt?
Honestly, it's been looking really good. I think we saw Nick Age play earlier with that Volcarona team.
Yep.
Against that Rain matchup earlier, so it's going to be interesting to see what this matchup's going to look like. Oh, shoot. Just looking at this, looks like we got a Sun matchup.
Yeah, so we have Trick Room here, which is super interesting. I've seen this
Torkoal.
team before.
Yeah, Torkoal. We got Brute Bonnet. Oh, Hatterene.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting teams. We've also seen the opposing team here. We've seen Keith's team on stream before. We saw him play earlier against Moxie and Fernape earlier.
Yeah, so this is going to be really cool to see this matchup, the way they interact, because one team is kind of just, I don't want to say balanced, but it kind of is a balanced core going into that Trick Room matchup,
Yeah, I think the big thing here is going to be if Trick Room goes up or not. The fact that it's even on the team at all is a surprise. You never see Trick Room really, especially in this current day and age. The problem with the team, I think, is that there aren't a lot of good Trick Room setters, and the ones that are on the field or like that are available to use, they aren't necessarily the best option compared to the things that you see on things like Balance and things like that, which offer a lot more potency on the board and immediate value. Things like Fluttermane make it really hard to use things like the Hatterene and even Armor Rouge. Just they make it impossible. Don't even get me started on like things like Ting Lu that feel impossible to beat when you're using Trick Room.
For sure, but it doesn't look like that Keith has anything to deny the actual Trick Room from going up.
Exactly.
So it's going to be really interesting to see where Marquise kind of maximizes those Trick Room turns when it does get set up.
Exactly, and I really think it comes down to, again, if that Trick Room does come up, there's a lot of opportunities on this team for this team to kind of get it up. You're allowed to U-turn with the mouse hold, which is something you normally don't see. There's things like the Volt Switch Hands. The Farigiraf prevents priority moves, and we do see it has like Nasty Plot on it. There's a lot of interesting choices. I believe this team did reasonably well from Cortex. A similar 6. I think I had the bone on it at one point, but this team is pretty good.
Yeah, and here we go. We see that Maushold Hatterene lead into that Fluttermane and Volcarona.
Yeah, so I'm very interested here to what your answer is, the Hatterene Maushold. Maushold really providing that friend guard support. It's really supposed to be there just for that. Like, once it goes up, you could just spam moves with Hatterene, and Hatterene has a lot of special attacks, so those Dazzling Gleams will be hurting, or even a Psychic into something like the Volcarona really, really do hurt. And the thing is if you do KO Maushold, that's okay, because then the Trick Room player gets in a free switch. They get in their hands, they get in their Bonnet, they get in their Torkoal.
Yeah, you can see like this U-turn coming out here.
Yeah.
In this turn, it kind of looks like a free U-turn.
Yeah.
Friend guards providing protection for the Hatterene, and Volcarona doesn't seem like it's going to do that much there.
And I don't think the Fluttermane is ever confident going for something like a Shadow Ball into the Hatterene, because as long as the Maushold can go for something like Follow Me, it's always going to be at risk of doing nothing. And we are just going to see the Follow Me there. Just makes sense as well.
We see an early Terastallization though from the Fluttermane.
Yeah.
Does this pick up?
I don't think so. If you lead this, I think you're going to. What?
Wow. No crit either.
Yeah,
Wow.
I guess maybe that Maushold just wasn't built. And a Quiver Dance. This is going to be interesting because I think what Keith is weighing here currently is that +1 attack and that +1 speed def, because of how especially offensive the Trick Room team mode is. It's just like that might be more worth it. I'm not outspeeding anything in Trick Room anyways, so I'll take the +1 speed, even though it seems counterintuitive in Trick Room.
We get that +1
because you get the +1 the speed def and the
and
attack.
he might have a Ting Lu in the back that can swap in and lower
Exactly.
that special attack from Torkoal and Hatterene. And
But I think the problem is that early terrestrialization kind of sets you a little bit back because you don't have the opportunity to terrestrialize something like the Volcarona into something like the water that could potentially resist an eruption from this Torkoal, for example.
Yeah, for sure. But definitely picking up that early KO does feel pretty good, even though you're in Trick Room. You just got to figure out how you're going to stall out these next few turns.
Yeah, like I said before, like Keith gets Marquise's like mouse hold, but there's nothing you can really like. He follow me's anyway, so you're not.
Right.
That's always to be expected.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting. Like, you swap out that Flutter Mane because it's locked, and yep, we see that it does.
Yeah, you really need Flutter Mane because while these are all super strong Pokemon, a lot of them are frail. Bringing Tauros to this matchup is actually very, very interesting to me. Seeing that the only physical attackers are Bonnet and Hands, and Mousehold if you really want to count it with Population Bomb. But I don't think it provides much value in this matchup, to be honest. It does a lot. It takes a lot from Psychic, Dazzling Gleam,
Yeah.
and definitely doesn't like a Bullet Seed Spawn either. But we're
Yeah,
going to see
for sure.
exactly how much this Eruption from Torkoal is going to do.
think
Honestly, I
it's gonna
expect
do a
it to do a lot.
Yeah, me too. Even at +1.
The Tauros almost dying. That wasn't a crit!
No crit. Oh, Tauros is down.
That is
about-
huge.
I think that's, what is that? That's one neutral and one resist, right? Oof.
As
did
I'm
a
saying,
lot.
something like that water would be so much more worth it.
Wow.
And the Flamethrower doesn't even pick up +1 in the sun.
Wow, that didn't KO.
That's insane. And that Torkoal just showing, hey, if I have Trick 'em Up, I'm just going to spam Eruption, GG's. Like, Ting Lu can come in, sure, but you're still taking damage. I think the thing that people overestimate about the Ruin Pokemon is that they don't ignore damage. They just lower it a little bit. But Torkoal in the sun is still going to hurt.
Yeah, especially when it's Rasslines with the fire and you have that charcoal item. It's going to do so much damage.
And we saw exactly how much it did in Volcarona too. If they didn't have that +1, it would have been dead.
It would have been a KO for sure.
I'm really curious to see how much this thing takes. See, that's like almost 50%. That's a lot.
That is a lot. And then Dazzling is definitely going to get it down to about 25.
For an Assault Vest and an ability that lowers special attack, that does a little too much for
Wow,
me.
the Eruption did more than the Dazzling. That's super effective.
Yeah, exactly. Just showing that Sun boosted power that Torkoal has and Eruption being 150 base power, you cannot underestimate that move.
Yeah, so how many more turns should run? 2 or 3, right?
But I don't think it matters because you can play for that. You could go for like triple protect and Volcarona and whatnot, but because
Yeah,
the
Ting-Lu can't
Ting-Lu is
protect.
Assault Vest, you have no room to really protect or
Yeah,
outplay.
and there's an untouched Pokemon in the back.
Exactly. And I think Torkoal and Hatterene just kind of say you're going to do damage. And that's the thing about Trick Room is it's very good if you can get it off, but it's so hard to that it doesn't feel rewarding sometimes.
Still did
Wow.
a lot, even at that low HP mark.
Yeah, at half you would assume it's lowered, so it's probably around the 80, maybe 75 base power range. But just the Sun Boost and the Terrifier really showing its power or its prowess here. And Dazzling Gleam going to pick up the KO.
And that's a
Ting-Lu.
double KO, so now it's just this lonely Flutter Mane in Trick Room.
Yeah, which is choice spec as well, so
Yeah,
you can't even go
has
for
to-
something like a Protect.
Yeah, it has to lock into something.
I'm really curious what the boost is here, though. It's actually going to be... I get to see that, but
Yeah, I think it's special attack boosted, but yeah, he's going to forfeit the game.
that makes sense as well. Like, it's an uphill battle once Trick Room goes up, I think. You have no tools. You don't have, like... Something like an Amoonguss with that Water Terror that could be potentially a little annoying. Yes, the Hatterene has that magic code to not get spored, but something like the Torkoal, if you are able to catch it in a position and put it to sleep, you at least have a chance for 3 out of the 5 turns of Trick Room. But when you don't even have that, it's very awkward to bring something like Tauros when it's taking almost all of its HP to an Eruption when it's supposed to be resisting it.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely would like to see something else come out from Keith's end to kind of help try to deny the Trick Room. At least we need to see something that's going to deny it or at least make it tougher on Marquise end, because that seems like you definitely just want to repeat that same game.
Exactly.
Going
Like,
into this game
I
too.
think that game was probably a perfect storm for Marquise there. And I think if you were to change anything, I would maybe like to see, from Keith's end, that is, I would like to see something like maybe the Ting-Lu lead. because you offer things like the heavy slam, you have stomping tantrum for a Torkoal switch in, you threaten a lot of the things on the team, and you don't have to switch it into an eruption, and you're able to just kind of sit there and prevent the damage before it comes out, and you can put it something next to something like the Volcarona, where you are able to go for that quiver dance position you had before. I think Flutter Mane is such a hard bring in this matchup because yes, you take advantage of the sun, yes, you hit a lot of these Pokemon for super effective with Fairy, but
Wait.
Terastallization exists, and you still have to get past Trick Room.
Right, and you can't protect once Trick Room's up with the
Exactly.
Fluttermane because you're locked. And something pretty scary to note is the Brute Bonnet in this matchup, like the Terra Fire.
Yeah.
It resists the Dazzling Gleam and then can start
Exactly.
sporing things. So, yeah, that could be really interesting as well to kind of see if that comes into play.
Yeah. I'm also very curious to see something like a Great Tusk from Keith, because that's a really, really strong option, I think, into a lot of these Pokemon. Just strong, consistent damage. Like, there's no Earthquake, so you can't get around the Friend Guard and the Follow Me, but something like a Close Combat or a Headlong Rush, just threatening the damage to guarantee they commit that Follow Me is very, very nice in this situation, instead of having to burn your Terra and go for a Moonblast.
Something to note, though, the Mousehole is Terra Flying.
Yeah.
So if he did click Headlong Rush, he could follow me into the Terra Flying. So I don't know if that feels good. But we'll see what they ended up leading here. And, it's the Mousehole and the Giraffe.
Yeah, this is another form of offensive pressure in the same way that the Hatterene is. Ferrograph has a little bit better spread options, in my opinion, and it has, while Dazzling Gleam is there, Hyper Voice does a lot of damage, and especially since this one has Nasty Plot. We saw last time that Keith had no answer really to the bulky Trick Room Center next to a Mousehole. So Ferrograph having Nasty Plot is going to be really, really annoying here.
Yeah, it's going to be super annoying, especially since it can do pretty decent damage into that Tauros that he led with super effective damage. And I don't really see how he denies Trick Room with this lead.
Yeah, there's really no way to deny it, and I think that's the biggest thing. It's kind of what we talked about each game. We see the Flutter Mane switch here, and this could be a close combat in the Mousehole, but it's so hard to prevent Trick Room from going up for most teams, let alone battle another Trick Room or battle Trick Room in Trick Room.
Yeah, I do like this switch, though, from Keith's end to kind of not, force that Terra first turn, save it for later, bring in that Ting-Lu so it's automatically on the field already. And I don't think that the double up, based on the damage we saw the first game, that it'll KO the Ting-Lu from here in Trick Room here. So I think this is a very good adaptation for Keith in this game too.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, as well, is that Keith, I really wish Keith led Ting-Lu, because in that game one scenario, for example, you have the Hatterene, you have the Mousehole, you know you're going to kill with the Flutter Mane, but if you can bait a Terastallization out from that Hatterene, that means Torkoal isn't Terastallizing.
Yeah, for sure. Now we do see the Iron Hands come in here on that free switch. So I don't think that Keith thought that was coming out. He's planning on that Torkoal.
Expecting a Torkoal.
Yeah, I think we were all expecting the Torkoal to come in there.
But this still isn't out for Keith. Obviously, he still has all 4 of his Pokemon, and
Yep.
Marquise is down to 3. But with Trick Room going up, the slower Pokemon are obviously going to be moving first. This Ting-Lu is most likely actually going to move before the hand, depending on how this hands is built. Just because I know a lot of hands, for example, when it was really, really popular, they would try to outspeed each other, obviously, for that face to take out.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely want that speed advantage in the mirror. But
We are going to
it's
see a Ting-Lu
Trick
switch
Room.
out.
Oh, what's coming in?
I don't know if this is a Flutter Mane. It is the Flutter Mane,
Mane.
probably being something like a Drain Punch or
Oh,
potentially a
double
Fake Out.
swap. We got the double swap.
I actually really like this double slot from Keith,
too.
because it capitalizes on whatever the hands wants to do. If the hands does go for something like that, close combat,
Oh, into the
it goes
Flutter
into
Mane.
the Flutter Mane not being able to do
The
anything.
nasty plot, though.
And then the other thing is if it did go for a fake out into something like the
could get
Tauros,
burned,
it
yeah.
could get burned. So I really like that from Keith, but the problem with that play is Marquise demonstrating it excellently, is now he just nasty plotted it, and you didn't get anything done that turn.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was honestly a really good play from both sides.
Yeah.
Very safe on both ends. Like, yeah, you have a free nasty plot. What are you really doing to me right now? And if I do close combat into a ghost type, I can just make up for that with that +2 nasty
Exactly.
plot.
But I think it ends up being a little bit more positive for Marquise here, just having a +2 Ferrograph on the field with something like a Terra Water, Terra Blast with Life Orb, Psyshock. Like, this thing is going to be hitting hard. It's not going to have the spread moves that we talked about earlier, but being able to Psyshock something like a Flutter Mane, and Keith has to play the switch now because you can only switch Ting Lu in for one slot. So one slot is taking a side shock whether you like it or not.
For sure. And if it's that Tauros, that's super effective
Yeah, it's
damage
not
from the
gonna like
Tauros. So it's gonna be interesting. You see a substitute from
It
the
is
Iron Hands.
substitute Iron Hands? Oh, wow. I completely glossed over that.
Yeah, me too. So wow. So now we have Iron Hands under sub, and the Moonblast goes into the
Wow.
Iron Hands.
And we see a Terra Blast that had went into that Flutter Mane. But because there was no Terrestrialization, it's a normal move still.
Wow. What a turn. Honestly, that couldn't have played out any better for Keith.
Yeah, exactly. I think because of that substitute, you're able to break it. You pretty much didn't lose anything. You got a free chip on the hands.
Yep, you broke the sub, and you didn't Terra, so the Terra Blast from
Exactly.
the Giraffe didn't affect it. So pretty good turn for Keith for sure.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting though because while that turn was fine for Keith, nothing really got done on either end.
But
Mark-
that stalls out the Trick Room.
Exactly. It's another turn where Trick Room is getting stalled down and Keith is just really playing to his out end, switching things in and out, really trying to call what Marquise wants to do, and switching so that he can stall Trick Room. Very effective.
If he side shocked into that slot, that could
Yeah,
be,
exactly.
That could be really
It's just
bad.
those switches that he's getting correct.
Oh, we see a Terrestrialization Terra Water. Is it gonna be that Terra Blast that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I don't know. Terra Blast, I think, is the safest play, right? Because water, even if it doesn't hit for super effective, it's still doing. And it's a wild charge into the Ting Lu. But this is a Terra Blast in which slot?
The Flutter
The
Mane.
Flutter Mane, does this pick up? I don't think it will.
No, even at +2 and Life Orb, not enough.
Flutter Mane is just too specially bulky. Moonblast gonna come out. This might just KO.
That's gonna KO. Wow.
Wow.
Other Choice Specs Moonblast.
Choice Specs Moonblast. Who cares about Ting Lu?
Yeah, it's
Like-
not AV Iron Hands
Yeah.
that we're accustomed to seeing, so it's not gonna take it as well.
Yeah, it's actually booster energy with Quark Drive, which is so crazy.
Oh,
But we
here's
are gonna
the
see
Torkoal.
Torkoal. Here it is.
And neither of these Pokemon can protect.
I think that's crazy though because now the Flutter Mane just it can switch, but
Good.
it can't protect. So whatever switches in here is going to not like taking an eruption.
Yeah, I mean, even if you, I think switching it out though is better because this is probably the last turn of Trick Room, I would assume. You know, Marquise lost both of his Pokemon.
Yeah,
And you can have Flutter Mane outside of Trick Room.
I really do think it comes down to the Trick Room turns. If Keith is able to stall this final turn in Trick Room, I think this should be, super fine.
Yeah, for sure. And we're gonna see that Terrestrialization come out from the King Lu.
Yeah, and is that Water Terror with the AV, so this is gonna take no damage from this eruption, especially since there's no Terra Fire.
Yeah.
But I'm very curious of what the move of choice is because something like that Side Shot could still hurt the kill.
Yeah, really, because since it's +2.
Yeah.
And
And there's actually a unique interaction that Psyshock still gets lowered by the Ting Lu because it is so Psyshock damage is based on the defense, but because it's a special move and it goes off a special attack, it's still lowered by the Ting Lu.
oh, the eruption. Stomping Camp into the Torkoal does about half. Good chip. And the Terra Blast comes out.
Oh, Terra Blast and a
Into
Ting
Ting
Lu. No.
Okay, yeah, do nothing. It loses HP. It probably did more
Oh,
damage
yeah,
to
this
itself.
is exactly what we were talking about. But now that you have this position on the board, right, you can just kind of KO everything.
Yeah.
You have a Volcarona in the back. The
Yeah.
Torkoal can no longer fire off full power eruptions.
Yeah, and it doesn't have Protect either, so Stomping's just going to pick it up.
Something like a close combat, wow, that does so much. Hopefully Keith doubled it because if Torkoal, like, there's a world where Torkoal had gone for, like, something like Protect, right?
Yeah. Well, there's no Protect on the Torkoal.
Is there not?
No Protect on the Torkoal.
Oh, it's
no.
Clear Smog for Dondozo.
Yep. So there's no Protect, so this is kind of like a free KO here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is going to go to a game 3, though.
Wow, very well adjusted from Keith. Really well played and really good switching and board positioning. Being able to call out pretty much every turn Marquise wanted to go for something. Even though Marquise got that +2, which we initially thought was going to be a lot more detrimental, Keith was like, no, I'm just gonna switch around and figure it out then.
Yeah, once that Terra Blast went full Ghost type Pokemon and it kind of stalled out the turn, it was like a free burnt turn of Trick Room right there. So that really
Exactly.
played in the Keith's favor.
And I think that's like if you can't stop Trick Room from going up, play better than your opponent to stall it out.
Right.
And I think Keith really exemplified that in that game too.
Yeah, I think Torkoal needed to come out and then save the Iron Hands for later so that you can preserve that fake out to reset the Trick Room. That might have been the better play going forward. But yeah, I mean, really interested to see how they play this game 3 for sure.
Trick Room is so interesting as well. I've been trying to make it work, but it feels exactly like this game where if your opponent just plays a little bit better because you're relying on the speed tier so much of Trick Room, it can feel very, very rough when you're caught outside of it.
Yeah, so it'd be really interesting to see. Do we see the same Mousehold lead? Mousehold, I really feel like even though Mousehold followed Mead, it really hasn't done that much, except provide that.
But
free switch.
does it have to do anything else, right? Like, does it?
I guess not. No, but you could lead. You could still go like fake out with the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
With the Trick Room setter, or you can bring the Brute Bonnet, put someone to sleep on a switch, still set up Trick Room. Because I really don't see, a double KO, like a knockout, even with a double up.
Exactly, and I think like there's so many options both of these players have, especially when I would look at Keith's team sheet, I would be a little confused on what to do too. Seeing that Tauros is actually a little awkward because yes, you can hit it for super effective, and yes, you can kill with like Eruption and Psychic and all the other moves that Marquise has on his team, but it's still annoying because it can fire back with those close combats. So yes, there's a world where you can ignore it, but we saw exactly how much it did to Farigiraf, and if you kind of leave it there, it just does damage.
Yeah, for sure. So it'd be really interesting to see how the leads go. Probably going to see the Mousehold and something else here. And we do, yep. Mousehold Giraffe.
Yeah, the Mousehold Giraffe
Same
makes
lead.
a lot of sense, and I think Marquise's game plan in this game is probably, I'm just going to try to play better. I'm going to call the switches a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I like this from Keith's end as well. The Flutter main Volcarona. Volcarona didn't like that Eruption though, so interesting to see how this plays out.
Exactly. I think this is a very, very good turn from Keith to play out exactly like how he wants it to. The Mousehold instead just opting for that follow me. I was thinking maybe a Protect as an adaptation, but you're going to see the Dazzling Gleam. That still does so much to Farigiraf, and the Flamethrower is probably going to pick up the KO here.
It does, yep. So now Trick Room goes up, pretty fresh turn. I think it played out the way both players expected it to.
Yeah, I think Keith is like, okay, I'm just going to get rid of Mousehold every single time. And Marquise is like, you could do that, but I'm going to Trick her. I think, like you said, both players are okay with that because of their own respective game plans. So if this is something like that Torkoal, that Terrifier Eruption, plus something like a Psyshock could be the end of this Flutter Main and Volcarona.
Yeah, and we saw how much damage it did to Volcarona, and this time it doesn't have that special defense proc that it had in the first game, so it's definitely not going to be able to take this
Exactly.
this Eruption here.
And it is going to be spec'd in a Dazzling Gleam, so it's not going to be doing any damage. I could expect something like a Ting Lu, assuming it's in the back from Keith there. Being able to switch it in and having the Volcarona go for something like a Flamethrower, maybe even into the Torkoal, just to make sure it's not firing off those strong eruptions.
Yeah, you would definitely want to start chipping that Torkoal so that Eruption's not as strong. And right now the Giraffe isn't +2 like it was last game, so he's not feeling as scared of the Giraffe as he was last game for sure.
Exactly, but I think Psyshock is still going to hit your Flutter Main super hard. And we know that the Volcarona doesn't live most likely unless Ting Lu or the
And
+1
we
is
see
in the
here
field.
comes the Terra. No one switched, right? No switches.
Yeah, no switches, which is very interesting. So this is super detrimental, I think, for Keith if this turn plays out that Marquise wanted it to.
Yeah. Uh-oh. This could be a double KO. Okay, we see the Protect.
See a
from
Protect.
Volcarona. I think Flutter Main's foddered though.
Oh, this Eruption's going to do so much.
So much damage. Does Flutter Main live this? No, right? Definitely.
I think it lives, but yeah, it lives. Oh, it does not. I'm still just mind boggled.
Wow, it does not live, and there's no.
I think it's a Side Shock, probably into the Flutter Main just to
Yeah.
double up on it.
Yeah, just to make sure that you get the KO. I did so much damage.
Yeah, but this is, again, we're in the game 1 position where Keith just gets rolled now because it's like, what do you do? Eruption just does so much damage.
Yeah, and that Terra Blast can just do neutral damage.
Yeah,
now
you can.
now that the Flutter Main's gone, you don't have to worry about any immunities.
Yeah, you could Terrasilize all you want over full Corona, but it's so rough because yes, you go water, you still take a million kajillion damage, and then on top of that, you are taking an extra for 3 more turns at least with the Trick Room.
this is going to do a big chunk to both, even though you terrestrialize. I want to say like half, right? It does like half,
At
maybe
least
more.
half, and then I think a side shock has a chance to KO, but not with Tinglu on the board. Tinglu
Yeah.
actually might make this a lot better for the Volcarona, but it really depends.
Let's see. This is going to be really interesting.
Oh,
less
my
than
God,
half.
you were right. But
Yeah.
it almost did half, which is
Yeah.
insane for water
Yep.
and Tinglu on the board.
And that did around half too. Oh, he gets the nasty plot.
Nasty plot.
Oh, what a great turn for Marcus. Oh, it's such a good turn. Does that pick up the KO? It doesn't.
Oh. I think it's because
Oh,
of
gets the
Tinglu. But
burn.
the burn coming up right now. The Farigiraf is now burned. It's on a timer as well as Trick Room. The Volcarona and Tinglu, a little bit of anti-synergy. The Volcarona might have been able to pick up if Tinglu wasn't on the board.
Yeah, it might have actually. But honestly, I think the turn played out pretty good for Keith, actually, because now he can just protect the Volcarona, still chip down that Torkoal, and then the burn can start chipping away at the Giraffe on its own.
Exactly, just going for, again, just Trick Room turns, trying to stall Trick Room turns. We know the Farigiraf can't go for the Wonder Tear, so all it has to hit this Tinglu is Terra Blast.
Right. So honestly, I think I feel pretty good if I'm Keith. And Marcus, could play this out really well too, and kind of snowball if he starts making some reads here.
Yeah, it really depends on what this last Pokemon is here for Marquise.
Yeah, check. And I want to say double up into the Tinglu.
Oh,
A
flamethrower.
Yeah. Oh, he solved it.
Oh,
Is this
wow.
KO?
Ruination instead of Stomping.
He probably wanted to
Terra
call it.
Blast. Oh, he doubled it. Does this KO?
Yes, it does.
It does. Wow.
Wow. Oh no. Okay, so then. All
For
right.
that
so-
Life Orb Burn Chip, is it enough?
Oh,
It's not enough.
Invisible
And the Farigiraf's
Sash.
gonna hang on at 1 HP.
And he can't Aqua Jet it either because of the ability.
Exactly. This is so crazy.
I guess you go for the double protect, right?
I think you have to. Obviously, you protect your Tauros, but then, like, for Volcarona, you have to go for the double. I think.
Yeah, I think you have to, because it's not surviving a double up.
Never.
Not surviving a double up. Wow, what a game 3!
Yeah,
What a
absolutely.
big, that was a
It gets the double protect.
Wow, it gets a double.
This is so exciting. The Farigiraf at 1 HP. Now that the double protect came out from Keith's end, that means the
Wow.
Farigiraf's gonna die to burn.
Yes, it does. But then it also gives Marquise a free switch to whatever his last Pokemon is.
Yeah,
So
it really does come down to what this last Pokemon is. It could be a couple of things.
Is it the bonnet?
If it's hands, I think Marquise has a chance to lose. If it's something like Hatterene, you should probably be fine.
Yeah, so that'll be really interesting if it is the Hatterene. It's Brute Bonnet? It's
Bonnet. It is neither of the ones that I suggested.
Does Combat KO Bonnet?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't bet on it, but a Flamethrower, since they're both faster, definitely does.
Yeah, that's true. You got a Quiver Dance.
And because this Bonnet has no Protect, it's a little awkward.
Yeah, is there a Sucker?
Yeah, so it has Spore Bullet, Close Combat, and Sucker Punch.
Wait,
so
the
no
Sucker,
Protect
the
means it
Sucker
can double
KO
attack.
the Sucker KO the Volcarona.
No, I do not think so. There's no way. It's actually it's attack boosting.
Oh,
No, see,
wow,
yeah.
that was close.
That needed to kill, but now I think this is just.
Yeah, was that Sash? That's
No,
Sash?
it just.
It's just an invisible Sash?
There's been
So
so
many
many Pokemon that
invisible
just live
Sash.
at 1 today. Yeah, the double air is gonna kill the Brute Bonnet. No Protect really stings them. This Torkoal doesn't really have another option.
Does an Eruption here? It needed to, right? Oh, he didn't. He didn't Eruption.
No, yeah, I think. Well, you expect to obviously.
Kill.
Yeah.
Oh, that killed?
What? Hold on.
Oh, because of the special defense drop from the close combat and then the sun.
Wow. Okay. Does Sun pick up the K on this Torkoal?
Oh,
And
it's
it
enough.
doesn't. That's
Oh,
gonna
my
be game 3
goodness.
going to Keith.
Wow, what a game from both players. Honestly, they both played really well. Like Marquise with the read on the
That was
protect
such an
into the
intense end
Tinglu, and then Keith gets the double protect to stall out Trick Room. What a
Yeah.
game 3! Wow.
That was a really intense and well played set from both players there. Unfortunate to see Marquise
Wow.
get knocked out in top 8,
Oh,
but a
what a
very
game.
good display of skill there.
Yeah, honestly, both players played phenomenally, played it out. They both made reads, and they did what they needed to do. It just, double protect won it.
Yeah, and that situation's right where I would go back in building and I would look at my Torkoal and I'd be like, dang, I really wish I had protect.
Yeah, you do, but you kind of just wish like maybe you want the I don't know actually because that was so tough because then you just get doubled up if you protect there.
Yeah, like there's so many small, minute things, and again, it really comes down to how you want to approach Trick Room because each player has their own way of doing it. For example, Keith in this matchup in this game decided to go for more of a passive approach where he was switching in and out until he was in a position where he felt comfortable enough to actually hit back and do something to the enemy team. But there are other approaches where he kind of tried game one and lost that game where he went for something like a more offensive approach, trying to kill the Hatterene, but it didn't pay off as we saw, and I think it was really well adjusted from Keith.
Yeah, I think it's just the spread on the Bonnet because Bonnet was this close to picking up the KO in the sun with the sucker punch. So maybe if you just adjust the EV spread a little bit,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
going into building like.
But I think if you're attack boosted, you have a little bit of something in there anyway.
Yeah, so not picking up the KO is huge because then that allowed the double up to take out the Bonnet, and then Torkoal did KO the Tauros from full health
Yeah.
with a flamethrower.
It's
but-
insane.
Oh man, that was wow! What a game!
Very well played to both opponents, though. We are going to take another quick break before our top 4 match. Very,
Yeah.
very excited for
We're
that.
actually going to be giving out both top 4 matches on stream.
Oh, we are.
So
Perfect.
so we will be able to show both of those on stream. So that's gonna be really exciting to see.
Amazing. All right. Well, we'll be back for that in a little bit. See you then. All right, and we are back here for our top four match, our
four?
first one of the New Jersey RK9 Tournament Grand Finale Championship Trophy Prize.
Yo, this top four is so interesting.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it. We have somewhat of a standard team, something I've been seeing a lot of, and something I've been want to try myself. A little bit of mix of what we consider a balanced team with a few different water types and a few different changes here and there, and then a very interesting Sojourner team.
Yeah, you got your Chi-Yu to be like that fire type, and then you have the Gyarados be your water, and then you have your Amoonguss and Fluttermane there, and then you have the Iron Hands and Mundle kind of round out the team, and then over here we have the Giraffe.
Yeah, the Giraffe, man. It's
Again?
crazy. And this Giraffe is unlike any other Giraffe you've seen before. Instead of the safety goggles or instead of something like that Citrus Berry, even it's Rocky Helmet.
This Rocky Helmet.
And it doesn't stop there. There's things like Assault Vest Chi-Yu, there's Stonejourner, there's
The Scizor.
Murkrow with Sunny Day. There's just so many different powerhouse options that this team has here on K-Sun's side that really power up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I really am interested to see like this Scizor in action. I'm a huge Scizor fan, so seeing it in top four, very exciting, especially in this meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Andrea's team, we won't overlook that either. There's actually a couple interesting choices here. Something like the Lomberry on the Gyarados is super, super cool to get rid of those burns, to get rid of those Thunder Waves, to get rid of those sleeps. Super, super good, and it has something like that taunt that it could go for in this matchup.
Yeah, that's gonna be really good into that Giraffe. Just being able to stop that Trick Room.
Yeah,
going up.
exactly.
Oh, and we see the Stonejourner Chi-Yu and the Gyarados and the Irons. Honestly, really good lead from Andreas' side.
Yeah, I think Andreas is kind of setting up here, not really in terms of setting up a Swords Dance or something like that, but being able to go for something like a Fake Out into a Paralysis with a Thunder Wave just really gets you in a strong position to kind of start gaining the speed control before something like Murkrow on K-Sun's side comes out instead of Tailwind.
Yeah, for sure. This is really good. Yeah, this is a kind of obvious switch out to Chi-Yu. For the Giraffe. Oh, to stop the Fake Out.
To stop the potential Fake Out coming out there, it's going to get stopped.
It does stop the Fake Out.
Exactly. Thinking that Stonejourner maybe would get broken by the Fake Out. Oh, the Thunder Wave into the
It's really
Ferrograss.
interesting to know the Gyarados is faster than the Stonejourner.
Yeah, I was going to say that next. I think the Stonejourner being faster, and it has Stone Edge. Wow! Whoa!
It's
and
a crit!
critical hit.
Oh, it's a crit. Oh, it's
What a
crit.
dynamic turn one.
Wow. Oh, it hurts.
Being
Oh.
able to stop the Fake Out, allowing the Stonejourner to go for the Stone Edge. Number one, it was able to hit, and then number two, it was able to get that critical hit, KOing that Gyarados.
Yeah.
No longer able to threaten anything with those Thunder Waves and gain the speed control that maybe be needed.
I don't think it would have KO'd if it wasn't for the crit because of that.
I don't
minus
think it
one.
would have either.
Oh, but I was like, oh, that's gonna do a lot of damage, and then I saw the bar just right
Yeah.
down. I was like, no way. Oh, it
And what's
hurts.
important to note, though, is that the Stonejourner isn't, the Gyarados isn't something like that Citrus Berry, so it wouldn't have gotten any recovery, and it would have been in range of something like the Chi-Yu Dark Pulse later in the game. But just having the Gyarados removed completely is such a huge, huge thing.
Yeah, because now you can just reset the Stonejourner. That way it's not intimidated anymore. And you feel pretty safe right now with the Giraffe out there because then it's Rocky Helmet, so if Iron Hands attacks it, it's still going to hurt itself anyway.
Exactly, and the thing about this Ferrograss as well is because it has Trick Room, that Paralysis actually might come in handy because having its speed is actually going to allow it to underspeed a couple of the things on the field here.
Yeah, that might actually benefit K-Sun here in the long run, having that Thunder Wave. Oh, Moonblast comes out into the Stonejourner, brings it down the
We know
sash.
Stonejourner quite literally has like 5 special defense, so even things like an Ice would do like 50%. Another Stone Edge hitting again, that does 50% at -1.
Oh my goodness, honestly, that's a really good turn for K-Sun too, because now he gets a free switch, and unless barring a para right now, he probably got Trick Room up.
Yeah, I think Trick Room is going to go up here. Oh, there is the Paralysis!
Oh, I shouldn't have said it.
Yeah, the commentator cursed, unfortunately, but the Ferrograss is not going to be able to go for something like that Trick Room because of the Paralysis, but I'm really interested to see now where K-Sun wants to go with his game plan if he has a backup plan if Trick Room doesn't go up there.
Fluttermane.
Yeah, well, there it is.
What a good backup to have, right?
Exactly. I think Fluttermane is always, good, even if you are running something like Trick Room. having Fluttermane there just to dish out damage in case you don't get it, or to take advantage of something like your opponent's Chi-Yu, you could do so much damage with something like a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, so now it kind of seems okay because I think both players have their terrestrialization. No Trick Room went up, and they both have the same amount of Pokemon left, so it seems pretty even set now.
Exactly.
It can go either way.
And something important to note there is that the hands didn't switch out with Volt Switch. And even though it hit it, but because it got the KO, it wasn't able to switch out.
Yeah, that's actually interesting though. They could have reset the fake out. I guess not because of the giraffe, so you don't really need it.
Yeah.
And here comes.
And we are just going to see the Terra Fairy here. And because of the range that Fluttermane is sitting at, I wouldn't be surprised if it just dies to Dazzling Gleam. And this, even though it's AV hands, it's not going to like it. Helping Hand? Oh, man. I don't know if Hands is going to like this too much.
Oh, wait. This Fluttermane's faster. Into the other Fluttermane.
Moonblast!
Oh,
It lives!
It survives.
Moonblast firing back with a Helping Hand is going to get the knockout.
So you lose hands, and Fluttermane's around an extra turn.
But the thing about K-Sun now is that their Fluttermane is known to be slower. Maybe it could be a speed tie, but you have the information that most likely you are faster.
Yeah, so that's good to note going into, a game 2 here. So then it's kind of like, all right, you can go for, probably if it's a speed tie, then maybe you pick off that Fluttermane. Stop Trick Room, but yeah, we don't even know what the last Pokemon is on
Yeah,
K-Sun's
exactly.
End.
Well, actually, no, we do know it was that Chi-Yu that was led.
Oh, right.
It was switched out immediately to prevent that fake out. But we are gonna see a Moonblast here into the Fluttermane slot. Makes sense. Most likely confirming that that Andreas' Fluttermane is the faster one here.
Yes.
If this Farigiraf is able to get something like a Trick Room off between the Dark Pulse flinch, between the Paraflinch, it lives at like 1 HP.
It's parried
and it gets
again.
paralyzed,
Oh,
unfortunately.
no.
And it's not going to be able to get
Yeah,
Trick
you
Room
can-
up for its Chi.
You can hear the crowd reaction to the double para.
Yeah.
super wild game right now.
Because the thing is, if you're Chi-Yu, right, if you are K-Sun and you have your Chi-Yu with that Assault Vest, because you get Trick Room up, you know you're slower than the Fluttermane, and you're able to just fire off damage. But
Yeah.
now you're not in the worst position still, because they still have to respect, even though you're Specs, because you are locked into your move with the Fluttermane, with Moonblast, you still have to respect that the fact that the Farigiraf is on the field. So you have to go for something like a Heat Wave on the Chi-Yu to make sure the draft doesn't get any extra damage off.
Yeah, for sure. You still don't want to take any damage from the giraffe.
Exactly.
But yeah, the writing, I don't want to say it's on the wall, but it seems like it's kind of helping hand.
Depending on how this Chi-Yu is built from K-Sun's side, it could be very, very detrimental. It is that Assault Vest, so it's going to take this at least decently. I lied. It did not take that decently well at all. And the special attack drop is really, really unfortunate. We are going to see a Heat Wave. Miss!
You missed the Chi-Yu.
Wrong target, though.
Alright, so the draft goes down.
And that
here
Heat Wave
comes-
going out.
Oh. Okay, so now we have a Chi-Yu mirror?
Chi-Yu mirror, yeah, but
AV.
it looks like Andreas' Chi-Yu seems to be the faster one. So in that Dark Pulse War, and because of the HP that K-Sun has right now, it's the positioning and the HP. Just you cannot win this if you're K-Sun, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are gonna see the Andreas is faster.
Wow, I didn't do much. Oh, yeah, didn't do anything either.
Yeah, barring things like crits, I think just because of the HP amount,
it's-
Andreas is able to just take this game.
Yeah, and it seems like his is faster too. It's definitely faster. So that's good. That's good information for K-Sun going into this game too.
Exactly. We are going to see an overheat here. If this is the chance to kill it, it is now, but it's not, unfortunately. And the special attack is going to keep dropping for that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, now he just hope for a crit, but he's not even going to get the chance.
Yeah, so we are going to see a Dark Pulse to take game 1 for Andreas here. I think it's really interesting, though, because I don't think either player had necessarily a bad game plan. Those paralysis really sucked for sure, but things like the Stonejourner, what did it really accomplish that game?
Honestly, it really didn't do much. It did get the crit on the Gyarados. It did get the crit on the Gyarados, which definitely mattered, especially being intimidated. But barring that, it really didn't do that much.
Yeah, but in the long run, I don't think clearly Andreas was able to outplay that and bring it back Even though the Gyarados is killed, I think the Gyarados is just there really to just be annoying with Thunder Wave. I think even though you get rid of it,
It
the
did its
main
job.
powerhouse, exactly, it did its job. The main powerhouses of the team are that Fluttermane and that Chi-Yu that just put out insane amounts of damage.
For sure. I definitely want to see that Scizor come out because it is the Terra Water Scizor, so it could potentially resist that Chi-Yu on Andreas' end. So I would like to see that as being a adaptation
Yeah.
to a game 2, especially since it can hit Fluttermane with Bullet Punch, potentially Oko that.
Scissor's a little scary as well, though, because while it does have things like Pounce for that speed control, unfortunately, it does just kind of get walled by things like that hands, like the Amoonguss. There's Thunder Wave on Gyarados, and yes, it has that Lum Berry, but more than Scizor, I think, I would really like to see Murkrow come to this game, too.
Murkrow would be really interesting to see. Guarantee yourself now that you get the speed control, knowing that
Exactly.
Andreas' stuff is faster, so you definitely want that guaranteed speed control, and you know that you don't want to rely on making it through the paralysis, so you want to definitely get that Tailwind up. for
Because I
sure.
think K-Sun's plan was fine. I think it was just the lack of speed control.
Right.
Because you had the attacks, you attacked the correct slots, you just weren't able to do it first.
Right, and you got paralyzed. So instead of relying on having to go fight through the paralysis, let's just get the Tailwind up. And go from
Exactly. And if you get something like that Stone Edge crit again, you could very well just Tailwind and outspeed the Gyarados and get the crit, and there's no paralysis at all.
there. All right, looks like our players locked in their team, and we're going to get started this game too.
And here we are going to see the Murkrow Fluttermane.
Oh, this is good.
This is exactly the powerhouse duo I wanted to see from K-Sun's side of the field here. That Fluttermane being choice specs, most likely that booster special attack with the Fluttermane one in the sun, that photosynthesis boost, really, really strong if he's able to get it all.
Yeah, with Chi-Yu on the field, Specs Gleam might KO the bundle.
Oh, it 100% does.
Yeah, so
Even without the Chi-Yu, I think in the sun, D-Gleam is definitely killing.
well, if he sets up Sun, then bundle can set up speed control.
Yeah, that's true, but I think if you wait, if you play patient, right, because Fluttermane is already faster than Chi-Yu, that means they have to go for Icy Wind. So that means they're not going for a freeze dry to get a potential KO on the Murkrow.
Yeah, so
So-
it's really interesting to see what Murkrow goes for here.
Yeah, it's going to be a Protect here.
So no terrestrialization from either player.
It's
does-
going to be that Tailwind.
Yep, Tailwind comes out. And Gleam. Okay, so Dazzling Gleam into the bundle. Does this KO? Probably does. Yep.
Yeah, with the Chi-Yu. Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
yeah, no terrestrialization. So we kind of both assumed that it was going to terrestrialize and
Yeah.
take out the KO, but it did it without terrestrialization.
But I think
so.
K-Sun realizing, I know my spreads. I know I'm probably, if they keep Chi-Yu in, that means they're probably dying.
Yep. So yeah, this is looking really good for K-Sun right now as far as making a huge adjustment from game 1 to game 4.
And this is exactly the adjustment I think he needed to make to kind of get back into this game, back into the set, because now you're able to do, what does Andreas really have to counteract Terra Fairy Sunny Day?
Yeah, because now you just Terra Fairies at Gleam and activate Sunny Day. That's
Sure,
gonna-
Andreas could go for things like Thunder Wave and come down to paralysis, but even if you were to Mega Crit and kill Fluttermane this turn, it's done its job. It's going to do a
Yeah.
million kajillion damage. It
Yeah.
can die.
And the Sunny Day is just going to neuter the Gyarados. anyway.
Exactly. Like it's done its job to the point where it's so much damage has been put on the board.
Sunny Day.
You have almost no way of coming back from this.
Yeah, honestly, I think Murkrow is such an underrated Pokemon. It can do so many different things. Great utility to have on a team, for sure.
Exactly. And this Dazzling Gleam is gonna do.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness. It just OHKO'd Gyarados.
Yes.
Is that a, no,
With Dazzling Gleam, not Moonblast.
Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam. Heat Wave taking advantage of the sun, but
Doesn't KO either.
it's not gonna KO
It's an
and
unnecessary
burn.
burn, honestly.
Double burn. That could matter. If there is a world where you go for like Protect and like Fake Out and things like that, now that it has Fairy, if you
Yeah.
have something like that Iron Hands in the back, you could Fake It Out and the burn could add up.
If
You never know.
K-Sun has the Giraffe, though, you can just swap in the Giraffe. and
Exactly,
Dazzling
that's
Gleam.
just game.
So, yeah.
But yeah, I think this game too was really, really well played from K-Sun. Really set the pace and really showed what Fluttermane can do in the Sun Boost.
Yeah, you kind of just have to go for the Fake Out and hope that the Giraffe isn't there. But
Yeah, and
it
this
looks
is probably
like
such
it is
another
probably the
drop
Giraffe. Yep, there it is. Great adjustment by K-Sun for this game too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this
And I would be
KO?
surprised if this doesn't KO. Even if it doesn't, because you committed to that fake out,
Yeah.
you unfortunately just die. And there's the Chi-Yu next to you,
Yeah,
the Sun
lowers-
boost, the
yeah.
Fairy boost,
The
the
specs.
stab, the specs,
Yeah.
everything is just going this Fluttermane's way. And that's just going to be a 4-0.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, that was a really good. That was a good win for K-Sun, getting some confidence going to this game 3. So this game 3 is going to be huge. How does Andreas want to pivot from what he just played
Yeah.
to, going into that Murkrow? How is he going to deal with Murkrow right now?
Yeah, I think Andreas really needs to assess, how am I going to stop this Murkrow? Because even if you lead something like that fake out, there's just a Farigiraf waiting in the bag. So
Yeah.
whether it's now or later, you're going to get Tailwind up, you're going to get Sunny Day up, and K-Sun is going to have the tools to make that happen and to guarantee that's going to happen. Because even if you do switch Farigiraf in for the Fluttermane and you have Farigiraf Murkrow, which is kind of an awkward board at face value, but you have that Fluttermane in the back and you have those Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleams for later in game when they do kill one of your Pokemon, you can just switch it.
Yeah, and it's mind games too, right? Like he could swap out the Murkrow for the Giraffe and just go for it with the Fluttermane and say, you know what, I did so much damage before.
Exactly.
I don't even need my Sun boosted Fluttermane. So yeah, so it's just figuring out like what kind of mind game this game 3 is gonna look like.
Exactly, and I think we see that Andreas here has already locked in their team. Maybe they've already come up with a game plan. I'm very, very curious. I think a balance of that Gyarados again with something like that, those Thunder Waves, being able to fire them off in a K-Sun's team, kind of gain that speed control. If you can get it over something like that Fluttermane, get maybe 1 or 2 paralysis off, that could be totally game changing for Andreas.
Oh, for sure. Like he definitely needs to be able to stop that Fluttermane and do what he can to get that Thunder Wave onto it, because that'll be huge, picking up a potential para onto the Fluttermane. So it's going to be interesting to see how we stop the Murkrow, though.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well, but we are going to be able to see the leads here and see how that plays out. We are going to see the Fluttermane Murkrow just yet again, just why change it? And we do see that Iron Hands Fluttermane, right? So knowing that your Fluttermane is faster than the others, if you're able to fake out this Murkrow and fire off something like a Shadow Ball or a Moonblast into this and get rid of it,
That'd be
all you
huge.
have to
That's
do.
huge. Yeah, that'd be, if that were to play out the way that you said it, that'd be very huge for Andreas for sure.
Yeah. But what I'm really scared of as well is if you do go for a fake out and a Moonblast into this Murkrow,
Does the
and the
Giraffe come in?
Farigiraf switches it,
Yeah.
I get off Tailwind because you can't fake me out, and then Moonblast KOs me, and I get my Fluttermane for free.
Yep.
Sign me up. Like,
Yeah, 100%. It doesn't come out any better than that.
exactly.
Oh,
We are going to see the hand switch out here.
the Chi-Yu? I think it's Chi-Yu. It is
The
Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu makes a lot of sense here just to get the guaranteed KO on the Fluttermane.
Yep.
But I'm very curious of what's going to be here. We're going to see a Terastallization on K-Sun's side.
Oh, shoot. And it's the Fluttermane.
It's the Fluttermane.
Oh, no. He went for Tailwind.
I think so as well. I think it was just a Tailwind Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, wait, that was Andreas' Fluttermane that
Oh,
terrorized first.
yeah, because it's
So he's
faster.
Oh, the Murkrow.
Oh, the
To
Murkrow
avoid
goes
the
for
fake
Ghost.
out, to avoid the fake out.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And it's not going to be super effective against the Moonblast, but the Moonblast went off into the Fluttermane.
Oh,
Tailwind is going to come off.
What? The Chi-Yu does lower the special defense of both, so...
Oh, this might do a lot. Oh, that
Okay.
does so much still, though.
I think this KOs the Fluttermane, though.
Oh, 100%.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. It's a really interesting turn because, yeah, I chipped both of your Pokemon. I didn't get a KO. I have Tailwind up, but you did just lose Fluttermane.
Yeah. But now these Chi-Yus are both at full HP, right? And one is Assault Vest, or actually I lied, excuse me. The Redfish here on Andreas' side is almost at 50% HP, but these are both in range of something like just Heat Wave spam, and you're able to get away with that because you have Tailwind up.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if Heat Wave does KO the opposing Chi-Yu, and this Murkrow.
Oh,
does
no,
not
it
have-
doesn't.
And this Murkrow doesn't have Brave Bird.
Yeah.
It has Foul Play. So I don't think Foul Play will be getting the KO onto Chi-Yu either. So this Chi-Yu might stick around. I think the writing is on the wall for the Fluttermane.
Yeah, I think if you click something like even something as safe as Dark Pulse, if you don't want to miss Heat Wave, is just super, super safe. But like something like a Sunny Day Heat Wave is super, super good from Kaysun here. We are going to see Andreas switching that Gyarados, probably reading that Heat Wave.
Yep. And what better way to, pivot into a double resist?
Exactly. And she was going to go for a Protect here just to play it safe. That allows Kaysun to just go for a free Sunny Day.
Yeah, it does. And it also gets some free damage, some chip onto that Gyarados.
Exactly. And even if Heat Wave misses here, that's completely fine because I think Kaysun has Foul Play now. So that does so much still, the Gyarados.
Yeah, it definitely does a lot to the Gyarados for sure.
But now what I think you do is you just spam Heat Wave again and then you can click Foul Play into a slot.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really, I like what Andreas is doing here. This is a really good play from Andreas' end. I'm not going to say it out loud yet, but
yeah. Absolutely. I think if it pays off, it'll pay off tenfold. But I think the amount of, Kaysun kind of realized, if I could just put out offense, we do see a Heat Wave dodge. It's into the Chi-Yu though. Foul Play going to be going into the Gyarados. That does so much. If he didn't have connected, I think he would have gotten the KO.
Oh, it
Murkrow
survived.
hangs on!
Wow, it just survived a Dark Pulse from Chi-Yu.
That's insane.
Terra Ghost.
But seeing how we know the speeds here is played out now, I think that Chi-Yu might be faster than this Gyarados. So if you go for something like a Foul Play into this Chi-Yu, pick up the KO because it's not paralyzed, and you go for a Dark Pulse into the Gyarados, that could be a double KO potentially for Kaysun.
It really could, honestly. Wow, this is a nail biter. Even though Kaysun is down on the Pokemon count, it's still really close because of how low Andreas' Pokemon actually
For
are.
sure. Like, I think this is so polarizing in the fact that I think this turn really comes down to, does the Chi-Yu get paralyzed on Kaysun's side?
Oh, that would be heartbreaking with the way the RNG's been today. I really hope that doesn't come down to that. All right, good protection.
I think this is a double protector. Just correct from Andreas as well to just get another turn of Tailwind stalled out, to stall another turn of Sun. We do see a Foul Play. We actually don't see a protect on the Chi-Yu. I thought there was one. Heat Wave coming out.
Again.
No, Heat Wave. No, because the Andreas' Heat Wave is going to be first. And a Dark Pulse so you don't miss, guaranteeing the KO on the Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
That play also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but you wanted the Murkrow to be down so you can't
Yeah.
reset the Tailwind.
You really needed a paralysis that turn, I think.
Yes, and now that you missed the Murkrow, you can just reset the Tailwind and retake that speed control.
Yeah. And this is super rough now because it's Ghost Terra, so you can't even take it out. And something like this Flutter Mane is just going to get completely obliterated. Because how do you stop Tailwind Heat Wave other than hoping the Chi-Yu gets paralyzed?
You just gotta hope that Flutterbane is faster with the
Well,
Thunder Wave on.
it is faster. I think that's not the problem. I think you don't get the KO though because it is Assault Vest.
Yeah, I guess you gotta. I guess the flinch or the para. You gotta hope.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
All right,
that are about to come into play.
All right, Tailwind, who's faster now? Yeah, Fluttermane's still faster.
Moonblast coming out. Does this KO? I don't think so with the AV. It does!
It's sun boosted.
Yeah, it's Sun boosted. Because the way the layout is, I didn't get to see if it was speed or special attack, but that's gonna be a double KO for Andres instead of Kaysun.
What a turn of events. Wow. Oh my goodness. And he missed a few Heat Waves.
Yeah, the Heat Wave on the Gyarados. I'm not sure how much it mattered there, but this actually could be good for Kaysun depending on what's in the back because there is a fresh Tailwind. There is no Thunder Wave. So depending on how this Giraffe is, it has the potential to come back.
If the Giraffe comes,
It has Hyper Voice.
If it 3Vs 1 right now, that'd be wow.
It has Hyper Voice. It
could
can spam and kill. It kills both of these Pokemon. It really depends on how these Pokemon are built.
Yeah, Fluttermane is naturally especially defensive, so this is gonna be close. This is gonna be really close. Oh, it's still faster.
Moonblast.
Oh,
it just gets one shot.
Wow. Okay.
I try to believe in the Giraffe.
Yeah, Fluttermane's just too strong. What a great set.
Yeah, very
for
well
top
played from
four.
both of our
Yeah, they
opponents
played
there.
really well. Congratulations, Andreas, for pulling it up and making it into the finals.
Yeah, Andreas is going to be our first finalist here, and congratulations to them. Kason as well, putting on an amazing show. That game, too, was so dominant. I would not be mad walking out of top 4.
No, they both played really well, and I think that adding Murkrow into that, playing it in game 1, he didn't bring Murkrow. Bringing it to both game 2 and game 3 was definitely the adaptation he needed to make that more competitive going into game 3.
100%. I think, actually, if there was something like the Stonjourner in the back instead of the Farigiraf, you had a chance.
Where there's a rock slide.
Exactly. Where there's a rock slide, there's a flitch.
Yeah.
30% of the time.
There's a way. A rock slide probably would have picked up both, to be honest, from that range.
Exactly.
But we do know that the hands was in the back, and hands kind of deals with the Stonjourner. So you got to kind of pick your poison there. But honestly, congratulations to both players for making it this far. They did really well. And congratulations to Andreas for being our first finalist of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to both for making it to the top 4. I think we are actually going to jump very soon into our top 4. There's no reason for another break, so we're going to be staying here on the mic and looking at our next matchup. I believe it's Andrew Johnson versus Andrew. Who are you playing? No, who are you playing? Keith. So we're going to be seeing Andrew versus
another
Keith.
Stonjourner.
Yeah, another
Oh
Stonjourner.
my goodness, Stonjourner guaranteed top 4.
Stonjourner
Wow.
guaranteed top 4. That's so funny.
Wow, we might have a Stonjourner mirror match in the finals.
Well, no, because unfortunately, Kason got knocked out.
Oh,
So
right.
that-
Kason got knocked
yeah.
out, yeah. So that pipe dream is gone, unfortunately.
But we are going to get to see the Tauros that's been putting in work all day today.
Yeah, Tauros
Come
has
back
been,
on stream.
and Volcarona. Honestly, Volcarona's been
Yeah, the
doing pretty
Volcarona has
well.
lived a lot of crucial hits today.
Yeah, Volcarona's been putting in some work. But, we got this Stone. This was the first player of the day with that Stonjourner Dragonite combination we got to see earlier this morning. That did tons of work.
Yeah, we saw it put in work very earlier with that Terra Band, Extreme Speed, Normal, yada, 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 Power Spot, Boost, Helping Hand.
Oh,
everything.
Stonjourner's gone. Let me just bring in my Qian Pao, who does
Yeah.
the same thing.
Qian Pao boosted, literally everything in the book to boost up this Dragonite's attack.
Yeah.
But then it cries when it sees a Ghost type.
Literally. The big sad face for this Dragonite when it sees a Ghost type.
But this is actually going to be a very interesting matchup, I think, here with our players here. We have this Stonjourner team that we saw earlier, but we also have Keith. We've seen both these teams on stream, and it really comes down to, again, we've been talking about it all day, how these players want to play out their teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think this matchup is really interesting. Like seeing this Stonjourner into Keith's team. Iron Bundle is Terra Ghost.
Yeah.
That could be a way out. I don't know, but
No, I think it's a great idea because things like the Dragonite, right? This team really relies on getting your speed control. Yes, you have the damage, but Andrew really has to play to the condition of, can I get speed control? And with no bundle or tailwind of his own, being able to have something like the Ghost Bundle, as you mentioned before, firing off Icy Winds, even if it's not doing damage, if that's all that you, or if that's all the Iron Bundle, has to do, that's enough in this matchup, I think.
we also haven't seen Great Tusk at all today, and I like that Keith has the Great Tusk. Like Terra Steel could resist the extreme speed, but also close combat could, hit that,
Right, if you
that
take
Terra normal.
advantage of it, if it does decide to go for something like that Terra Normal, to resist something like, or not resist, but not take super effective damage from something like the Icy Wind or the Freeze Try, something like the Close Combat if you double it in. From the Tauros, which I think is more of a likelier bring, just because we've seen it a lot more today.
Yeah.
That Aqua Jet has come up into something like the Chiyu matchups. But I could also see Great Tusk equally as well. I think Tauros is more likely to come out, though. The Aqua Jet is very, very potent.
I'm just hopeful for the Tusk.
Yeah, we all are. We haven't seen Tusk a lot recently in Series 3, right? Or Regulation C, or however you want to say it. I think Tusk has been on the rise again for very good reason. Headlong Rush is such a good move.
Oh, it's so strong. And then we also saw Joe UX9 win with the Sun with Scarf Tusk.
Exactly, and I think that's why it's going to be on the rise. Is a lot of people, as we saw with the Murkrow stuff even, is Sun Spam is not going anywhere. Photosynthesis is too good of an ability to not use.
Yeah, and also Murkrow's just really good with utility just for hazing the Dozos, guaranteed Tailwind, And honestly, it has a decent attack stat where if you have Brave Bird, it's good into those Terra Grass types.
Yeah,
people
exactly.
People like to have those Terra Grass types, so to be immune to Amoonguss. So yeah, I think Murkrow is really good right now for sure.
Yeah, I think it's such a niche bring, but it's unfortunate we don't get to see it in finals. But we have the potential of a Stone Joiner in finals.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting.
Imagine that. Imagine if both the Stone Joiner players won and it was a Stony J versus Stony J finals.
That would have been something.
Yeah.
Especially with like with this team going into that giraffe, with that extreme speed. No, you don't.
Yeah, exactly. You just immediately stop the priority, but that doesn't stop Dragonite from doing millions and millions of damage. We are going to see both of our players here hop in. I need to change the name again. That's my fault. We're going to be hopping into game 1 of our second top 4 match here. But I'm very interested to see how they lead here.
All right, so Andrew leads.
We see his normal lead.
Yep, that Stone Joiner Dragonite lead. And Tusk Fluttermane.
There's your Tusk.
Tusk
They did it for
came
the
out.
fans.
He did it for the fans. I'm one of those fans.
And we are going to see just pretty offensive leads from both sides here. I think being able to have this much offensive pressure with something like that Dragonite, just pressuring the board so much, even with a Fluttermane on the field, you can't Terra Ferret safely if you're Keith, just because if you do, then you can potentially get,
Oh, we see the terrestrialization from the Dragonite. Oh, it would be really interesting if he called this in closer combat in that slot. Oh, that'd be so interesting. I'm a fan of that, by the way.
Yeah, we know Andrew to just lock in E-Speed and be okay with that. It's going to do so much to even something like the Tusk. It's not that Focus Sash. It's not going to KO, though.
I did that pretty well, to be honest.
Moonblast doing 1 million damage to this Stone Joiner. Bring it to that Sash. I'm very curious of what this is going to be.
Ice Spinner.
It's going to be an Ice Spinner into that Stone Joiner, getting rid of that Power Spot boost, saying, no, you don't.
Yes. Okay, so bye-bye, Stone Joiner. I think that's a pretty good turn for
No,
Andrew.
that's a very good... I think that's a very good turn from both players, to be honest.
Yeah.
But slightly less for Andrew. I think Keith has kind of the upper hand there because you haven't burned your Terra yet, number 1. Your Great Tusk lived, and you got a KO on the Stone Joiner.
Yeah, and to note, there's no Chien Pao coming in to boost up the Dragonite. So I think that's a really good turn.
Exactly.
Turn of events for Keith for sure. And Andrew burnt the Terra early.
Yeah, and now the thing is, but Keith still can't Terra Fairy very safely without having the Dragonite still be there. Because even without the rock on the field, the Stone Joiner, it still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's still choice banded Terra normal.
Exactly.
It's still gonna do a big chunk.
Yeah, and Keith here is going to be locked into that Moonblast, so something like that Tusk has to switch out to not die to something like an Extreme Speed. But what is it going to be?
And use Ting Lu.
Ting Lu's still going to take a lot of damage as well.
Oh,
Extreme Speed
he called the
reading
Terra.
The Pharah. I said Pharah.
Okay, so he doubled that slot just in case. It lived the Shadow Ball.
That Ting Lu really coming in clutch.
Yeah, and that's Life Orb.
But I think it's super important to know that the Fluttermane on Andrew's side is outspeeding the one on Keith's end.
Yep.
So it is able to safely go for a play like that where it can just Shadow Ball and E-Speed. So, hey, if I do get the KO, then Shadow Ball pick up the Great Tusk. But because the Ting Lu switched in, that's super good for Keith, I think.
Yeah, me too. I think it's good. And yeah, it looks like
Because, yeah, Andrew can go for something like a Shadow Ball in the Fluttermane slot, but that means you're getting heavy sand by this.
Yeah, I'm honestly really shocked that it survived. Was it Life Orb, Shadow Ball?
Life Orb, but no boost from the lock.
True.
So
Yeah.
Stone Joiner's not going to be here to save the day this time. Ting Lu.
We see a
just showing his
terrestrialization,
prowess.
and it's that Water Fountain Ting Lu.
It's still not going to want to eat a E-Speed plus Moonblast.
Definitely not. It's going to be curious to see who it's targeting.
Extreme Speed, this is into the
Ting
Ting
Lu.
Lu. Yeah, that does almost 50%.
And
this Moonblast into the Great Tusk. Wow.
all right, let's see who Ting Lu targets here. This is
I think
really...
it's just a heavy slam into the Fluttermane. That makes the
Okay,
most sense.
yeah, it does make the most sense. Yeah, get rid of that.
Wow.
We'll get rid of that pesky Fluttermane.
But like you were saying before, if this is a Chien Pao in the back for Andrew, this could be super bad for Keith. Because we saw how much it did without the boost, but now that it's a possibility.
Oh, but this is good for Keith. and it's not.
It's Chi Yu instead.
Oh, this is actually a really good outcome for Keith because now Dragonite's locked into extreme speed. He has Flutter Mane in the back, immune to the extreme speed.
Exactly,
So
and
now
you
we
have
just-
to rely on this Chi-Yu. So if this Tauros isn't able to get into a position, which it should be able to, where it can go for something like a stopping tantrum, or a wave crash, or a close combat, being able to click any of those moves and be absolutely fine into the Chi-Yu and just wall the Dragonite with a Flutter Mane is super, super good.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall here.
Extreme speed though, going out into Tauros, does this pick up the KO? It does not.
Does not.
Is this Chi-Yu faster? It's not. Does it live the close combat?
It does not.
It does not.
Oh,
And that's just going to be game one, unfortunately.
that's game one.
There is a world, right, where Andrew could use all the PP on extreme speed and go for struggle into the Flutter Mane because it does hit the ghost types. But
It does. But yeah, he doesn't have spread damage now.
exactly. You have to get 3 KOs. Hope, you side Aqua Jet, side close combat. Extreme speed
Alright.
coming out here.
Wow.
Picking up
Is
the
that a
KO on the
crit?
Ting Lu. I think without a crit, I think maybe saying that just testing the rolls, right? So maybe
a low
understanding that
roll.
it was a low roll that first extreme speed, I think.
That's good to know actually because that looked like it didn't do that much the first
Exactly.
time around and it chunked it way more this time for sure. So that's good information going into game tool.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, like, what do you do as Andrew? I think if you had Jian Pao there, the game was just yours.
Yeah, if he has Gen Pao there, he can kind of just pick off one of the two because that definitely KOs with Qian Pao beside it, and then Qian Pao can take care of the other Pokemon.
Yeah. And I'm really excited to see that he brought Tauros and Tusk, realizing that one of them is probably going to die to the Flutter Mane. So if I'm able to weave one of these fighting type moves into the normal type Dragonite, I can really wrap up the game. And if I preserve my Flutter Mane, I can be immune to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a really good, interesting note. I would like to see that Iron Bundle, maybe Terra Ghost.
Yeah, but it seems like he didn't even need it. He
Definitely
knew his team.
Yeah,
Keith
definitely didn't
understood
need
his team was able to outpoke the E-speeds. If you get rid of the Stone Joiner, a lot of those calcs that Andrew is used to aren't really applicable anymore.
For sure, for sure. I think a good adaptation, maybe bring a Mungus. Like, I feel like Andrew's team is very hyper offense, but maybe brought the wrong 4.
Yeah, I don't think the lead is wrong from Andrew. I think locking in an E-speed is absolutely fine as long as you have answers to it. Something like that Flutter Mane with the Life Orb Shadow Ball.
Yep.
Something like the Qian Pao in the back with the Ice Spinner and the Sucker Punch. We do see it is that Terra Dark with the Black Glasses just opting to get as much priority damage on the field as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And also preserving that Flutter Mane. If Ting Lu is on the field for more than a turn, knowing that Heavy Slam is most likely going into that Flutter Mane slot. Like,
Exactly.
If you have that Chi-Yu in the back, maybe swap it in on the Heavy Slam.
Exactly. Having the flexibility, which Andrew really didn't have there, he just kind of had to attack. But having the flexibility of being able to switch something in potentially into that Heavy Slam, maybe going for a Protect, weaving something in, and having somewhat of a passive turn, for as passive as you can get for a team like Andrew's.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty hyper offense. So playing passive is not. There we go. There
Yeah,
it
see,
is.
instead of the Qian Pao, or not, excuse me, instead, the
Oh.
Qian Pao instead of the Stone Joiner.
Whoa! What a lead from both ends.
Yeah.
This is very strong lead. Like Ting Lu next to Tusk, Qian Pao, Dragonite. Qian Pao, Dragonite's kind of a staple now, I would say, as far as like a lead and a duo that everyone's kind of scared of.
Yeah. But now the thing is, Keith has to pick a slot, right? Which slot is Andrew going to Extreme Speed today? Which slot is he going to Ice Spinner? Which slot is he going to Sucker Punch? Like, there's just so many things. And if Andrew does look at the team sheet and see that the Tusk is Steel Terra, there is a chance where he could just read that and double into the Ting Lu.
Yeah, I mean, there is a world. Is this Qian Pao Sacred Sword? It does not.
No, it has no Sacred Sword, but it is Black Glasses, meaning it's not that Focus Sash item. So if the Tusk decides to go for something like that Steel Terra Close Combat, that's going to be KO after the Qian Pao.
Oh my goodness. So this is gonna be an interesting turn 1.
Yeah, and I really like the Tauros switch here. Even though the Dragonite's inner focused, you know you're living the hit from that. That's not what you're worried about. You're really worried about the Qian Pao here going for something like a Sucker Punch.
We have the Terastallization on the Tusk confirmed, and it is that Terra Steel.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid, depending what this move is. But actually, to be honest, that means that most likely the Dragonite isn't going for something like that Tauren normal E-speed.
Oh.
Oh, but there it is. I lied.
We have a
It's just really
terrestrialization.
slow, I guess.
Yep, we have that Terra normal coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a close combat. I think this is very, very good for Keith.
Oh my goodness, if close combat comes out. If he calls this terrestrialization into that close combat.
Extreme speed into what slot?
Into
Into the Toro
Tauros.
slot. The Chien Pao.
It kills because of
Yeah,
Chien Pao.
Exactly. And this is an Ice Spinner and a Tusk. But the thing is, if this is a close combat, that does no damage.
Oh, it's Ice
It's an
Spinner.
Ice Spinner. Oh, no.
Keith was thinking, all right, he terrored it the first game. He's not going to do it this game. I'm going to catch him right now. And
Nope,
it didn't
Andrew
work
just...
out. Andrew's like, no, I love my Terra normal Dragonite.
Yeah, just being able to go for the Terra Normal, just hit things super hard. And there's no read that Andrew has to make now, right? Because the Flutter Mane no longer has the opportunity to go for something like that Terrestrializing Fairy. The Great Tusk is locked into that Steel type, and now the Tinglu is weak to the Ice Spinner. So if the Chien Pao is able to get itself in a position where it can weave in a Protect now so it doesn't get close combat, if the Dragonite is able to just do what it did last game. Do damage, 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 get your Flutter Mane in, do damage, 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 wrap up with Chiyu. Or Chien.
Oh, we see the Chien Pao retreat. And what's coming in for Chien Pao? Amoonguss.
There's the Amoonguss you wanted to see. Something a
Yep.
little bit more defensive for the team.
I think that's a great adjustment by Andrew into this game too, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And now Andrew can also try things like Spore. Extreme Speed is going to be going off here into the Tusk. He's going to be doing a lot more than I thought he did
Yeah,
with
that's
the defenses
decent
I had
chip.
last time.
Oh, and close combat goes into the Amoonguss.
But that does so much. That did a lot more than I thought to the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it did, honestly.
For
it
something
did.
that resists it.
Okay, all right. So pretty decent turn, I would say, on both ends,
Yeah.
honestly, because that did a good chunk to Amoonguss. It might put Amoonguss into a range of a double.
Yeah, I think so as well. But I think that Citrus Berry is really going to shine here, where it's going to probably drop below that half HP. And even if Tusk goes for something like Headlong Rush, it's going to do so much damage. And we see there another probably a low roll onto the Tinglu. We see an Ice Spinner off into the Dragonite. I think Keith kind of thinking, hey, if you Rage Powder, you Rage Powder, but... And it lives! And a Spore is going to go off into this Tusk here.
Wow.
Yeah, that's super bad, I think, for Keith, unfortunately, because now you're able to switch off the
Yeah,
Amoonguss, and we're going to see a
he's scoop.
forfeit.
Yeah, he's
We
scooped
all
it.
know the
The writing on the
Dragonite's
wall.
going to
Retreat.
extreme speed
Yeah.
everything to death. Even
And
if
then-
you switch in Flutter Mane, you get the turns right with the switches.
Yeah,
you can't
side
switch in
Pollen
Flutter
Puff,
Mane.
You side Pollen Puff
Exactly.
the Dragonite back up.
You can't
Oh.
switch in Flutter Mane every single turn.
Yeah, exactly. So, wow. Okay. Well, great adjustment by Andrew. Shout out to him. He's an experienced player, so he knew like I need to make an adjustment for game 2. He made the correct adjustment. Now he forced the game 3.
The adjustment realizing that, wait, what is Chiyu doing in this matchup, right? Like, everything I'm attacking for is physical. I want to be lowering the defenses of things. Realizing
Yeah.
Chiyu isn't... What's Chiyu doing?
Exactly. So he realized he didn't. Hey, I don't need the Chiyu. And honestly, Spore could help. Save me some turns.
Exactly. Like, I think a lot of the teams that, like, a lot of the things that catch people off guard is Andrew plays so aggressively with these teams, and you kind of have to with the Extreme Speed Dragonite. But when someone like Andrew leads something like the Amoonguss that goes for a Spore, usually you're trying to counteract the offense. You have nothing to break the Amoonguss.
Yep, exactly. Honestly, a good adjustment for Keithson could be that Volcarona.
I'm a little curious of why I haven't seen the Volcarona yet either. Excuse me. I think like the Flame Body, if you do get it on a turn, between that and the Flutter Mane, I think if you balance the Volcarona and the Flutter Mane, you can get yourself in a really good position. But then the other problem is the bulk of Tinglu, right? You want the bulky Tinglu on the board, but guess what? It's weakening the 2 Pokemon that we just mentioned.
Right, and honestly, what did Tinglu really do? Like, it didn't get the KO on the Dragonite.
I think it's just supposed to eat hits. It's supposed to eat hits, ruination things,
Yeah.
throat chop, but besides that, that's all it's really able to do.
Yeah, I don't see it. Didn't add the value that he wanted it to add.
Exactly.
In that game 2. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how both players kind of adjust into this game 3.
Absolutely, and I'm so excited to be able to commentate over these games and have the opportunity to commentate over a lot of game threes. We've seen a lot of 2-0s, especially early on where it was that 2-0. Being able to see these game threes, again, seeing how unique these teams are and their interactions with each other is very, very fun
Yeah,
for us.
it's honestly so much fun for us and the viewers to see the game 3 because
Exactly.
it just makes everything that is better with the game 3. So
I
I
see the
love
double
this.
fighting.
I love this lead from both ends.
Yes, Keith saying, if you're gonna Terra Normal, you're gonna get double like close combat. This is
Yeah.
gonna do so much damage if I go for that, and you're going to have to respect it.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. This is actually just a battle of reads right now.
Yeah.
Especially the way both players have been playing.
Yeah, and it really comes down to, right, if Andrew wants to terrestrialize or not, because we do see that Great Tusk carries that Ice Spinner move. So if Keith does decide to go for a close combat, you're getting hit with that, or you're getting hit with the Ice Spinner. I think I maybe would have liked to see something like a double up from Keith's end to kind of capitalize on that and get rid of the problem, because you live.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. I kind of like Keith's play here.
Yeah, I like it as well, right? Because we saw it cared last time with
Yeah.
the extreme speed, with the Terra Normal, but that means he's committing, right? So if you are able to play to your opponent's outs and you're able to read something like that, if you know the Terra Normal kills your dude, then you can easily close combat it, knowing you need that to KO.
Yeah, this is going to play out the way that last game played out. This is going to be really interesting. Oh, the protect.
Oh, a protect on the Qian Pao. No terrestrialization on the Dragonite.
And
A protect on the Tauros.
Tauros.
I'm really curious what this is going to be. And
Yeah.
extreme speed air to the Tauros. The protect, very good from Keith.
Yeah. This is basically neutral for both.
And a close combat into the Qian Pao. We saw him
Yeah.
hover over that Ice Spinner, but I think was a little afraid.
Yeah. So that was good on both ends, honestly.
But
No,
now
he
the
did-
thing
he burnt
is,
his Terra.
exactly. But now the thing is, right, is Andrew has his Terra this time. You know, Keith is now in the seat where he's already used his terrestrialization. We've seen both games where Andrew has confidently gone for that Terra Normal on the Dragonite, both game 1 and 2. But now Andrew could Terra anything, and that could be the Terra Dark Qian Pao. It could be the Terra Normal Dragonite. He could switch out the Dragonite.
That's true.
There's a lot of flexibility now that these offense teams have that Andrew now is in what seems to be the driver's
Yeah,
seat.
that was a great protect onto the Qian Pao that turn 1. I also think it was a great protect onto the Tauros.
No, that was such a good turn 1 for both players, expecting what the opponent was going to do. We are going to see a switch there to Tauros, weakening that Qian Pao if it wants to stay on the field. We are going to see a terrestrialization. What's this going to be?
It's gonna be the Terra Normal Dragonite.
I think it's going to be Terra Normal, and it's just going to be
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
it's going to be into the Tauros,
Yes.
and the Tinglu is going to take way more than it wants to.
Yeah, Andrew was saying like, all right, yeah, Terra Normal should be killed Tauros last game. I'm gonna go for it again. You just burnt your protect. And
That
it
does so
that did
much.
half. Wow, I did over half.
And throw chop. Oh wow.
And
Close combat. That should be just picking up the Qian Pao.
yep, it picks up Qian
But the
Pao.
most important thing is though, now that the Great Tusk is -1.
That is very true, but it still does resist through E-Speed, and E-Speed is going to be resisted by that.
Yeah, but
first
while
hit.
it resists the E-Speed, because the Throw Chop and the E-Speed with the Qian Pao in the field, the Tinglu is in range of E-Speed, and if something like Fluttermane is in the back from Andrew, the Life Orb or a Moongus,
it's a
this is
Moongus.
also fine too. But if
Yeah.
like something like a Fluttermane had switched in, it guarantees the KO on the Tusk.
Yeah, for sure, definitely guarantees KO on Tusk.
Life
Um,
Orb, Shadow
yeah,
Ball,
the-
-1.
Yeah, and if you want to chip it with the extreme speed,
Exactly.
so yeah, for sure. And E-Speed comes out.
But we don't
probably
see
in
another
Tinglu.
Rage Powder, which is very interesting to me. We see an Extreme Speed picking up the Tinglu.
He's going for that
But this
Spore on the
close
Tusk.
combat.
It's Spore on
This
the
is a
Tusk.
chance to KO.
Yes, he got it. Oh,
That is just gonna KO.
yes, it is, and he's gonna Spore the Tusk.
Yeah, but
but
the
it's
Spore.
-2. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would have rather just the Rage Powder there.
Yes. Because one, it'd be -2 then. Barely chip the Moongus, and you basically just keep Dragoniting for free.
Exactly, and in this endgame scenario, you would have been able to just Rage Powder and lock it in. Even if you get Ice Spinner, I assume your Moongus is able to live that. And
Yeah,
Moongus is a
and-
bulky boy.
Very bulky boy, and now the Pokemon count is 3-2.
Yeah, but here's the Fluttermane that I wish I saw a little bit sooner. It depends on what this is. It's the opposing Fluttermane. But now maybe Andrew is saving the Amoonguss HP for something like this scenario, right? Where he wants to go for a Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane for that super effective damage, but now it really can't because the Amoonguss is directing it.
Yeah, so he's going to redirect it into the Amoonguss, but then that Flutter Mane's going to KO the other Flutter Mane.
Yeah, we do see a Rage Powder here. I do think the Life Orb should be able to just pick up the KO on opposing Flutter Mane.
Andrews is faster than Keats. And that
It lives at 3 HP! And a Shadow Ball firing off here into the Amoonguss. Does it bring it to Citrus?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't! And that's actually super big. I think
know.
Keith prefers that it doesn't break the
I
Citrus
agree.
because something like an Ice Spinner from Great Tusk next turn
Might KO.
is able to KO.
So now you gotta, do I target the Tusk this turn because it's -1 or 2 on its special defense?
And because this Flutter Mane is something like that Life Orb item, it has the opportunity to go for something like that Protect. It could also just go for a Dazzling Gleam, and because the Tusk, even though it's Steel Terra, is still at -2. So
Yeah.
it still does a decent chunk. I would expect it to do a third, if not half.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Gleam comes out, picks up the Flutter.
And it does more than half. Dazzling Gleam is so strong. -2 Life Orb.
Wow.
Tusk isn't known to have good speed dash.
Oh my goodness, and Pollen Puff back up? Did he side Pollen
The
Puff?
Tusk does decide to go to sleep, though.
Oh, the stays asleep, and we...
I do like the Pollen Puff there. That does so much damage at -2.
Oh no. Alright, Tauros is here.
Yeah, but I
this
do
is-
think this might just be the wrap of the game, right?
I-
You have your Flutter Mane. There's no way Taurus eats a Life Orb. Dazzling Gleam here without Terrestrialization.
Yeah.
And even though it does have the Mirror Herb, you can redirect it with your Amoonguss, redirect the Aqua Jet Mega Crit or something like that, and just Dazzling Gleam for a secured KO here.
Rage Powder, obvious. That was the obvious play
Yeah.
here.
The safest play. We never know. He could have gone for a Spore or something, but Dazzling Gleam is going to pick up
Yep,
both
and that's
KOs here.
the
Double
KO,
KO. We're
wow.
going to see Game 3 go to Andrew here.
Yes.
Another 2-1.
Congratulations to Andrew for adjusting from that game
Making
1
it
to
to
the game
finals.
2, game 3, and then making it to the finals. So congratulations to Andrew, but well played from both.
Very,
both
very
players.
well played from both players here.
Yeah. So wow. So we now have our finalists set.
Yeah,
And
so we're
Stonejourner
going to
did
have
make the
Andrew.
finals.
We are going to have one Stonejourner in finals, which is very, very exciting
Wow.
to see here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. What a set.
For sure. Like these teams are so, so good. And we are going to be seeing the two teams here. We have, again, a little bit more of the balanced team, the redfish, bluefish stuff. We have the Chiyu. We have Chiyu Flutter Mane, which seems to be just dominating. Like, that core is so, so oppressive.
Yeah, Chiyu Flutter Mane is really, really strong right now. Because Flutter Mane in itself is super strong, and then lowering the special defense on the opponent is just, oof.
Exactly.
Oof.
It just does so much damage.
In the first game I played today, I turned on water. That felt so like.
We are going to mute real quick while we do switch in between that and finals, just so we can get a little bit of time. I need to get some water real quick, use the restroom real quick. But we will
We'll
be
be back soon with the finals.
and
so
with finals.
stay ready.
Could you change the name real quick while I run to the restroom?
Yeah. So
Let me, hold on, let me,
was it Andreas?
hold on, where is the name? I didn't click it.
Last time we were here, I played Bill,
How do I delete on here? Oh, here we go.
Just delete.
Wait.
Delete. Backspace.
Oh.
And then, Andrew, could you stay at the spot so we don't have to change the name? All right.
All right, guys, we're gonna do the raffle for the Game Boy. You want to enter? You said?
Can I real quick?
Yeah.
If I win now, I'm so sorry. Everyone boo if Kevin wins.
Facts.
Sony Jason. You can flutter into existence.
One of them made it.
I should have brought Flutter to Flutter in that one. I was like,
Great run, man. Great run.
it's just like all reads.
after 3.
Oh, heck yeah. Awesome.
I think pretty much everybody's
Good deal.
Oh, what was it? Fine.
So you guys are around too? Would you around?
We did 2 Elite Trainer boxes, a Switch Pro controller, pack cards, and layers.
I got nothing. Look at the Switch Pro controller. They got two bands.
One guy from one of the students from the university.
Yeah.
He bought like 20 tickets or something. He got 3 prizes in a row.
Yeah. So the third time
That's
they
a
were
big
like,
break. That's a big break. What? I'm doubling that. I'm taking everything.
So he was like sitting there in between rounds opening his packs, and I'm like,
Oh my god.
There's so many ultras today.
I know. Literally a million.
oh, and then on top of the fact, he got the high value card. So he got like the alt art Guard of War or whatever, which is like a $200 card or something crazy. Oh, 50. Oh, okay. I mean, you know, you pick it up. Still makes your money.
you sure?
Yeah.
Alright, well, as long as I don't pick Kevin.
Mix them up.
What a ringtone.
Nobody here. Shake it. I am.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Mix them up. Keep going.
Noah's gonna pick it.
All right, pick a good one though.
John Duran.
In Ohio.
Hey.
Let's go!
Let's
go!
Go.
Woo!
John.
Let's go!
Literally, yeah, man. Let's
Let's
go.
go!
Biggest winner time.
Let's go, right?
What do you win?
Time to play some Game Boy.
Yeah.
Let's go. And you got it.
Yellow was my first game.
So easy.
I wish I put in 20 free tickets.
Yellow was my second
Such a
game.
dub.
Yeah, I stopped like,
Huge
when I filmed the first game. I yellow because I can't find yellow.
Man, that's so cool.
I have 2 older brothers, right? One got red, one got blue. I got Pokemon pinball. You know how heartbreaking that was? I was so mad. I was like,
The pinball was actually really fun. It was fun, but like, I wanted to play Pokemon.
Is that pinball?
No, the original one, the Game Boy Advance with the rock. You put the AAA battery in it for just called Pokemon Pinball. But is it like the?
Oh, I didn't play the Game Boy Color.
Northern Memphis was fun. There's no
But that's a Ruby. That's a Ruby and Sapphire.
No.
Well, that was a sequel. That was a sequel. The original one was just Pokemon Pinball. Oh, really? Yeah, and I'm like, really, like, come on, guys. I see that over and over.
I would say it's somewhere.
The Shuffleboard Folk and stuff.
He adjusts pretty well.
I think,
with the
like,
sun
the thing is though, if you don't bring your flutter, like, I feel like I can sweep more with this horse.
Yeah, I do enough because like it's still with
Yeah, I feel like flutter's like,
and I have
Alright,
just
it's 7. You guys want to
I wish I
start
did.
the
I guess
final 7?
So I had 13 health, Terraflying Gyarados, and I have
I'll see you. I'll go. I'll go. No, I'm coming over.
health, and like
Yeah,
maybe
man.
a little
Hey, thanks for
bit.
coming.
Yeah,
I'll see you.
he had full health.
Are you going to Hopper? Yeah. We're all gonna come. Yeah, we all go.
We're
All on
able
this.
to,
Yeah, we're not playing that PC on Sunday. We're playing on Hopper. I'm not even worried about that.
I didn't resist Bullet Punch anymore, and Scizor died. Gyarados died to Bullet Punch. So I lose game 2. It's just when I should have won, and then objectively, I feel like I probably should have just played Dark Souls and last year Gyarados. Like if I just land, I win. Like I kind of just auto click the button.
actually like more than enough.
And it's like, and then game 3, I missed my first rock slide.
I'm leaving now, so I was like, good luck.
That's a really good play.
You won? Oh, yeah, I'll see you there. Yeah, man. Good luck in the final, man. I hope you win. Yeah.
I'm
Alright, Kevin, man. I'll see you. Yeah, I'm going to. I'll see you, man. Take care. Yeah, I'll see you, man. Look here, man. Watch your movie. K-Song, alright. You did great, man. Cool. Top 4, top 8. We're right there.
Didn't see you talk about the 2 of us.
Hi, man. Thank you.
That's mine.
Congrats, man. Sorry, man. I'm leaving.
Alright, be safe.
Yeah, be safe.
I mean, I now know that I'm taking
Alright, see you. no, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't tell you.
Also, I got the hydro missile. I was like, I still didn't have it.
If we play again and it goes out in the first round, like that you win this is probably
Yeah.
It's just like it is so like obviously it would have been a tough round.
Yeah, no, I think you just something
Crazy. Well, I don't know. He's playing good now.
and you told me it was your worst match. So you're like, okay, well, I know what I'm doing.
I'm taking off Armada and I'm bringing. I'm putting. Like even the move is a rough counter. If you tear a grass, the commentator I can't speak or anything. I guess that changes as well.
Yo, good run for this.
Thank you.
Alright,
Finals, baby!
I got real lucky today. Good luck. Thank you so much for the advice earlier. And everyone he sold me on that water.
Drink it with the
Plays two straight. I already asked the team, guys, is it okay? I'm not gonna play any stuff. I can't with that. Like, they make me second guess everything that I'm doing.
Just like put on like noise cancellation.
Yeah, just noise cancellation.
No, honestly, that's like a good idea.
Yeah, don't listen to anything I say.
I don't know if this place is authentic.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm thinking, and then like immediately after I click, it's like, I'm gonna find that tonight.
Yeah,
Okay, I did the wrong one. Yeah.
Ignore everything that I'm saying. I'm saying very content. Okay?
Yeah. No, game 2 I lost off the lead. Like, I should have just forfeited when I saw the lead and we got into game 3.
They're not like the very good. They're like the more free ones. That's fine. I bought like three six packs. Gotta cook.
I need like 25 people to coach.
You don't want to see my team.
I do. I know your team. Half of it's wrong.
It looks like the top cut of every event where it's like straight down.
Yeah, it's actually a wall. Literally, like, actually.
So what do you do if you're like, do you always keep it around your wrist?
It doesn't annoy me.
Probably get a quesadilla.
Like five.
You said there's a.
No, not the case.
Quesadilla, like when I order a quesadilla, I think of like I'm like a 5-year-old. Like it's like you order like a quesadilla like Applebee's. It's like the small little circle. It's like a fucking American cheese.
No way.
People don't know how to cook on
The
Applebee's.
$17 triple decker quesadilla. I think.
That's like
Yeah, I think the beer and the quesadilla, I probably have to go with
RP or Coles, bro.
Oh my god.
There's a like Giant or some grocery store around here, right?
Shop for 7.
You gotta cook for us or
In the shop, right? Yeah, no, probably something of like
Yo, let's do these.
I don't have like increased.
You guys want me to go to the store? I'll cook.
Are you cooking?
I quite literally cook. We'll cook in the builder and IRL.
My roommate
Yes.
cooks, but like I don't know.
That's the plan for
I've thought about like building while cooking, and cooking while cooking.
This is my work.
It's an hour, but
I'm gonna you might go hard.
Hard.
Alright, you guys have your order on?
I thought this was actually. I'm gonna have to like.
Make sure they actually like allow us to move before 8. Because if we get there and we order
Wait, when do they close?
Okay,
8.
at 7:05, you guys can start now.
It'll be free to start.
Are we like eating it there or just picking it up?
My apartment's across the street.
And I'll just like Apple Pay and everyone can then.
Yeah.
Wait, you have Cash App or PayPal, right?
What?
Cat, you have Cash App or PayPal, right?
Yeah, I have all the things.
I don't have Venmo.
Why don't you get Venmo?
Well, you said
Because it's not a Philly thing. Like, no one in Philly has Venmo.
Literally everybody.
Bro, Venmo's the most popular.
I have
Yeah, but
Venmo's like nationwide.
it's the same reason, like, okay, so in Philly as well, like, no one uses Snapchat.
I haven't used Snapchat in like 5 years.
Fair, but like, literally, I went outside of Philly for like one thing, and everyone was like, Snapchat. I was like, dude, I just get, like, get my Instagram or something.
Yeah, Snap, yeah.
Like, everyone uses Instagram. No one else uses
People in
it.
Philly use Venmo.
No, they don't. I
Bro,
promise you it's Cash App.
I used to go to
Okay, but do you have
shows in
Cash App?
Philly
Yes.
every weekend,
I don't have
and Venmo was maybe that was like
I promise you, the majority of people in Philly use Cash App.
Just get a Venmo.
Sure, but it's another app to download.
I feel that.
You know what? No one has Zelle.
Yeah.
Who has Zelle?
Technically, everyone
No
has
way.
it. Everyone immediately is like with your bank account.
What's his name? I stayed in Ashton Cox's room
Here, I'll
for. What's your Zell? I was like,
Bro,
what's Zell?
Yeah. Nobody uses that.
It's so strange.
I don't like PayPal because like.
And did you hear about what happened to the Cash App dude?
What do you
The
mean?
Cash App dude was like assassinated.
Like the guy? Oh, yeah.
He was killed. And then there's a conspiracy where it's like they killed the Cash App dude, and then like a week later, like the U.S. government came out with like their own PayPal
Yo, but you
alternative.
know what happened with the Venmo guy? He's alive and well.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him.
They probably just don't want any more Good try.
Oh, I see what they mean. We left it on here.
If I call them and they say, oh no, you can.
And also, we weren't muted. I had to just mute it. I had mad people DMing me.
Oh, thanks.
Alright. Mexican place is closed on.
No, wait, we can't call? No, you're kidding. Wait, Kat, could you call the place? You have no idea how bad they want these people tacos, bro.
Kill Tyson.
I'm gonna kill somebody. There's no way.
Rip.
Oh.
I'm hype.
Yeah.
Yo, that Game Boy, bro.
Luckily, this set's gonna be over pretty quickly.
You think so?
Yes, it's inherently quick.
That's true.
It said that group was found. This is like a
5692.
Yeah.
Let's try again. Let me make sure that this is the right number. Yeah, that's the right number.
This happened.
Okay. Do you want to just form a group?
I'll form
And then
one.
I'll try.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
8337.
8337.
All right. Place your bets. Who you got?
I can't say.
I know who you got.
They're gonna let me order.
Because I know who you got, I'll take the other one.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how that works, right? All right.
I like your name.
Good, but they're not as good as bingo.
All right.
All right, and we are here for our finals here at the New Jersey Local. Very, very excited to be getting into finals finally. I'm so excited. It's been a fun day of Pokemon.
Oh, so good. We got a Stonejourner in the finals, bro.
2 Stonejourners on stream.
I know.
3 if you count like the repeat times.
2 in top 4.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What?
And not only that, there was a lot of weird teams today, but we are going to be getting started with our finalists here, that being Andrew and Andreas, 2 A names. Maybe it's something like, you know how there's like the Justins, and
Yeah, right.
the Lucas and the things like that?
Yeah, so.
Maybe A's are
Hey,
good
that's
here at the local scene.
today. It's all about Andrew and Andreas.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm very excited to see both these teams here. We've seen a lot of Chiyu Fluttermane recently in the tournament, especially at this local. And seeing 2 of them in finals doesn't really surprise me.
No, definitely not. That seemed like it was dominating throughout the day, especially next to that, choice specs, typical Fluttermane. But we have Life Orb on one. And is it specs on the other one? It is specs on the other one,
it is
yeah.
specs.
So it's Life Orb versus specs.
Or no, it's safety goggles on Andreas' side.
For Fluttermane?
Oh no, for the Chiyu.
Okay, yeah.
The Fluttermane, they're always gonna opt for that choice specs. That extra damage is just so potent.
Yeah, we have Assault Vest Chiyu on Andrew's side.
Which actually has a fair chance of coming up. I think it's very interesting. It's a unique way to play Into the Mirror, because the Chiyu is number 1 unaffected by the opposing Chiyu, and then you also have pretty much a negation to the choice specs on the Fluttermane.
Yeah,
so
for
it's a
sure.
very unique counterplay, and if you run something like that Snarl that we've seen earlier today, it could be super good Into the Mirror. But we are going to see both of our players here kind of lock in their Pokemon and kind of decide how they want to approach this matchup.
really like Iron Hands in this
Yeah.
matchup. I think Iron Hands plays a good spot. And I think that, both Amoonguses kind of play a pivotal role in this matchup as well. It could be really interesting. Like if one Terras and one doesn't,
Yeah.
you can spore the other Amoonguss.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And that's always my favorite thing, especially watching things like the balance mirrors. Like, when are these players going to terrestrialize their Amoonguss? Are they going to terrestrialize their Amoonguss? Do you really want to get put to sleep?
Yep.
And seeing both these teams within an Amoonguss also, again, isn't surprising. Shiyu, Fluttermane, and Amoonguss, I think, are going to be mainstays the rest of Regulation C. All three of them just have really, really good synergy, and you can throw things like the Gyarados, like the bundle.
And
There's
here
just
we
so many
go,
rooms.
that Stonejourner Dragonite lead that you love so much.
But then there's the Iron Hands that you saw as well, right?
Yep, I like that in this matchup. I think Iron Hands is really good here. Yeah, so do you want a Terra Normal with the Iron Hands there?
Yeah, like, so you have to play into it, right? Where if you Drain Punch the Dragonite, you lose a lot if it doesn't terrestrialize. But I think it's fine, to be honest, because it's chip number 1, or you could do double into the Stonejourner as well.
Yeah.
We saw that in the other set in top 4, I believe, where they just doubled into the Stonejourner, and they kind of made the other player feel bad for bringing Stonejourner, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Especially since I don't think it's carrying Protect. So, am I wrong there?
No, it has Protect. It
It
has
has
Protect, Wide Guard, Rock Slide, and that low
Oh,
kick.
so-
So just being able to play super defensive.
And there it is.
Yeah,
Terra
and there's the
Normal.
Terra Normal. We've seen Andrew do this almost every single game he's been on stream, but it makes sense.
Yep.
Extreme Speed does so much damage, and I wouldn't be surprised if it picked up the KO on something like the
Fake
Gyarados.
out into the Stonejourner. And Extreme Speed's probably going to go into the Iron Hands.
Oh,
Yep.
wow, it goes in the hand. That does so much.
Wow. Oh my god, that is so much
And
damage.
a Thunder Wave, but Thunder Wave, you're hoping for Paris now. You're not using it for the speed. Extreme Speed's
Yeah.
always going first.
Wow. That didn't play out the way that I thought it was going to play out that first turn.
Yeah, that's actually super, super rough because now the hands has to hope for a para. While the Stonejourner, yes, its sash is broken, but a Rock Slide's still going to hurt this Gyarados. And it
Yeah.
has the opportunity for going for a Protect.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really pivotal turn. Hoping that this Dragonite doesn't get parried. It's kind of a KO on the Iron Hand. So we do see
Yeah.
the switch.
And this is going to be a Fluttermane, probably reading that it wants to pick up the KO.
Yeah.
Extreme Speed going into that slot. I think Andrew is fine with that, just realizing he wants to get the KO. Rock Slide coming out. There's going to be damage on... That does so much, though, for a -1.
Yeah, especially into that Gyarados. Oh, and it doesn't get the KO.
And that's actually super big, right? The Stonejourner is faster than this Gyarados, so you're able to go for something like this Rock Slide flinches.
Yeah, that's... Oof. Yeah, Gyarados doesn't want to take another Rock Slide. It's doing... For a -1, that did a lot of chunk, and I don't think...
Yes.
Is this the Citrus Berry variant or the Lumberry?
No, this is the Lumberry Gyarados here,
Yeah.
as we see on our screen, and it doesn't really come up with this matchup, maybe for the Amoonguss, but I think Andrew's kind of game plan of hitting things hard and then thinking later, like in the other game, right, in literally in the top 4 match that we just watched, Andrew was able to just
Yep,
click
Y
buttons
guard.
until his opponent kind of did something about it, and then he realized he thought. But we do see the paralysis come out, unfortunately, onto the Dragonite, not being able to get a KO.
So this is just like a stalemate kind of turn where it didn't work out for either player.
Yeah, but it really depends on what's here. Is this a Thunder Wave or is this a Waterfall?
I think Gyarados protected.
Oh, it did.
Gyarados protected, and then
Oh, and the
Fluttermane,
Wide
Dazzling
Guard,
Gleam,
yeah.
Wide Guard, and then the para onto the Dragonite. What a weird turn, but
Yeah.
I guess it's just neutral for both ends. They're like, all right, whatever, it happens.
Exactly. What I actually is very funny as well is even though you've paralyzed the Dragonite, you aren't able to hex it because it is that normal type. So
Yep.
normally where hex would be a super good move because you paralyze everything, you cannot do it in this scenario, unfortunately.
That is very true. That's just immune. So.
Yeah. And the thing about this Centurion is
both
it can just
ends, though.
spam Wide Guard again.
Oh, Wide Guard again.
Yeah, and because this Fluttermane is that choice specs, it's locked into that. And Extreme Speed, if it picks up the KO here on Gyarados, is super bad.
Oh, my Gyarados.
Like, what do you do now?
Yeah. So, I mean, you do lose one Mon here, but Stonejourner's on its last legs.
Yeah,
And-
but the thing is, like, Wide Guard always stays even after Sojourner dies. So, because it's Fluttermane hands now, or Fluttermane, whatever the lost Pokemon is for Andreas' side, you have the opportunity to, like, go for a Wide Guard, guarantee that the Flutter has to switch out, or wastes another turn. And then the Dragonite, if it doesn't get paralyzed, is just getting free chip with that extreme speed.
Barring a para.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is okay. Well, this is kind of tough position if you're Andreas's end. Like,
Yeah.
do I keep Fluttermane in? I gotta swap it out because then we just have the wide guard spam.
Yeah. And we are going to see a switch into hands there for the Fluttermane. We're going to see a wide guard. Again, just
Yep.
you don't need it. Stonjourner's there for the boost. It can just spam moves. And because the Fluttermane was protected.
And it's probably
or
going into
Choice
this
Spec.
Amoonguss, and it doesn't
That
get the
almost KOs, though. An
Yeah.
Amoonguss.
I know. But procs the Citrus, and he probably spored the Stonejourner.
Yeah. And that's kind of where it bites you in the butt a little bit, where because you paralyze the Dragonite, yes, you get that short-term value where you have that paralysis chance, but now you can't put it to sleep. Where a sleep turn like that would have been amazing.
Yeah, because then you get a free Drain Punch.
Exactly.
Yep. So now you just gotta kind of hope that Dragonite
It
gets
gets
paralyzed and you can get that Drain Punch off.
Yeah. And I think Andreas really has to kind of think here a little bit more. And Stonejourner's a problem. Yes, it's giving that boost, but it really comes down to you need to get rid of the thing that's doing the
Damage. Yeah, the Dragonite. That's the real issue here. And it doesn't get parried, and it looks like it's going into the Iron Hands. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't see really how Andreas comes back from this.
Yeah, this
because what
is-
you're able to do now is this is a single target Rock Slide most likely, but it does stay asleep. If Andrew does wake up next turn, he could go for something as safe as a Protect, bait out what the Fluttermane wants to do, and then just wide guard or protect accordingly.
Yeah, he's probably just going to lock himself into Moonblast just because he doesn't want to get caught with that Y guard. And maybe just you can protect the Amoonguss, you can Pollen Puff the Fluttermane, hoping that you get a para on the Dragonite.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not looking too good.
I think it's so funny how we haven't seen a terrestrialization from Andreas' side either, because everything on the team either doesn't matter if it terrestrializes, or if it does, it's detrimental to him.
Yes.
And I think that's really cool about Andrew's team is it kind of takes the thing like the Terra Fairy Fluttermane, it takes advantage of that. It takes advantage that they had to Terra out of that Ghost type to do any damage to Andrew's team. So Andrew understands that trade and says, if you want to terrestrialize and do damage to me, okay, now you just get to E-speed it. So I'm really curious here if Andrew does make that call and goes into the Fluttermane.
If he E-speeded the... Oh, it's
But it gets
paralyzed!
paralyzed, unfortunately, so
no!
we aren't going to be able to see that. And a
Uh-oh.
Moonblast is going to be coming out here.
Is this Specs Terra Fairy?
This might kill.
Oh!
It lives on 1!
1 HP! Invisible Sash!
And a heavy slam out into the Fluttermane.
Why?
Picking up the KO.
There's so many invisible sashes today.
Yeah. Everything is just lived at 1. Everyone just knows their calcs, I guess, and just lives
Wow.
things. But I think that's just going to be game now.
Yeah, it's game. That's a really strong game one.
Was
from
that
Andrew.
a 4-0?
Yes.
Wow. Just Dragonite Stonjourner, putting it to work,
Wow.
saying, hey, you know that game plan that you just came up with? Calc it against Power Spot, Choice Band, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed.
Wow. That was a very strong run from Andrew that first game.
Absolutely. That is insane. And it goes to show Andrew's skill as a player, right? Because a lot of people, I think, would look at that team at face value and say, oh, he just clicked buttons. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. But you can really understand Andrew's evaluation of that game and understand it still comes down to which slot am I targeting? Which slot is getting extreme speeded? If it does live, what happens? And being able to assess things like that, I really think goes to show how well Andrew is as a player. Andreas as well, really doing the best he could in that scenario as well, doing everything he could to play to his outs. Again, I don't know my Power Spot, Terra Normal, Choice Band calcs.
No,
so
I
it's
don't
like
either.
you can only do so much in that game 1. That initial surprise factor kind of leads into it, but these game 2s, as we've been seeing all day, really get to shine and see where Andreas can make the changes.
Yeah, I think that one idea for, if I was Andreas is leading that Amoonguss, trying to put that Dragonite to sleep right off the rip, and then leading with like a Fluttermane to kind of pick away and do some damage right off the jump, barring a Rock Slide flinch onto the Amoonguss, of course, and that's probably the choice of action, because we saw that it did live that Choice Band Extreme Speed on the Amoonguss.
Yeah. I think it's super, super cool. Like, I think the ability to have a Moongus and being able to put things to sleep off rip is such a cool ability that Andreas has. Even from Andrew, if he doesn't leave something so aggressive, something like the Amoonguss could be nice to just put things to sleep so they don't have the opportunity to attack.
What would be really interesting is if Andrew calls that and leads the Chien Pao.
Yeah, right. It goes for Ice Spinner.
Okay,
We
same
are
lead.
going to see the same lead, Stone Joiner, tried and true. This is going to be the bundle.
Oh.
And here's what we were talking about before. That bundle, I believe, is that Ghost Terra.
It is. I think it's Ghost Terra.
Yeah, that bundle is going to be that Ghost Terra. So a pretty obvious turn one from Andreas here. Could be just double ghosting, right? So that the Dragonite doesn't have the free will to go for Terra Normal E-Speed. I mean, it could, but do you really want to?
Do you really want to chance that? Probably not. This is a very aggressive lead from Andreas' end.
Yeah.
Because Rockslide's still going to do decent damage, especially to
that's the thing, right?
that
Is you
bundle
can
and that
you
weak
can ignore
fluttering.
the extreme speed, but guess what? Like Rockslide is still going to be hitting you for a lot of damage. And the Dragonite doesn't have just extreme speed, right? It still has 3 other moves that are hitting for choice band, that being Outrage, Earthquake, and Brick Break. So something like an Outrage, if it hits, or if Andrew goes for like a Protect on Stun Journey and clicks Earthquake, like that still hurts.
Yeah, and we see the Terra from Andreas' end, that Terra Ghost bundle. So it's going to be immune to that extreme speed.
But I'm very curious if Andrew didn't even terrestrialize here. But it is just going to be a terrestrialization. Which one is this going to be?
It's going to be the Dragonite. We all know. He loves it. Yep, here it is.
But what I think this is I think Andrew might have gone for something like a Protect on the Stone Joiner and gone for like an Earthquake.
You could have gone for Y-Guard on the Stone Journer and the
Yeah,
Earthquake.
and then you Earthquake as well and you block it. No Protect though, no Wide Guard.
Oh.
Freeze Dry,
Probably
what is
brings
this?
down Sash. So
Is this
he didn't-
Dazzling Gleam?
No,
It's a Moonblast doubling into it.
Oh, he went for the Stone Journer.
Yeah.
Okay, so what move did he lock?
I think it's
Dragonite
just
into?
Earthquake.
Outrage.
Outrage, and it hits the bundle, avoiding. Oh, and that kid picks up the KO.
Oh,
And that's
my
just super
goodness.
rough now, right?
That's so random.
Andreas, it's quite literally a 50-50 to hit into it, right? It's not like it ignores it like
No.
Dragon Darts.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you have to get that 50-50, and Andrew got it. And that just KOs because of that choice band, even through, bundles, decent defense. stat.
So, honestly though, even if I'm Andreas, I'm not in a bad spot
Yeah.
because now it's locked into Outrage, right? I get a free switch. He gets a free switch.
Yeah.
So we get to see what's in the back here for Andrew's side.
And it's not like Outrage, right? You can switch out.
No, you're
You
locked.
have
You
to
have to
stay
stay
in. And it really comes down to if this Amoonguss gets hit. But if the opportunity presents itself, the Dragonite is scary a little bit still because he can switch out and go for the E speed. Andreas not taking any damage on that Fluttermane is super, super big from something like that Earthquake. So there's no need for a Pollen Puff. And you can go for something as safe as a Spore. I don't know
Rage
how I feel about
Powder.
the Rage Powder, though.
Because now it forces the Outrage into that slot,
Yeah,
right?
and the Shadow Ball. I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, and it doesn't even bring it to Citrus. Oh.
This is going to be Moonblast into the Fluttermane. It doesn't
doesn't
even pick
KO.
up, and Outrage is going to go into it because of the Rage Powder.
Yeah.
And that's going to KO. I'm not sure how I felt about that turn from Andreas.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that either. I think if it were me personally, I probably would
You
have
collect
protected
Spore.
or Spore. I probably
Yeah.
protect though, just to see where Dragonite goes at, which one goes, and I don't think that Fluttermane KOs the other Fluttermane.
Yeah. I think if your specs Fluttermane, right, even if your Fluttermane goes down, you should be living because you're Outrage. You know you're not taking attack. You know that you most likely live the Shadow
Yeah,
Ball.
now
and-
he's locked in the Moonblast, so he can't Gleam here.
Exactly. You know you lived the Shadow Ball. Last game you lived at 3. So if anything, it's
Yeah.
a roll. But then the Fluttermane lives, and then the Amoonguss doesn't die. Even if they double target, you're still threatening Spore. But now that you've Rage Powdered, you've not even given the Amoonguss a chance.
Yeah, so this one kind of feels. Oh, that
Oh, and that just
KOs.
KOs.
Yeah, that
And this
sounds
might
like a
just
game.
be
yeah.
just might be a 2-0 from Andrew.
Yeah, because Outrage is going to do so much damage here.
Yeah, and Fluttermane doesn't even die to the Life Orb recoil.
No.
So you're going to be able
You-
to get something in, whatever's in the back, even
free
after
switch
Dragonite.
now,
But the thing
yeah.
is, Dragonite could get confused and knock itself out to death. But we
That
are
would
just going to
be-
see it hit out.
That'd be hilarious. Oh,
It lives at
HP.
6.
It's probably
And the
Chien Pao.
confusion. You don't know. It could be Amoonguss. It could be confusion. You flinch the Amoonguss to death with a waterfall.
It's
It's the Chio. Time to miss every single overheat.
Does he have Dark Pulse?
Andrew, if you hear me, go for overheat if real. And Outrage in your own Chio.
He has Dark Pulse. He has
Give us
Heat
a
Wave.
game 3.
He has Heat Wave.
No, boy, as soon as you see Dark Pulse. And we are going to get our New Jersey champion, Andrew Johnson. Congratulations
Andrew
on the
Johnson. What a
2-0
run.
finals.
2-0.
What a run.
Very strong finals run for Andrew. Stonejourner was super strong.
Yeah.
Wow. What a set.
I think I went 50-50 on Outrage and I got 250.
Yeah.
Very well played from both of our opponents, though. And
Yeah.
a very decisive victory from Andrew as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Andrew. He just showed the power of Stonejourner, power spot. Dragonite didn't need that E-Speed in that last game. He's like,
Yeah.
you know what? I don't even need E-Speed. I'll just Outrage, no
Exactly.
problem. Yeah. Wow.
Very well played from both opponents.
Yeah,
though.
honestly, what a great day at Pokemon. Everyone played well today. We probably had like, I want to say like 4 game 3s in a row on stream.
Yeah, and even
Like-
though finals wasn't a game 3, as we maybe would have liked, all the other sets easily make
Yeah,
up for it.
so-
Even though that was a 2-0 as well, that was still a really high-level game of Pokemon.
Yeah, it really was. Andrew played super well, and obviously, without a doubt, why he was champion today.
Yeah. But I do think that is going to be wrapping up for our local here today. Again, congratulations to Andrew. I'm Charisma or Tyson, and you can find me on socials at Charisma Check on Twitter, on Twitch, on everything else. And John, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at John Duran and on Twitch at Duran's TV, and I also hold tournaments, so if you want to play online, you can. Follow me on Twitter at John Duran with 3 N's.
And if you need practice for Hartford, maybe if you have a tournament this week or something, you can join up on that.
Yep.
I might be joining up on that. I know I need the practice after watching. I want to try some of these teams that we see here today. If anyone has any tips or tricks on commentating as well, let us know. I know I personally appreciate the feedback and stuff like that. And if anyone has any commentary gigs that you guys want to do in the future, let us know as well. But with that, I think we're going to be signing off. And again, thank you for all the viewers for watching, everyone who stayed tuned today.
Thank
even
you,
if tuned in
everyone.
for
It was a
little bit.
great day at Pokemon. Thanks for those that tuned in. I know I got a lot of great feedback from a bunch of you on social media, so thank you to all of you. And we're really excited to have you guys kind of join the stream and, compete at these locals. If you sat home today and you watched it and you're like, man, I wish I went, well, check us out on social media so you can see the events and you can come out and
absolutely.
compete yourself.
If you search up New Jersey on Twitter, all the Twitters and stuff should come up like that as well. But again, congratulations to Andrew. We are going to wrap up stream now. Congratulations, and we'll see you whenever the next local is.
Yeah.